Quedó. Como para quedarme, cabros, por favor, el dato es bien recibido, de verdad. Así que argentinos, por favor, si me están escuchando, que se acá los chiquillos. Buenas, Jux, ¿cómo está, Lloro? Yo te veo desde antes de la legendaria.
2024 in gorgeous Honolulu, Hawaii. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our pre-show. My name is Zoinks. I am representing Pokemon Unite, and I am joined by three incredible commentators, analysts, experts of their field for the three other titles. Amanda for Pokemon Go, Huga for Pokemon TCG, and Scott for Pokemon Trading Card Game. Welcome, Amanda. How are you?
I'm doing absolutely wonderful. You know, we were talking a little bit before, and even though Pokemon Go is relatively new to the world's scene, there's so much that has changed this year. This is our first season for championship points. This is our first season that we have open team sheets, and this is only the second tournament in the actual meta that we're playing in right now, so it's going to be very exciting to watch.
Amazing. And Huga, you are back in Hawaii after quite a while, so how's it feeling to be back at another World Championships here?
Feels incredible. There's nothing like the World Championships. I've been coming to these since 2004, so about 20 years, but it's always the most exciting event of the year. You just feel the energy from people all over the world coming together, a shared love of Pokemon, and the CCG, it does have the longest history of the World Championships of all the games, but the exciting part is that we all come together here.
That is true, and Scott, you got history here as well, so how does it feel to be back in Honolulu, Hawaii?
I'm really excited to be back in Hawaii. I competed in the Video Game Championships here one year. It's crazy how much things have grown. You know, I feel like you could fit the VG play area about 4 times into just our backstage area now. I'm really excited to see as, you know, Miraidon and Calyrex have come to terrorize our format.
Okay, fair enough. Now, we've had some pretty interesting seasons, all 4 of us, in their different games. That has been the culmination now here for the World Championships. Of course, the event we've all been looking forward to all year. So why don't we get a bit of a recap of what your season's been like and what we're looking at it now. So how about for Pokemon Go, Amanda?
I mean, this season, like we talked about, has brought about a lot of changes. This is actually also our largest competition so far. Around 250 competitors were invited to Worlds, and I mean, it could be anyone's game at this point. We have some people from all over, and I know that we have a couple crowd favorites as well, and we'll have to get into those a little bit later.
Okay, fair enough. And how about you for TCG, Buka?
Yeah, TCG's been exciting. You know, we've had record-breaking attendance at our regionals, internationals. It's been a huge year for the TCG. In terms of decks that are being used, you know, we're fully in the Scarlet and Violet era. Pokemon EX, you know, we have Pokemon like Gardevoir EX did extremely well at NAIC. I think we're going to see a lot more of that at the World Championships, but we are introducing a new expansion, the Shrouded Fable expansion, which has some cards that will mix things up a little bit. So I'm excited to see how it's going to all play out.
I'm excited too. That's a great pitch for Worlds. I'm really pumped to see some Shrouded Fable cards. And Scott, for VGC, we're now in year 2 of Scarlet and Violet. So what's the season been like?
Yeah, it's been very exciting. You know, we started out the year with a format more similar to what spectators may have seen at last year's Pokemon World Championships, gradually adding Pokemon from the Teal Mask DLC, which, you know, is mostly just Ogerpon, and then a bunch of really powerful Paradox Pokemon the following regulation. And now trainers have a new unique challenge, which we've never seen at the World Championships before, where only a single restricted Pokemon, the most powerful legendary Pokemon, are permitted on their teams. So trainers really having to figure out how to stop each potential restricted Pokemon only using one of their own.
All right. Oh, that's a lot to look forward to. The Unite side of things has been super exciting, of course. We really like to make that happen, but we've had so many tournaments all year with a international tournament at EUIC for the AOS Cup, and now this is our second international tournament. So a lot of big names returning to the main stage. So many names that have been making their name for themselves in recent tournaments as well. It is super exciting. So our event is going to be a blast as well. I mean, you came to the right place if you're looking for exciting Pokemon, right? And if you're looking to earn a little bit as well. While watching the event this weekend, all 4 of our games have something to show you. I think Scott... as well. While watching the event this weekend, all 4 of our games have something to show you. I think Scott, VG wants to show a little bit about what we have on the giveaway front.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the cool things that kind of have been a part of this circuit the past few years, where we celebrate a previous champion by distributing one of their Pokemon. And this time it is the Senior Division World Champion last year in the Sylveon. So you can make sure to enter that code before it's too late. I always forget and am very disappointed later. And perhaps we'll get to see him later on. And he's now competing in the Masters Division. So I don't know if he'll bring that Sylveon. I didn't expect to see it last year either, though. So hey, maybe it'll break through.
Ooh, a spicy pick for the code giveaway. I love that. That's super exciting. Now, Puka, I know TCG's got some pretty sick rewards as well. So what can people get if they're tuning in and watching the stream?
Yeah, for your TCG Live account, you can go ahead and insert this code, Outburst Worlds 24. That will get you a special illustration rare Pecharunt EX. Put it in your deck. It's from the new Shrouded Fable expansion, one of the mascots of that expansion. So pretty exciting card with some cool artwork. So make sure you put in that code, get that card. But that's not the only thing we have for TCG. We also have Twitch drops. If you're watching throughout the weekend, you can earn some kind of exclusive cosmetics, coins, sleeves, deck box, and some other stuff you can earn. So yeah, be sure to watch throughout the weekend and get some cool stuff for your Pokemon TCG Live account.
The magic word feels like exclusive sometimes, you know what I mean? So yeah, make sure you are tuning in for those Twitch drops. And Pokemon Go, no exclusion here in the Twitch drops category.
Yeah.
So Amanda, what can people look forward to when they watch the Pokemon Go
Listen,
channel?
I don't want to brag, but I think out of it all, we have the best Twitch drops. You're going to want to make sure that you're watching the Pokemon channel, because not only do we have Twitch drops, we have different ones for each day. So day 1 is going to be around its accent, our previous world champions, Sableye. So you can get some Sableye candy, XL candy, an Elite TM Stardust, and then day 2, a little sneak peek maybe into the next upcoming season. You can choose their team options where you're going to get some spawns around these specific Pokemon. Very, very interesting.
Oh, I love that. I mean, if we're getting a sneak peek of those Pokemon, there's some I'm super excited for. Pangoro, please make a splash in Pokemon Go. That would be fantastic. Pokemon Unite as well, we are going to be jumping in with the Twitch drops. You'll be able to earn some item enhancers if you were tuning in and watching at twitch.tv/Pokemon Unite. And if you're watching that grand finals event on Saturday night, you will have a chance to earn a Unite license box as well. So make sure you're tuned in there for a chance to win. And we got a code that you can enter in the game as well to earn a Platinum Gengar Boost emblem. Gift code WCS2024. You got to make sure you claim that by August 19th, but it's a pretty sweet emblem. It's snazzy. Add that to your collection. You're going to be feeling a lot better in your ranked games. Trust me. I really like that look. It is awesome. But let's face it, I mean, those are exciting. But what we're all here for is the competition that is going to be amazing all weekend long. We got some players to watch for each of our games. So Amanda, who are these players that you want to spotlight for Pokemon Go?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really glad that we're getting into this, because we have trainers that are coming in from all over. We're just going to highlight 3 of them real quickly here. The first one I want to talk about is Rubik's Master. He came in, he actually got 2nd place in the World Championships last year, and he only lost to the world champion, It's Axon, the whole season. So this season, not only has he qualified for Worlds, he hasn't played that many tournaments, and I think he's going to really make a strong run. Our second person up is Palasha, a really, really well-known trainer in Europe, known for using Magnezone, which is like a pretty spicy pick. And she top cut 5 of the 8 tournaments that she actually played in, and she qualified for Worlds off of these alone, not even using any championship points from locals. And our very last one is Yakovovich from Australia. He is a trainer. He was actually our very first trainer this season who won 2 regional competitions in 1 season. We had a couple of them do it, but he can claim that #1 title.
Wow, okay, I mean, each of them champions in their own right already, but going for a brand new title in World Champion. That's exciting. There's a few players in the running for TCG as well, Puka, so who should we be looking out for in the card game?
Yeah, there's so many competitors in the TCG, and so many with a long history at the World Championships. But Andrew Hedrick is more of a newcomer to the Pokemon TCG scene, has really burst onto it in the last couple years, has 3 regional wins in the last 2 years, plus just fresh off that NAIC victory and a very, very exciting down-to-the-wire win with that Lost Box deck. But, for TCG, it's typically all eyes on Tord Reklev. He is the guy everybody's watching. He got an agonizing second place at the World Championships last year. You know, that was his kind of final thing he needed. You know, he's won so many international championships. He's won basically every kind of tournament except Worlds. And he's gotten top 4. He's got second last year. He was just one turn away from winning. So, you know, he's going to be super focused for this event. I ran into him. He said he's been in Hawaii for 2 weeks and he's just had his head down practicing the whole time. He has not done any vacationing, any sightseeing, just full practice the whole way. He is here to win. And the last player from Oceania is Brent Tunnison, who I believe is actually the #1 ranked player in TCG in the Masters division for the season. He's traveled the entire world this season, which is pretty difficult. You know, he's in Australia and he's flying to tournaments all over the world and he's placing in top 8 all over the place. So he's a player to watch for sure. He's been on a roll this season.
Amazing. I mean, all 3 of those players sound incredible. Definitely have a chance at that World Championship title. I mean, we're skipping vacation to be locked in for games. That is definitely a big showcase. Scott, for VGC, we also have some amazing competitors with storied seasons. Who are 3 players that you want to spotlight?
Well, I think perhaps this year more than ever we could see a surprise, but the big names are going to make it difficult. One I think that no one's going to be too surprised to see here is Wolf Glick. It feels like he's been on stream every event. He's actually only played a few events this year. He won 2 different regional championships. He's actually coming off his weakest finish of the season, which was still 22nd at the North America International Championships. You know, he's the 2016 World Champion, the only North American World Champion who's competing, and he also got second the last time we were here in Hawaii. And speaking of second place, poor Aurelian Sola always seems to wind up in that second place spot. Second place at the Little Regionals, second place at the Utrecht Special Event, and second place at the North America International Championships. 10 years ago on the stream, I kind of reverse caster cursed Sajin Park when I said that perhaps he was the best player who'd never won a World Championships. I think Aurelian has earned being in that conversation now, so hey, maybe we'll see it again. And then finally, we see the Japan national champion on the other side of the screen. Never want to count out the winner of the Japan qualification system, no matter who it is. They always seem to wind up very deep in the tournament, and I think Japan in general is just going to be super scary. I think the finals of that tournament was definitely an upset, where you know the runner-up may be just as scary, and I believe Japan also has 4 other world champions competing.
Coming in second place, but they did win the Asia Champions League, and they got second place at that AOS Cup for the international event. So with so many good squads coming out of Japan, it really does feel like it's their year, but right now, our only world champions we've ever had in Pokemon Unite come from North America, back-to-back champions, and now we're playing on that home turf, so maybe North America will make a showing as well. I mean, who knows? There is so many exciting teams to watch, so I think a lot to look forward to in this event. I personally cannot wait. Any final thoughts before we close out here, Amanda?
I mean, I'm just really excited for Pokemon Go. I mean, obviously, no shade. I'm excited for all the games, but really, best Twitch drops, most exciting battles. You're gonna be watching Pokemon Go.
Fair enough. How about you, Puka?
You know, there's just such a long history for TCG at the World Championships. There's players like Ross Cawthon who have qualified for every one. He's taken second place twice. He's just every year trying to fight to get that World Championship victory finally. We actually have, I believe, 13 players who are in the running to be a 2-time world champion, which is really exciting. We've only had 1 multiple-time world champion in the TCG. So that's something I'm going to be watching as well to see if any of those players can, put their names in the history books as a two-time world champion.
Awesome. How about you, Scott?
I'm just really excited to see how players navigate this format. We've never really had anything like it, and with so many players competing this year, and a format where I think like the top team archetypes are better defined than in most years, I don't think it's going to work just to kind of like have nothing unique and just expect to win your way through on skill alone with a bunch of matchups that may be very close to 50-50. So I'm excited to see what the competitors do to give themselves a little bit better odds. I think whoever wins this tournament is going to have a really clever solution.
Oh, I love that. I think United's kind of in the same boat. I think this might be the tournament we've had the most parity of any world championships yet. These teams feel very close together across the board. So I personally can't wait. And I know all of you can't either. So make sure to tune in and follow all of the channels, youtube.com/Pokemon, twitch.tv/Pokemon, and tune in. Sunday will be the grand finals for Go, TCG, and VGC. Pokemon Unite will be concluding on Saturday night. So make sure to tune into that. Now, the next thing that you all are going to want to stay tuned in for is a pretty exciting event that I'm personally pumped for. It'll be the opening ceremony. So the opening ceremonies will be happening very soon, and right after that, the competition. So tune in and enjoy the World Championships.
Así que una vez que quieres ser, quieres convertirte en el mejor. Quiero luchar con valor y convicción, corriendo riesgos sin dudar hasta ser el mejor. Mi equipo es el mejor en cualquier lugar. La victoria es ganará. Porque somos Pokémon. Yo quiero ser el maestro Pokémon. Así que un maestro quieres ser, quieres convertirte en el mundo Pokémon. Yo quiero ser el maestro Pokémon. Los viajes Yoto. Pokémon Yoto. Todos quieren ser unos maestros, todos quieren siempre resaltar, todos quieren encontrar atajos para ser siempre de lo mejor. De hacerlo mejor día a día. Hay que subir. Si el mejor quiere ser, este es un nuevo mundo. Otra forma de vivir. Un lugar mejor, con una nueva actitud que hay que atraparlos ya. Para ser siempre mejor. Pokémon Yoto. Pokémon Yoto. Pokémon Yoto. Pokémon Yoto. Pokémon. Ahora yo quiero ser lo máximo, de todos el mejor. Ser toda prueba, sin sentir temor. sé, aquel que gane obtendrá lo que él quiera. Este sueño es para siempre y este nunca morirá. Mejores retos cada vez existirán. Ya que juntos nos mantiene, seguiremos tú y yo. En el mundo no habrá uno mejor. A cumplir vamos ya este sueño. Reto máximo. Oh, invencible soy. Difíciles caminos, siempre voy con mis amigos, sin rendirnos, sin descansar. Esta batalla será el reto final. Montañas, cielo y mar, ganando siempre intentar. Oh, invencible soy, Pokémon, invencible soy, de las estrellas vienen a jugar, mis ancestros podrán ganar. Invencible soy, invencible soy, invencible soy.
Pokémon, batalla avanzada. Pokémon, la batalla de la frontera.
Caminos que hagas, qué camino tomarás, eres no necesario, decirte algo, encuentra el coraje que hay en ti, serás fuerte vivirás, tus sueños seguirás, batalla de la frontera. Pokémon, lo mejor que puedo hacer, tu destino por la fe, es vencerás, la fuerza que vencerás. Pokémon.
Pokémon, diamante y perla.
Nuevos retos más, es un nuevo plan y un nuevo lugar. Rivales que no habías visto antes. Diamante y perla, no pararás. Pokémon, se trata de batalla, tierras y jugar. Muy listo ser siempre, moverte veloz. ¿Qué aventuras vas a encontrar? Haz todo con valor si tú quieres superarte. Pokémon, Pokémon, diamante y perla, habrá que luchar y al mundo cambiar. Pokémon.
Aún lejos de tu hogar, solo no te sientas ya. Valiente irás junto a mí a alcanzar el destino y más. Seremos héroes, si intentamos el mundo cambiará. Iremos juntos, por siempre amigos, tú y yo. Seremos héroes, dimensión de batalla Pokémon. Pokémon DP, batallas galácticas.
Difícil saber a dónde iré esta vez dentro de ti. Tu fuerza está, sigue a tu corazón, te sentarás, hazlo. No dudes ya, sea más. Cuando vas a pelear, a nuestra amistad, seamos uno, siempre luchar. El fuego ya hay que acabar. Seguro y ganaremos esta batalla, Pokémon.
Habla de ti, habla de mí, de confiar y de soñar. Habla de amigos y un destino que piensan exigir. Habla del cielo conquistar. Pokémon, el coraje, sin miedo luchar. Habla de no rendirse y ser valiente y proteger tus sueños hasta el fin. Vencer el enemigo, Pokémon. Siempre duro empezar otra vez,
Decidir el viaje que vas a hacer,
pero no hay por qué temer.
al saber que tú tienes el poder. Ni blanco ni negro es, pero tú sabes esto bien. Y no es ganar o perder, solo hay que saber qué camino
Hola Nintenderos y Nintenderas, estamos transmitiendo en vivo y en directo desde Honolulu, Hawái, lo que es el World Championship 2024. Obviamente no voy a intervenir, pero quería avisarles que el día de hoy no voy a hacer directos por cuestión, obviamente quiero descansar, pero mañana sí, voy a hacer un cambio, voy a trasladar lo que es el reparto para el día de mañana a partir de las 6 de la tarde, así que para que estén enterados, no voy a hacer repartos el día de hoy, lo voy a hacer mañana, lo que significa que la guía de Let's Go Eevee lo vamos a hacer para la próxima semana. Lo voy a trasladar de este sábado al otro sábado. Así que no vamos a hacer esta semana la guía de Let's Go Eevee porque vamos a hacer reparto y obviamente eventos de Escarlata y Púrpura para mañana. Y haremos el Game On, como siempre, el domingo. Así que estén atentos. Vamos a hacer reparto Pokémon mañana. Y obviamente el Gobi. Y también vamos a hacer temprano un poco de este mundial mañana temprano también. Así que bueno, ahí les dejo el aviso y los sigo y sigan viendo la transmisión en vivo. Bueno, les rogamos la paciencia del caso porque esto es obviamente satelital, ¿va? Esto es directamente del canal de Pokémon y obviamente seguro tienen algunos problemas técnicos, así que bueno, hay que tener paciencia porque ellos adelantan el tiempo y lo vuelven a retroceder y entonces hay que tener más que esto es internacional, así que ahí cualquier cosa, si ven que se vuelve a aumentar el tiempo es porque seguro no han resolvido el problema, así que hay que tener paciencia.
Me hakale o I ke kule A ohe hawala awana manu Wala I kanona me ka marui Hele loa mai noa o mo mai loko nei o ka ale O ka inoa no I o ku uhale ku mai lai puna o mauli ole Ano kau noi ho I ke maila no kau make make o I au me o I ko hale O hala ua ola Ke ai aku nei au I kau o ia he mai ke mai O e mai nei ka ne u he aloha lai Aloha wa nei o e I a ka lai I a ka I ka polia o pele lai ai Aloha o e pele honua me alai Mena kini a ka mahula e ai Kanai kua ka mahu kule lola e ai Hua ina pau ka apu lai Ka honua ka levalani levali ili ilai Ka nei a ka honua e alai Ka balili pupu vai e aloha lai Aloha e na hoa o ka vau e Ke kini a ke akua Ke kini a ka naka Ke kini a na mamo ka hua ai A ke ola ola oe ola Ola ka koa mauloa O e mai nei ka ne ue aloha lai Aloha wa nei mo e I a ka lai I a ka I ka polia o pele lai Aloha o e pele honua me alai Mena kini a ka mahula e ai Kane kua ka mahu kule lola e ai Ua ina pau ka apu lai ai Ka honua ka levalani levali ili ilai Ka nei a ka honua e alai Ka palili pupu vai e aloha lai Aloha e na hoa o ka vau e Ke kini a ke akua Ke kini a ka naka Ke kini a ka hua ai A ke ola ola oe ola Ola ka koua mauloa hula
We came from far away to share our love of the game while the island sunset glows, making new memories with my full heart and my family. And come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. And come on, my, and let the games begin.
Now it's your chance to shine. Love you, I
the 2024 Pokemon World Championships. We're here in beautiful Honolulu, Hawaii, with the best to ever play the game. But you never know.
Could be you on
Oh my, it's time to go. Come on by and let the games begin. Come on by and let the games
Wow, let's hear one more big round of applause for Kylo Moon and our amazing dancers! That musical performance was one absolutely to remember, and that hula performance was such a great way to welcome all our trainers. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having us. It's truly an honor to perform in front of a wonderful audience and Pokemon trainers. Thank you again. And if you don't mind, welcome, come to Hawaii.
I know I'm going to be singing A Como Mai all weekend long. Tell us a little bit more about that first dance.
The opening hula was about Pele, who is one of our goddesses. We have many gods and goddesses that embody all of our elements that surround us. Pele embodies fire and volcanoes, creation of new land, and that opening number was about her and her sisters, their competitive relationship with each other. And
I love that. And I can't wait to learn a little bit more about Pele later. I know I'm going to be singing those songs all weekend long. Thank you so much. I'm just filled with that Hawaiian spirit.
Ikomo Mai simply means welcome, but also it represents a desire for all of us to come together as a community. So thank you so much for having us in the Pokemon community.
Yeah, we're so excited to come together and celebrate Pokemon, right? And we're so happy to be in Hawaii once again. So please, one more round of applause for that amazing Hawaiian welcome. Thank you so much. Now, hello, officially welcome to the Pokemon World Championship 2024. I'm Anna Prosser, and I'll be your host this weekend here in the stunning city of Honolulu, Hawaii. We are honored to have over 3,000 of the best trainers from around the globe joining us here this weekend. These talented trainers are ready to compete in Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet, the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon Go, and Pokemon Unite. But before we dive into all of that excitement, let's hear a few words from the president and CEO of the Pokemon Company. Please welcome Mr. Tsunekazu Ishihara!
Hello, Pokemon trainers! I'm very happy to be here together with you for the 2024 Pokemon World Championships.
この世界大会はポケモンのすべてを祝い、そして世界中から集まった皆さんが互いを支え合い、そして競い合う姿を見るのは私にとって大きな喜びです。
The Pokemon World Championships are a celebration of all things Pokemon, and I am delighted to see all of you from around the world come here to compete with and support each other.
私は今日から皆さん一人一人を応援したいと思います。まずはその場にたどり着いたことを心からお祝いいたします。世界チャンピオンになるために全力で頑張ってください。
I look forward to cheering each and every one of you this weekend. Congratulations on making it here. And please give it your all and strive to become the world champion.
そしてトレーナーの皆さんを支えてくださったご家族やご友人の皆さんにも感謝申し上げます。皆さんのサポートはトレーナーたちが目標を達成する上でかけがえのないものです。
I also want to extend my heartfelt thanks to all of the family and friends who supported our trainers throughout the season. Your support is invaluable to helping them achieve their goals.
また私たちを温かく迎えてくださったホノルルの皆さんにマハロの気持ちでいっぱいです。このように再びハワイの地で世界大会を開催できたことに感謝いたします。
And mahalo to the community of Honolulu for the warm welcome. We are so happy to be able to host the Pokemon World Championships here in Hawaii once again.
さて、トレーナーの皆さん、これから気持ちを引き締めて、いよいよ始まるバトルに集中しましょう。私が次に皆さんにお会いするのは、日曜日閉会式の夕方の閉会式です。その時にポケモンの最新情報をお知らせしたいと思います。
For now, trainers, let's focus on the competition ahead, and I'll see you all again at the closing ceremonies on Sunday evening to share some special news for our Pokemon games.
皆さんのご健闘を心より祈っています。それでは大いに楽しんでください。
I wish you all the best of luck in your battles. Have fun.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ishihara! Now, we are just moments away from kicking off the Pokemon 2024 World Championship. To set the competitive stage, our casters and analysts will be diving into the players and storylines that we should keep our eyes on this weekend. But before you take your seats at the play tables, we want to take a moment to honor and inspire those who made it to Worlds and are starting their journey down Victory Road. So in the next dance, you will see the power of Pele's family. Her favorite sister, Hi'iaka, is known for fighting giant dragons like Mokoli'i, now an islet of Oahu's Kualoa Beach. Hi'iaka is a skilled fighter who uses her magical skirt and control of the elements to defeat enemies and clear her path. So let this performance become a part of your story and inspire you to become the best and achieve victory. Competitors, good luck. We can't wait to see who will be the next Pokemon World Champion!
Awana mo koli ke kai wahele apuana ye akekanaka hele ikali ula oko hala iobi Pili ai ole vi makai ole I kai ano kai kai ka hei kai ka no e ai e oi e ai e oi e Pili mo o kai ko oi ga palilai Ua mo o kualo alai oi o Kai po po I kumu pali kane ho alani Kulana ka ho I mo koli I da e hua ke kai Mo ka pua wa ke aya ho o ho kulai Kuka pi o aloa pi o a nue ai e oi e ai e oi e Ki e kane ho alani Ho bue bue ana mo koli I de anu He ke ki makahi a po I ana ko o lau e na pe o ne o kane Lau na ko ama o ki o he ia E ia ula wa ke nai ka ino ai e o i e ai e o i e Maga ino mo o ka mo o vivi O ka a o ka O ka huelo hale hale O pa I pali ki ko o lau Ku ele po a ke ko o lau a hine Ni ho kualo no mai Ua o lau e ai e o i e ai e o i e Oh hai ke kabau ke le Oh hai makani holo bali lai Oh hai kamako kalahine Oh hai ka hua kai make Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah.
Aloha, Pokemon trainers! You're tuning in to the most prestigious event of the entire season, the Pokemon World Championships. We are here in Honolulu, Hawaii, where Pokemon are not only etched into our shirts, but they're going to be brought to life here at this event and on your screens at home. I'm Shelby Boo. I'll be one of your commentators this weekend, taking through all the action, making sure you don't miss a second of the incredible accomplishments that will be made in this room this weekend. And joining me on that amazing journey is the expert level, super skillful, knowledgeable Kyle Sablehouse here. Kyle, you're looking a little fruity today. How you feeling?
Yeah, you know, pineapples. We're gonna rock that, of course, with my boy Munchie over here, getting the job done. We're so excited to be here. What an amazing event. Of course, all year we're waiting for this opportunity to crown our world champion. There are some hungry competitors out there, Boo.
There's a lot of them.
They're excited to show us those tricks up their sleeves and get this party started.
Absolutely, I am so excited. Looks like you've gained a couple more freckles since I last saw you.
One or two or 400, yeah, somewhere around there.
You've been enjoying the sun out there in Hawaii?
It doesn't like me, but I like it. That's how a lot of relationships go.
That is great to hear. Well, we are so excited. I mean, what an opener to have to this event, the 2024 World Championships. This is us in Hawaii again after, I believe, 17 years was the first time we were here, and now we're back. It is going to be incredible, but let's take a quick look at the journey our competitors who are in this room have made throughout this entire 2024 season. Because there has been a lot, Kyle. There's been a lot of events happening, but these are our events that are actually happening here at this event.
Yeah, it's been a long road to get here, but here we are. It is day one, Friday, and we are starting off strong. Of course, that incredible opening ceremony that you just witnessed, some amazing performances, and that is just the beginning. The Pokemon action is coming up here soon. got a little bit of a delay there, but we will get into that round 1 coverage shortly. And we have 8 rounds of coverage coming at you today.
Absolutely, yeah. It is going to be absolutely intense here. We have Friday, Saturday, and of course the coveted Championship Sunday as well that we're all awaiting for all of our games here at the Pokemon World Championships. But it's been a long journey, as I said, to get here for our players. And in order to secure an invite into this event, you have to earn enough championship points. That was the tournament structure that we've been working with all season, and you see our different regions here on the left side of this graph and what championship points they had to make in each age division to be able to earn this invite that they're competing on today.
Yeah, tall order, but so many players got it done. We have over 1,000 competitors in the Masters division alone, a few hundred in each of the juniors and seniors divisions that we'll be watching along this weekend as well. It's going to be very exciting to see which of these players start to branch out and make their way to the top here. And there were also a few other players that had some auto qualifications, players that did well at the event last year. The top 4 will be secured, and we've seen a few of those names floating around here, so I'm going to be excited to see those players too.
Yes, absolutely. We have a couple of different tiers that our players can earn through their championship points depending on what placement they have in their region. So some players have actually even earned a turn or a round 1 bye, which means a free 3 match points going into this weekend.
That's pretty good. It's going to be very helpful when you don't have to sweat out this opening round of competition. You might get a little more information too as you get to see and scope out the rest of the players. Maybe you'll have a couple of ideas of what some of those tech cards are, and we know how important that could be over the course of a tournament.
Yes, I mean, this tournament is going to be intense. There's a lot of changes that have happened this season, especially with the structure of this tournament coming up. But let's take a quick look at the format that we're going to be playing in to give you a quick little sneak peek of that.
The 2024 Pokemon World Championships event will be showcasing the best Pokemon TCG players and matches all weekend. Trainers from around the world are here to compete for the title of World Champion. Over $2 million in prizing and return invitations for next year's Worlds. Day 1, our trainers face off with Swiss rounds. Trainers who meet the required number of match points will advance to Day 2. Day 2, trainers who advance from Day 1 will continue with Swiss rounds, playing until top cut is determined. Trainers will then compete in a single elimination bracket until a champion is crowned. All matches are best of 3. Who will take the title of Pokemon World Champion this weekend? Watch to find out and follow the action at Pokemon.com/play.
Wow, there you go. Sneak peek at the format we're going to be playing in here at this tournament. But even more important than that, what are our players playing for? I mean, this is an incredible amount of money here on the line.
Yeah, they didn't do this back when I was playing. This is unreal to think about. The amount of money that you can make winning the Pokemon World Championships. Even the top 32 placing.
Yeah.
I mean, that is... that was a regional win a few years ago.
Exactly. Yeah, not only that, but you get a lot more outside of just all of this money here on the line. You, of course, get that beautiful trophy depending on your placement there. There's a hat, there's a play mat, there's a promo card. There's so much on the line here for our players. A lot of souvenirs that they get to take home to record that they were either the winner or placed here at the 2024 Pokemon World Championships. It's going to be epic, Kyle. I cannot wait to kick off this weekend with our first round very soon.
That's right. Of course, we have the forecast of this tournament to think about as well. What is going on in the minds of our players as you have to make that deck choice and decide what could potentially be the one that you sign to get into all of your local retailers.
That's
you are
true.
going to be known all around the world for this achievement. Is it Gardevoir? Is it Gardevoir, the deck that we've seen play second so often? Does it have an opportunity now to break through, crack that threshold, and finally become world championship? A world champion again? It's done it before. We've seen different iterations of Gardevoir find success. They love the card. Why not now?
Yeah, that is very true. I mean, Gardevoir has had a long run. Not this specific version, but very similar for a long time now. And we just saw at the North America International Championships, it took 6 of the top 8 places there, but it still was not able to take it down. It was stuck between a Lost Box sandwich, and it got second from Stefan Ivanov. So it was taken down second. Will it be able to finally win this competition? That is a big question I have on my mind, because Gardevoir is the type of deck that rewards mastery. And we have a lot of masterful players out there. I mean, this is the best of the best here in this room. So I think we might be seeing potentially somebody pilot that deck. Do you think it's a bit of a risky choice going into this specific metagame, Kyle?
It is. It absolutely is. There's a lot of decks that have found a little bit of help here along the way. We've seen that Shrouded Fable is going to introduce some sneaky damage placement that might get you in trouble. Maybe a Kyurem comes out of nowhere, a copied attack by a Regidrago perhaps to wipe out half of your board state. So a lot of things to think about as a Gardevoir player. Those tech cards are going to be ever so important to making that path to the top a little bit easier. But you do get to draw cards. A lot of cards, Boo.
A lot.
Those Curlies do work.
They do, yeah. They're churning out those cards for you, for sure. I mean, that's a good point, though, Kyle. We have sort of a very refined list of Gardevoir. Do you think going into this tournament with such a refined list kind of also puts a target on your back, because people sort of know what you're going to be playing, because there's not really that much spice that's been added to Gardevoir, especially because we do have a brand new set as well that we are going to talk about very soon. Don't worry, we didn't forget, but it did get a lot added to Gardevoir from that set, so
yeah,
it's pretty refined.
There's a lot of susceptible Pokemon on the bench in this current iteration of the list. There's so much damage counters that are already placed on board by yourself that you have to really think about, how do I minimize the impact that my opponent can have based off of this self-inflicted damage?
Exactly.
So obviously, you have to start using some of those helpful Pokemon. You got the Monkey to help you out now. Can spread a lot of damage. You can spread that across, reuse that Cresselia once more. Go back to that classic style of Gardevoir. Remove all damage counters from your side, put them on their side. Hopefully that strategy works out. Usually if there's damage counters over there, you're doing something right.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll have to see how Gardevoir shapes up, even how many people decide to pilot that deck into this tournament. Another deck that we've had on the horizon, and I say that because it sort of debuted at the North America International Championships. There was only a handful of players that took it, I believe. And I think the best placement was like 14th with this deck. But it kind of was a bit of a meme. And now, what's wild about that is it started as a meme, but then it became meta-defining. So many players in this room right now have changed their decks or formatted their decks to beat this deck, and that is Regidrago V-Star. What do you think about the journey of this deck so far, Kyle?
Is 2024 the year of the Drago? That is our question now, as we see this opportunity. This is a deck that previous iterations, way back when the Mewtwo and Mewtag
with the Duraludon in there.
there's that version, and then there's, of course, years back, you can go to the same style of deck.
True.
Throw away a bunch of great Pokemon and use their attacks as best as you can. The style of this deck, it's so tricky to make work, but sure enough, it seems like it's found its right placement. The Dragapult is incredible. To use that attack as early as the second turn, you can do a lot of work. You've got a really great V-Star ability as well. I think that this deck is primed and ready to show off exactly what it's made of, and potentially could see multiple of it in the top 8.
Yeah, it sort of spawned from NAIC, but now players have been working on it, playing it at either locals or their online events and such, and so it's definitely out there, and it's dangerous, that is for sure. Anytime you have a Pokemon that can copy other Pokemon's attacks, it's all dragon Pokemon, but it's going to be fierce for sure. And just talking about the deck structure, I feel like it strikes a really nice balance as far as players that can play it that know this game, ins and outs, masters of the game, versus someone who is relatively new could also just pick it up as well. What do you think about that?
It caters to both audiences, as you have that basic strategy of throw all my resources away and go for it, but there's a strategy in that as well, as you can hold on to some of those abilities, maybe hold on to some of those energy cards and draw with your Teal Mask Ogerpon at the right time, eventually find that huge turn where you use those energy switches and come up with a Regidrago that your opponent wasn't expecting, and copy an attack they weren't ready for.
Yeah.
You have a Giratina V-Star that you can copy and take a big knockout out of nowhere that they're not prepared for. You have all these different Pokemon that, especially just the Dragapult dealing 200 damage and spreading those damage counters on the back end as well. It's so terrifying to think about the decks that are just susceptible to that and lose that early basic Pokemon on the bench. That can be devastating against a deck like a Charizard.
Exactly, yeah, it has the power, it has the speed, it has the versatility. It's going to be a dangerous deck for sure, but bringing in the Shrouded Fable, or should we say it's a bit shrouded in mystery here, because this is the first time we're seeing a Shrouded Fable on our big stages. And I am very excited for it. We're getting brand new cards that are being introduced into so many of our decks, and they can be quite powerful, as well as kind of spicing things up a bit. This brand new set was very heavily kind of based around poison Pokemon, dark Pokemon, and I'm excited to see some of that maybe bleed over into our World Championships here.
Self-inflicted damage all over the place. Not poisoning your opponent, poison yourself, or take knockouts on yourself with the Dusclops and the Dusknoir, but you get these huge benefits out of it. Maybe you can combine that to deal extra damage or surprise your opponent with a knockout that they weren't ready for. A lot of this doesn't look like a brand new deck, but it looks like a brand new style that you can build on with a previously built thing that we've seen at NAIC. So having that opportunity to take this deck and take it to the next level is really what Shrouded Fable seems to be all about.
Exactly. I'm very excited to see it. I mean, we have a couple of support Pokemon, as you said, ones that knock themselves out. Of course, Pheasantipity as well. Some draw support on the horizon. And all of our casters were kind of discussing how we think this card is going to be in a lot of decks, and hopefully it can secure those cards. After your Pokemon is knocked out, you draw 3 cards, and that's going to help with the consistency for a lot of these decks that are being played out in our field, especially those ones who were kind of prone to being disrupted and then just declining after that. Now they have that extra support, and then you're kind of putting your Pokemon or your opponent in a pickle as well, because did they take out the draw support, or did they take out the giant thing that's attacking them right now? Yep. So it's a really cool card, and I'm excited to see it. Do you think it's going to be our most played card from Shrouded Fable, Kyle?
I don't know about that. No, I definitely think it's probably one of the bigger cards that we're going to see. The Iono is the big piece. Having an answer to being limited in the hand size and just draw right back up. Your opponent's not going to stop taking prize cards. That's one thing you can guarantee is going to happen throughout the entirety of that game, unless they're Snorlax. We don't talk about those people. So you know you'll have that ability to draw up those cards, and that's probably how you just continue on that prize structure that you have. You want to make sure that you have that guaranteed flow that you can just continue to take all the prizes.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we have a lot of new spice on the horizon here, and I'm excited to see it be showcased in these decks from our incredible players out there in the field and on our big stage. We're so close to hopping into our first round, but let's discuss our caster picks. Us as commentators here, we have a little our own little opinions on the
rivalries.
Meta. Yeah, we got some rivalries out here as well. As you can see, all of the casters you're going to be seeing at the World Championships for the trading card game have made and locked in their decisions of what they think is going to succeed here. Do you want to discuss yours first, Kyle?
Yeah, let's go for it. So these are some decks that we've already seen well established going into the North American International Championships and well before then as well. But I feel like the tools that the Charizard deck has gained since Shrouded Fable really start to make it one of the top competitors in the room. Having the ability to use that Dusclops, even the Dusknoir sometimes, if you find that candy at the right spot, you can deal so much additional damage counters to your opponent's board, set up some really big knockouts, and you're also increasing the attack of that Burning Darkness for your Charizard. It starts to line up some knockouts that weren't possible beforehand, and just the opportunity of that definitely means that this card has a chance to surprise some players.
I think you're spot on with that, Kyle. How do you feel about the spread as far as these cards goes for all of our casters here?
I feel like This is perfect.
Covered it, I
You can
think.
see we've covered just about everything at this point. We have some of those helpful cards there, the Pheasantipity as well, but you see also the mix. Ross has that Hiram in there, the Reggie Drago, Kyle Zukovic with the Iron Hands drop. Man, there's a lot to think about when you see that board and all the different Pokemon, and that's what our competitors are thinking about too. They could see just about anything on the other side of that table.
Yeah, I mean, everything's very hush-hush before the World Championships because nobody wants to leak any details of what themselves or their player group are going to be bringing to Worlds because they want to win it all. And having a nice little surprise in your deck can definitely be that key piece to put you over the edge and make you a champion here at Worlds. But we want you to keep up with us. Who are you rooting for at our World Championships? Which games are you watching here? Which Pokemon do you want to see on our screens? Make sure to keep up with us on all of our social media platforms. Maybe we'll be able to feature some of your posts here as well. Hashtag Pokemon Worlds. Definitely make sure you tune in throughout the entire weekend to our cast.
Yep, we'll be following along with all those hashtags and seeing which decks you're looking forward to seeing, which players you're following along the way, maybe some fellow countrymen that we see, and there's so much action to follow. It's going to be very exciting to watch and see how you guys take it as well.
Yes, exactly. We're going to be jumping into this action very, very soon. I'm very excited, Kyle. But before we do, as we get the stage set up, we actually have a nice little recap of all of our champions from this season so far. Let's check it out.
This is the final international event of our 2024 season. And we're so excited to watch our competitors solidify their invites to Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. The stakes get higher and higher the closer we get to that coveted world champion title. This is your last opportunity.
There is a lot on the line for every single player out here. It has been a long season with a lot of Pokemon coming out on top.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome to the kickoff of the 2024 season. Bronze Battle. Oh, wow.
Andrew Estrada.
Riley Factura taking the first regional, and Michael Zhang.
I'm really excited to see that team again. The previous time I was on stream, we kind of both underestimated a little bit.
Giovanni Costa.
A double credit! Arjest, a smile on his face. Gate number 5 goes to Arjest.
Here it is, Mirage Gate, gonna power up Giratina V-Star, and John Eng is the Portland Regional Champion.
And he takes it, the Charlotte Miracle.
Todd Reckleb is your 5-time international champion.
Well, becomes a repeat champion, 3-time Worlds qualified competitor. No one can do it like Doombug.
Other trainers should consider me a threat because I never back down. I never feel like I'm out of a game, and I'm always going to give it my best.
Did people not see the 3 regional championships I have?
I do not mess up very often, and I'm not going to start messing up.
Probably the best, the word right now. So they should be threatened.
I'm threatening in the way that any other competitor who is qualified for Worlds is threatening.
Somos la mejor región de Latinoamérica Sur.
I think if the other players at the World Championships don't consider me a threat, then they have not done their research.
All these events really just lead up to Worlds. We've had some phenomenal players win this season, and
players are better now than they've ever been. You get a lot of people from different places in the world, and
it'll be the biggest World so far. It's going to be an incredibly difficult feat to try and win it all.
It's never a guarantee. Everyone is phenomenal. Everyone is doing great service to the game at the World Championship.
Only one person can win, so everyone's going to have a story.
I am absolutely winning Worlds this year. I am unstoppable right now.
I am definitely winning Worlds this year.
I will be winning the World Championship this year.
I'm winning the World Championships. If not this year, then eventually.
Gonna give it my all, you know?
Who knows how far I'll go, but I've always said I wanted to get another Pikachu trophy, so
I'll pour my heart and soul into it once again, and we'll see how far it takes us.
I do think I have a chance.
I think I do have a good shot.
I want to have fun more than anything.
If I could battle anybody at the World Championships, it'd be Tord Reckleb.
I would love to face off against Tord again.
If I beat Azul in the Worlds Finals, that would have been amazing.
Azul.
It's gotta be real, Gotti.
Doombug.
Justin Tang.
Brand Chen.
So I think the World Championship is literally the only thing I haven't won. So that's like the last thing I need to collect for my trophy case.
It would be life-changing.
Winning Worlds would mean the world to me.
There were a lot of people when I won Worlds the first time that sort of teased me about it being Seniors Worlds when Ray was taking his third crown, and I've always kind of wanted to prove them wrong.
I think that if I were to win the World Championships again, it would mean that I am undisputably the best player of all time.
Being able to tell my 10-year-old self that, hey, your dreams actually did come true would be something magical.
So many incredible players that we've seen all throughout this season, and they're going to be facing off here today at our World Championships all weekend long with one goal in mind. They want to become a world champion. I am very excited to kick things off. We're going to be heading into our round one here. Kyle, you ready to bring some hype?
Let's do it! Look at these players ready to go. It's unreal. We're already at this point, and yes, you spoke about it. Players that want to become the world champion. One of these players already knows how to do that.
Yeah, buddy. Robin Schultz here at our table, ready to face off in our round one. I'm sure he's focusing up, ready to go with his deck. He's going to be piloting Reggie Drago V-Star, one of our topic discussions here at the top of the show, because it is a hot topic. Could it be the year of the Drago? We'll have to see. Let's take a look at these prize cards between our players, as we have Bastien Lamont on the left side here as well.
Yeah, looks like a little bit of an issue there with some of that prizing. The Mochi is going to be important if you want to get some of that additional damage down, but other than that, not terrible. And same for Robin. We see one copy of that Mute EX to draw some additional resources, but all in all, not too bad.
Yeah, you see that Charmeleon there. That kind of hints to what Bastien's going to be playing here. That Charizard EX deck. I'm so excited to see this face-off. This is kind of a staple face-off that we've been waiting to see here, Kyle. How does Charizard compete against Reggie Drago? On paper, how do you think it shakes out, Kyle?
It depends. The style that you build your Charizard EX to be can completely change the style of the matchup. If you have copies of that Dusknoir line, then perhaps you can get some earlier knockouts before your opponent's prepared for that. But if we see Robin take an early knockout, there's always that opportunity for Bastien to sneak in some additional damage with that self-poison and that Binding Mochi as well. And we saw
First regional and Michael Zhang.
I'm really excited to see that team again. The previous time I was on stream, we kind of both underestimated a little bit. Giovanni Costa.
The double crit! Argent, a smile on his face. Game number 5 goes to Argent.
Here it is, Barrage Gate, gonna power up Giratina V-Star, and John Eng is the Portland Regional Champion.
And he takes it. The Charlotte Miracle.
Todd Ratcliffe is your 5-time international champion.
Well, becomes a repeat champion, 3-time world qualified competitor. No one can do it like Doombug.
Other trainers should consider me a threat because I never back down. I never feel like I'm out of a game, and I'm always going to give it my best.
Do people not see the 3 regional championships I have?
I do not mess up very often, and I'm not going to start messing up.
Probably the best, the word right now. So they should be threatened.
I'm threatening in the way that any other competitor who is qualified for Worlds is threatening.
Somos la mejor región de Latinoamérica Sur.
I think if the other players at the World Championships don't consider me a threat, then they have not done their research.
All these events really just lead up to Worlds. We've had some phenomenal players win this season, and
Players are better now than they've ever been. You get a lot of people from different places in the world, and
it's going to be the biggest World so far. It's going to be an incredibly difficult feat to try and win it all.
It's never a guarantee. Everyone is phenomenal. Everyone is doing great service to the game at the World Championships.
Only one person can win, so everyone's going to have a story.
I am absolutely winning Worlds this year. I am unstoppable right now.
I am definitely winning Worlds this year.
I will be winning the World Championship this year.
I'm winning the World Championships.
If not this year, then eventually.
Gonna give it my all, you know.
Who knows how far I'll go, but I've always said I wanted to get another Pikachu trophy, so
I'll pour my heart and soul into it once again, and we'll see how far it takes us.
I do think I have a chance.
I think I do have a good shot.
I want to have fun more than anything.
If I could battle anybody at the World Championships, it'd be Tord Rekla.
I would love to face off against Tord again.
If I beat Azul in the Worlds Finals, that would have been amazing.
Azul.
It's gotta be Gabriel Agati.
Junebug.
Junebug.
Justin Tang.
Brand Chen.
So I think the World Championship is literally the only thing I haven't won. So that's like the last thing I need to collect for my trophy case.
It would be life-changing.
Winning Worlds would mean the world to me.
There were a lot of people when I won Worlds the first time that sort of teased me about it being Seniors Worlds when Ray was taking his third crown, and I've always kind of wanted to prove them wrong.
I think that if I were to win the World Championships again, it would mean that I am undisputably the best player of all time.
Being able to tell my 10-year-old self that, hey, your dreams actually did come true would be something magical.
It takes grit, it takes determination, it takes passion, love, and care to become a Pokemon World Champion. And so many trainers have their hearts set on the title this very weekend. I want to gather some final thoughts before we jump into the competition. Amanda, what would you say to everyone watching at home and all the trainers here in the arena?
I mean, one thing that you've said, I think you also need some confidence. If you hear all of those competitors, they are determined to win Worlds. I think everyone who's watching is in for a treat, regardless if you're here in this packed stadium or if you're at home. And if you're at home, Twitch drops.
Jim.
Yeah, what's most exciting for me is that we don't regularly get to see the different regions facing off. We see a lot of regionals that are within a particular region, right? We see our LATAMs, our North America, our APAC regions, but now we get to see them all facing off, in some cases for the first time. So I expect some electric battles here this weekend.
So many talented trainers here, so many champions here, and I think it's really just going to come down to who is able to stay cool, calm, and collected. So my advice for the competitors is just do what you need to do to stay in the zone.
It's been a long road, but we are finally here. The 2024 Pokemon Go World Championships are underway right now. So if you're ready, trainers, lock in, good luck, and have fun. Casters, over to you.
Aloha trainers, it is the 2024 Pokemon Go World Championships here in Honolulu, Hawaii. My name is Caleb Pang, and I have the privilege and honor to share this booth with my friend, Two Up Butters, Steven Sanders. How you doing this morning?
I'm amazing. How could you not be excited when the best Pokemon trainers have traveled here from across the globe with a dream of becoming a Pokemon World Champion? This is the biggest Pokemon Worlds yet, with over 200 competitors. Let's take a look at how they will compete this weekend.
The 2024 Pokemon World Championships event will be showcasing the best Pokemon Go trainers and matches all weekend. Trainers from around the world are here to compete for the title of World Champion. Over $2 million in prizing and return invitations for next year's Worlds. Day 1, our trainers will compete in double elimination groups using the Great League format in Pokemon Go. Day 2, the best trainers from Day 1 will continue to battle until only the final 2 trainers remain. Day 3, our trainers compete in their final matches until a World Champion is crowned. Matches are best of 3, except for the Winners Finals, Losers Finals, and Grand Finals, which are all best of 5. All matches will be played in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format. This means that all players will create a team of up to 6 Pokemon, of which 3 will be brought to each game. Who will take the title of Pokemon World Champion this weekend? Will its Axon be able to defend his title as the World Champion? Watch to find out, and follow all of the action at Pokemon.com/play.
You said it perfectly, Butters. We have 200 competitors here, over 200 for Pokemon Go, and this is pretty much double of what we had last year. We're in our 3rd year for Pokemon Go on the official circuit. I'm very excited to see and be a part of the largest tournament to date so far.
And remember, it's been a gap since the last tournament, so the meta has time to change a lot. So actually, let's look at that day 1 usage. Let's see if any of these meta trends that we predicted actually showed up. And look at this. Lickitung is actually number 1, but how about this? Double electric in the top 5, Caleb.
It's an electric meta right here. I know some people were doubting the Lantern, especially after that Spark nerf back in June. But the thing is, everyone's now pivoting over to Water Gun Lantern. And in my opinion, I think it's actually even better in this current meta, better into Gligar. You still beat Skarmory. You still have a lot more play into those water ground types like Quagsire. You even have the potential to even beat it too. The thing that was holding Lantern back was that mirror matchup against opposing Spark Lantern, but if no one's running Spark, Water Gun Lantern is here to play, and this fish is not going anywhere. But
I mean, look at it against the top 12 here. It literally only has one terrible matchup, which is the Altaria. It's going to be able to wall all the energy that is electric and water. Cresselia is not great. Cresselia is going to be able to outpace that Water Gun Lantern, but even against Lickitung in the one Protect Shield situation, it's not bad. That was one of the trends that you're hearing rumblings about going into the tournament, that a lot of trainers are bringing double electric. And it's true. It's a fact now because double electric is in the top 5. We even see Azumarill, I believe, was in that top 6 there, which was another meta trend that we thought was going to happen. So looks like a lot of these trainers are right. So I feel like they're on the right page to be able to predict what is going to be at the World Championships this year.
Yeah, I think a lot of these trainers are really preparing and trying to anticipate what other players are going to bring, because we've only had one tournament so far in this meta, and this is the second and only other one. So a lot of people are saying, well, hey, I saw this at NAIC, and I think these might be the adjustments I'm making. I'm seeing a lot more Lantern usage, obviously, based in Gligar usage as well. One of the strongest Pokemon throughout the entire season, but with access to Water Gun on that Lantern and, of course, Skarmory's around, Gligar has 2 pretty hard checks in this meta, and I think a lot of people are anticipating the increase of Skarmory usage as well. Lantern, which both have not the best matchups against Registeel, right? Registeel is going to struggle against Charge Bug, resisting all those charge attacks, but with Lantern around, Registeel has a lot more fights. Speaking of Registeel, we got it on stage, and we got a star-studded matchup to kick things off. We got Tauntaun Padus, the 2023 EUIC champion of Europe, and then we got LNDS Hard Jeff on the right-hand side, the 2024 LAIC champion. 2 international champions to kick things off here at World Championships.
Yeah, well, welcome to the World Championships, right? With this kind of matchup to start, it's time to find out who's going to be the main character of this year's story. And will it be Harjeffi, who you saw in that video? He thinks he's at the top of his game, could be the best in the world right now. And he placed top 5 in 2 international championships this year. Of course, sweeping the Latin America International Championships, but coming all the way over to North America to place 5th. Behind a fellow Brazilian, LNDS Steinar, who actually got 3rd, and they played the exact same team. So he's very familiar with this meta because he's already been top 5 in this meta.
Yeah, definitely. And he has a whole list of accomplishments, multiple regional wins, international win as well. He's looking for his first and potential World Championships win. Let's take a look at the team here. He's got Altaria, Shadow Gligar, Vigoroth, Azumarill, Lantern, and Registeel. No Annihilate. Annihilate was, I think, #1 usage at NAIC, the only other tournament in this meta, but you can see a lot of people pivoting away from it, and you can see Harjep as well. A lot of Annihilate counters too to protect that Vigoroth.
And Vigoroth was the Pokemon of choice for him at that last international championship, and Tauntaun Padus also running that Vigoroth. But look at this! Running the Shadow Magnezone to start us off. Also, your pick, the Clodsire with the Mudshot Earth Power and Stone Edge, which I believe it's Earthquake Stone Edge, and Shadow Feraligatr, Cresselia, in the Altaria as well. Double Altaria, double Vigoroth to start us off.
And his Shadow Feraligatr is actually running Crunch. A lot of people tend to opt for Ice Beam for better coverage against stuff like Altaria that really just, you know, resists all the other moves, so Hydro Cannon really. But Crunch is interesting because it gives it a lot more utility into stuff like Lantern, right? And expecting more Water Gun Lantern can be crucial for having that Crunch access.
Right, and speaking of that, I feel like that is why maybe Tauntaun is going for the Mudshot too on the Clodsire to try to have that super effective fast attack damage versus that Lantern that you are going to expect that is going to be on Harjeffi's team. And Harjeffi, I was talking to him yesterday, and he had a really complicated approach to how he prepared for these World Championships. A lot of data-driven analysis to try to decide what he'll run. I won't give away his details, but it was really awesome to hear how these trainers are going in through such depths to prepare for the biggest moment of this season, because you have to be your best every single battle. This is your opening matchup, and you're against another international champion.
And I talked to Harjef yesterday. He said that he personally was a little bit worried about Clodsire against his team.
Wow, okay.
That his team's a little bit weaker, hoping not too many people run Clodsire. And
Caleb, wait, let me add something. Or let me tell you something too.
Yeah.
He said he was worried about Cresselia too. So Clodsire, Cresselia were the 2 Pokemon that he said he was a little worried about. And both of them are on Tauntaun's team.
Yeah, Tauntaun, one of the most creative team builders for sure. No stranger to running spice picks. Not maybe the spiciest team, but his team, I would say, is still pretty far off from the meta, right? Clodsire, Shadow for Alligator, Shadow Magnezone, all not making that top 12 in usage either, but they have a lot of play in this current meta, and I don't know. I think he picked a really good team, but we'll see how Harjeff is able to overcome this challenge as these players are starting to lock in for its first game here at World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii.
The interesting thing about this matchup is there's no real hard answer for that Vigoroth. Vigoroth is going to be quite safe for both trainers because there's no Annihilate on either team, and even against Azumarill, even against Cresselia, yes, those can be losing matchups, but if you use the Protect Shields, you could either be in that matchup or it'll be a soft loss, which isn't the end of the world, especially for a trainer like Tauntaun, who might want to come in with that Shadow Magnezone, and actually that Shadow Magnezone is looking pretty strong against Harjeffy's team because it's good against Registeel, it's pretty good against Lantern, it's good against Azumarill, Gligar, it's okay, Altaria is good, it really just has to worry about the Vigoroth, so I think we're going to see a lot of Vigoroth from Harjeffy, and I think you might see the Magnezone from Tauntaun.
Definitely, I mean, I think that's a very solid point there too. The Water Gun Lantern is going to benefit a little bit more in that matchup before, you know, running Spark was resisted. The Water Gun damage for neutral really adds up, especially against a more frail Pokemon like Shadow Magnezone. But you're absolutely right. With energy advantage, with shield advantage, Shadow Magnezone has so much potential into Harjeff's team. He doesn't have a water ground type. He doesn't have the Clodsire. He has a Gligar, but Gligar even taking resistant Wild Charge still does quite a bit of damage. He had to land a dig. But here we go. It's going to be game number 1, Tauntaun versus Harjeff to kick things off. It's going to be a Cresselia into Shadow Gligar. Pretty neutral matchup.
Yeah, but look at this backline. You have the Shadow Magnezone in the back, and you're facing the Azumarill and the Altaria. This is your Shadow Magnezone counter in the lead here, but the good thing for Shadow Gligar and Harjeffy is Shadow Gligar in the one protection shield situation is pretty good against Cresselia, so looks like a no protect shield to start us off at the World Championships from Tauntaun.
Yeah, Harjeff definitely needs to preserve some of this Gligar if possible for that Magnezone because it's so strong in the backline. You can see Harjeff already valuing the Gligar going to shield the Grass Knot, a little bit less damage than Moonblast, but Tauntaun still has 2 more moves to potentially take out this Gligar. Now goes through the Moonblast. It's going to connect onto that Shadow Gligar. Do we see a debuff, small debuff chance, but...
Oh, we actually did say what a way to start us at the World Championships!
Oh, and here comes a dig from Harjeff, farming as much energy as possible, staying composed. Tauntaun said, you know what? I'm probably going to save my shields for that Magnezone. I think it's a good call here.
I think he's... Wait. Oh, wait! Oh, no! Because of the debuff, he actually had to throw the Aerial Ace. That is a huge disadvantage for Harjeffy. He had to throw all that energy where otherwise he would have knocked out with the dig, and now comes the Shadow Magnezone. This Magnezone has a 2 protect shield advantage, and the Shadow Gligar's energy dry. Here's the swap into Altaria.
Oh, and we see Harjeff banking that dig, knowing that even if he throws it, it's going to instantly be shielded. Tauntaun Batu's over 2 Wild Charges at this point. Going to throw that first hard-hitting Wild Charge. Harjeff going to correctly shield, but Harjeff, no shields already. 0 to 2 shield disadvantage to kick things off, and Tauntaun Batu still has both shields. A second Wild Charge coming through. Neutral Wild Charge damage does a huge amount.
And he pivots!
Altaria.
And he pivots out of it. He does the damage. He pivots in the Vigoroth. Gonna try to go for the counter down, but is denied by a Moonblast here. Actually using the Protect Shield on this Vigoroth here. Not saving it for that Shadow Magnezone in the back. Instead, using his first Protect Shield of the game to get that counter down. And now you have all that energy. The Shadow Gligar has some energy. You come with the Azumarill, and now do you bank some of that energy in case that Gligar comes in?
Yeah, that's 1 shield down on the side of Tauntaun Batu's. Harjeff needs to grab the second shield somehow. He has the dig loaded for that Magnezone, but there's a whole shield he still needs to get through, and there's no way he can wing attack down this Magnezone from this health range. You can see he's trying to figure out how to play this around, but Tauntaun, in that driver's seat, he knows he saves that shield for Magnezone. He's in a good position here, and Magnezone has an amazing play into Azumarill and Gligar, especially up a shield, and look at how much health is still on the Magnezone too. He's just trying to whittle down this Azumarill as fast as possible so that he could clear the way for that Magnezone sweep.
And we should point out, this is the Ice Beam, and swapped on the Ice Beam, actually sacrificing the Magnezone here. This is going to be not very effective, so it might not knock out. Can you get the Volt Switch down? How much bubble pressure can you do? One Volt Switch, two bubbles. It's not going to knock out. Wait a second, actually it does. It does knock out. Now Tauntaun is regretting his decision because now he has to protect shield this Ice Beam or let it go and be dangerously low to getting knocked out. He lets it go. This is going to be so close. Can the fast attack pressure from Harjeffi get him back into this game? And here comes the swap. Here comes the wing attack. No! The body slam comes through. Now it's all going to come down to counter versus bubble. Who will knock out?
It's going to be super close. Harjeff doesn't need to throw a move. He just needs to throw bubbles. Can he get to
one bubble? No!
The counter's going to come through. Tauntaun going to take game number 1 off of Harjeff.
Remember, that is a 2-turn fast attack with the counter. Bubble is 3 turns, so the 2-turn will register first. That 1 counter was enough to take the game 1 victory for Tauntaun Battus.
And we're hearing some of the crowds already chanting for their favorite competitor on stage. Love to hear the excitement there. Man, Tauntaun catching the Ice Beam, right? Resist the Ice Beam, thinking, all right, not that much damage from Magnezone, pretty frail, and then loses the Magnezone. And I thought, okay, maybe gave away his win condition there, but just stay firm on that Vigoroth, trying to sweep the back line.
And this was huge, Caleb.
Earlier, yes. That was massive too, wasting the energy on Harjeff. Harjeff's counting though, pretty on point. He knew that there's going to be a grass out ready. If he didn't throw that aerial ace, he would just lost the Gligar and went down a shield. So at least he was able to take out the Cresselia, but that debuff really saved Tauntaun in that early game.
Imagine if he had an extra aerial ace throughout that matchup, right? Because he had to waste it because he got very unlucky with that Moonblast debuff. But, you know, that's what happens sometimes in Pokemon. So now he has to bounce back here. Remember, this is a trainer that's been top 5 and has won an international championship this season. So he has been so consistent. I wouldn't count him out of this series. And Tauntaun, actually, he was the 2023 European International Champion, but this year, he was actually only 1-2 at UIC. So he's coming off some rough performances, but this team, so far, super creative, and the way he played that in game number 1 was fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, taking 1 game of Harjeff is no easy feat, too. I mean, no one was able to do that at Curitiba, right? So already taking 1 game off to kick things off, feeling pretty good for Tauntaun. I think in that first game, Harjeff was really over-preparing for Clodsire. The only thing he sweet to it, right? He brought the Gligar, the Azumarill, the Altaria, all having some decent neutral play into that Clodsire, right? Altaria probably being the worst one there, but he was scared to bring the Registeel. He didn't want to bring the Vigoroth as well because that's a losing matchup, but Vigoroth might be crucial for him to take out that Magnezone, because Magnezone was kind of hard for him to neutralize.
I agree, because it's not just that the Vigoroth can beat the Magnezone. It's like the only thing that's giving fast attack pressure, besides maybe the Water Gun Lantern. Everything else, you're just so comfortable double resisting wing attacks, resisting Dragon Breath. Lock on does 1 damage no matter what. It looks like we are locked into game number 2, and here it is. This is what Harjeffi needed. This is going to be the Vigoroth led into the Shadow Magnezone. You have to expect Tauntaun is going to instantly pivot, and he goes into his own Cresselia.
Cresselia is an interesting stage swap. There's not really an answer for it on the side of Harjeff. Just Registeel pretty much, but Registeel was not brought into this game. So quite the gamble, a good gamble from Tauntaun for sure. I think Harjeff's going to try to chip this down and either maybe just stay in and just farm down with energy, or going to take some of this damage and swap over to Gligar, because you really don't want to come into this with Azumarill either.
Yeah, and so you will take this chip damage onto the Vigoroth here. You can take some energy, and the thing is, actually throws the Body Slam right away, just trying to get some chip damage into this Cresselia to make sure that you keep the alignment into that Shadow Magnezone later, because even if you are this low health with Vigoroth, you can still do a ton of counter damage into that Shadow Magnezone, and actually brings out his second best counter to the Magnezone, so he is a little vulnerable with his Azumarill if he gets led into that Magnezone in the back line.
I like this play by Harjeff though, because it's really uncomfortable for Tauntaun to come into a Gligar with the Magnezone, right? Magnezone's going to resist all that bolster damage. Great timing from Harjeff. You're on charge back priority, trying to waste, get as much energy as possible, and force Tauntaun to shield there first, or take it out with as much energy as possible. And here comes Magnezone into Gligar. Harjeff not messing around, going straight for dig through 2 shields. Tauntaun going to shield up this Magnezone. I like the play here because even with energy, Magnezone, not a great matchup into Vigoroth. It's going to do a lot of damage though with that wild charge damage, and throws the Mirror Shot, I believe right on charge back priority right before it. It's going to be enough to take out the Gligar. Does Harjeff shield No, going to save the shields because he knows he doesn't want to get hit by wild charge on the Vigoroth. Vigoroth comes in. Oh, mirror shot bait to kick things off. Going to grab a shield. RJF right away.
Gets the shield there, and now can you also get the attack drop? Mirror Shot can drop your attack by one stage. No, doesn't get the attack drop. This time swaps into the Azumarill here, and the Vigoroth, they are both switch locked now, so this is actually pretty good for Harjeffi. It is shield parity here, but the thing is, if you soft lose this matchup and allow the farm down on that Shadow Magnezone, Harjeffi can be in trouble. So you have to be very delicate with this situation in front of you because you can't allow that Magnezone to set up.
Yeah, I think their timers are, for the most part, synced up, so I think Harjeff's play is, yes, I'm going to take out this Vigoroth, but I'm going to make sure my switch timer is pretty much up when I take it out so that I don't get that farm down, like you said, from that Magnezone. Magnezone still has a little bit of energy, though, because it went for a mirror shot bait earlier. It didn't even wild charge. So it definitely has a lot of play in the back end. But Harjeff trying to thread the needle here a little bit, keep the health bars as low as possible. Ponton Batus already had 2 back-to-back body slams, so Harjeff just let this go.
Yeah, he does, and it's not going to knock out here, and he does let it go. The Azumarill hangs on, and he's able to throw the ice swap once again, 2 games in a row, but actually decides to protect shield it. This is not very effective, but I think a Vigoroth throwing a body slam is going to do more damage than an ice beam. So actually uses his last shield, trying to get to the mirror shot, barely gets to the mirror shot. Will this get the last protect shield of the game from Harjeffi? You have to, because you have to get this counter down. But the Volt Switch is going to do a lot of damage too. Can you get the attack drop? Doesn't get it this time. He gets the attack drop. And now, can he get the counter down? He does get the counter down. He's loaded on energy. He just needs back-to-back body slams, but his charge attack priority. And it looks like Tauntaun trained for higher attack, and he's able to knock out the opposing Vigoroth of Harjeffi.
It's game 1 all over again, too. They're going to have to go for a bubble down or a counter down. Can the Azumarill get the bubble down this time around?
The revenge for Azumarill!
Harjeff's World Championship dreams are still alive here, tying up.
Wow!
1 HP in game 1, 1 HP in game 2. Vigoroth versus Azumarill in back-to-back games. These games can't get any closer.
My goodness. The same 2 Pokemon fast attacking down. I mean, it's elite energy management to be in that situation where all you have is your hopes of fast attacking down because you're trying to min-max all your charge attacks throughout the game, and those in-games become super complicated there, and it's just amazing how they ended the exact same way, and now we got a tie series. It's 1-1.
Yeah, a tie series for sure. I mean, just, you know, tough matchups for Tauntaun to lead into, right? That Magnezone into Vigoroth, but it just hits so hard, and you have to respect the shield, to respect the damage from that Magnezone. I believe Harjeff shielded 2 mirror shots in that game. Didn't shield anything else, right? But even the bait move is threatening enough because it potentially could be that wild charge to force you to shield in that situation. But yeah, what a game here. We did get some information there. Looks like Tauntaun's Vigoroth does have a higher attack than the Vigoroth on the side of Harjeff. So that's really important knowledge for this game number 3. Harjeff now knows that that's going to be the outcome every time he matches up in that mirror matchup. So he has to figure out how to play around this matchup a little bit more. Meanwhile, Tauntaun can really take advantage of that higher attack, getting that charge attack priority in that mirror matchup. So you can see him probably leading with energy more or maximizing as much energy as possible, knowing that he gets that body slam first in that head-to-head matchup.
Right, and we're expecting that mirror matchup, right? Because Vigoroth is so strong for both of these trainers, and now Tauntaun knows he's going to bring it every single time, knowing he can win charge attack priority. And Harjeffi didn't bring it game number 1. That's the game he lost. Game number 2, he brought it. He actually would have won earlier if he won that charge attack priority because he had 2 body slams that got thrown into the trash there because he lost the charge attack priority. Now, we've seen Shadow Magnezone for 2 straight games. I think we're going to see it in game number 3. There is no clear answer besides that Vigoroth, and now you know you win the charge attack priority, so you're not as worried about that Vigoroth. So I think we're going to see Shadow Magnezone one more time. Looks like we're locked in the decisive game number 3, and here it is. It's going to be the Shadow Magnezone leading into the Shadow Gligar. You don't have to swap here, though. This isn't terrible at first.
Yeah, and we see Harjeff actually being registered for the first time here, too, knowing that he's quite weak to Cresselia, and just going to say, you know what, if you have the Clodstar in the back, I'm probably going to lose the back-end match, but we'll see what we can do. Harjeff going straight away to the take, and we're going to get a shield from Tauntaun right off the bat.
Is there a worse 50-50 double not very effective or double super effective, but calling that one exactly correct. And now you have to call if this is going to be a mirror shot, which is technically still bait. It is neutral, and the other one is resisted, but Wild Charge just does so much damage. Can he get the attack drop one more time? No, I don't believe he got the attack drop.
No attack drop, going for the harder hitting Wild Charge. Resisted damage, but this resistance damage doesn't look resistant at all. Almost one-shotting the Gligar. In comes the Cresselia. I like this play from Hardchef, farming up extra energy, and here comes the Registeel, the hard punish to the safe swap Cresselia.
And I really like how Harjeffi banked that energy, but the health in the Gligar is out of range of getting knocked out by a counter, and maybe out of range of getting knocked out by a Volt Switch. Probably a Volt Switch will knock out, so can he capitalize on those two charge attacks in the in-game without getting knocked out and wasting that energy? But this is perfect. Like you mentioned, the team read adjustment. The Cresselia has been really strong, so this time he brings the Registeel in the back.
And you know Hardjeff here is not going to just throw the Zap Cannon right away. He wants to come away with as much energy as possible. I mean, if you look at the back line of Tauntaun, that energy on the Registeel has so much play into both the Vigoroth and the Magnezone. There's no easy way to finish off this Registeel. You can see Tauntaun just going for the grass out there, just trying to get as much damage as possible off on this Registeel, because this big steel robot is not easy to take out.
Yeah, and the thing is, here's the swap on the Zap Cannon. Look at that catch from Tauntaun here to take the resisted damage and soak it out of Shadow Magnezone. You never soak damage on Shadow Magnezone, gets the debuff, and then two counters, just throws the Magnezone out of there. I don't need you anymore, but Tauntaun is going to have an uphill battle because that's a two counter advantage for Harjeffi on his Vigoroth.
And let's not forget, Harjeff has almost back-to-back aerial ace energy banks on the Gligar. Over Dig with the energy as well. It's not going to be easy to play out this backline. Tauntaun, a fantastic catch, but he's still in a really tough position.
Yeah, and this second body slam is going to get protection here, but Tauntaun knows, I mean, he has to throw his own body slam here, and Harjeffi knows it too. He knows he has this game in the bag here, and here comes the body slam, here comes the protection. Harjeffi is trying to bring in the crowd here. He's feeling very confident in this moment, in this victory, because he has all that energy banked, plus, because of the two counter advantage, he's already at the next body slam, so he's going to secure the knockout into the Mirror Vigoroth.
Getting that counter damage off is crucial. He has energy on the Gligar. Going to throw a Tauntaun, not able to swap and catch the energy on the Cresselia. Gligar connects with the first aerial ace. It's probably going to build up to Dig first before going into the Cresselia, or can even swap to the Registeel. No, just going to throw the aerial ace here. You can see Tauntaun already saying GG's, conceding here, recognize that he is going to take the loss in this first series. You see Registeel is too hard to be stopped. Registeel coming back in this meta, and this is exactly why. Going to lock on down, going for the Focus Blast even. And Harjeff is going to take your first series here at World Championships against Tauntaun Battus.
You hear the cheers from the LNDS team there in the crowd. What an opening matchup at 2024 Pokemon Worlds in Honolulu. Harjeffi continuing his consistency, which I think is going to be so important in this tournament. There's so much parity in Pokemon Go PvP. So these trainers that can be this consistent are probably going to make it to day number 2 on Saturday.
I mean, and you said it too, right? His biggest fear was what? Cresselia and Clodsire. He faced both, right, in that first series against Tauntaun Battus. Tauntaun actually didn't even bring the Clodsire, but that Magnezone also looked like a huge pain.
Yeah.
However, Harjeff finding a way around it. I mean, Tauntaun, I've never seen someone catch so many moves on a Magnezone ever, but he was catching moves left and right on the Magnezone, but just unfortunately not enough bulk to sustain even the resistant moves on that Magnezone.
I want to give a lot of credit to Tauntaun because he's such a creative battler. Not only with his team compositions, making Shadow Dragonair really strong, in the past having so many spicy teams being so successful, but even in this situation, running a very unique team with that Clodsire, with that Shadow Magnezone, and then playing the Shadow Magnezone in a way that we never see, going in and catching resisted charge attacks, caught 2 Ice Beams. I think every single game caught an Ice Beam game 1, Ice Beam game 2, a Zap Cannon in game number 3. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to win, but of course, this is double elimination here at the World Championship, so he's not out of it quite yet.
Yeah, and we see in this third game too, the Registeel really coming in. It is not easy to catch a Zap Cannon or any moves from Registeel. These are one-turn lockouts. You have to be completely on point within half a second to catch those moves. But, Jeff, you can see, recognizing his win condition, you can catch all the moves you want, Tauntaun, but I'm still going to come away with the victory here. You can see the excitement on Jeff's face after that first Game 1 loss, able to come back 2-0 on the next 2 games.
And you can see the excitement, the motivation here, because I don't think you could be in a worse hole. First off, he was worried about Clodsire Cresselia, and then Shadow Magnezone was tough versus his team. And then his own Vigoroth doesn't win charge attack priority versus the opposing Vigoroth, and also he was down 0-1 in that series, but able to pull off that reverse sweep. And how about that call in game number 3? You called it out early. Even though he knows he's kind of weak to that Vigoroth in the back, he ran the Registeel because he was expecting the Cresselia pivot, and he had it happen, and then that's probably what gave him the swing advantage to win the entire game.
Yeah, that was a big call from him too, because if that Registeel was locked onto a Clodsire, it would have been a little role reversal there, releasing everything the Registeel has. There's no really harder matchup for Registeel than that Clodsire, but it was only on the bench, a little bench pressure for Tauntaun. Tauntaun's not out of it yet, or any of our trainers who have lost their first set of battles. It is a double elimination tournament, and we saw Dancing Rob, our world champion from 2022, losing, I think, round 2 in World Championships and storming all the way through the loser bracket to make it to back to grand finals and win the whole thing. So anything is possible here, especially for Tauntaun Batus as well.
You can't count out anyone here at the World Championships. Of course, their journey led them here from their accomplishments this season. Whether you qualified through winning a regional, winning an international championships, or you got enough championship points to get here, or even in some APAC regions you won a qualifier, they are all here for a reason, because they performed really well in the 2024 season. So we're not going to count out Tauntaun Batus. I loved this team, actually. It was super exciting to watch. I mean, super creative with the Clodsire. We never got to see it, but Shadow Magnezone, if that's going to be the meta that Jeffy has, and a lot of trainers have teams like that, looks like Shadow Magnezone is going to be pretty strong here.
Yeah, and I mean, how can you count out Tauntaun, right? Game 2, he was 1 HP. 1 HP away from taking the whole series. But Jeff able to bubble down before the counter down, added up, set up for that Game 3 victory for him. So we're going to see, and definitely follow along the bracket if you want to see how other trainers are doing, Tauntaun or other ones that aren't featured on the broadcast as well, because we can only show so many matchups, but so many of these matchups look really good. But for those tuning in, make sure you're checking out our Twitch drops as well. Live here, we have Twitch drops for Pokemon Go. Day number 1 here, we got Sableye Candy, Sableye XLs as well. XL Candy, something you need to make a really good Sableye for Great League, or if you're really feeling spicy for Ultra League, maybe even. We got Elite TMs as well. Those are hard to come by, one of the rarest resources in Pokemon Go. And of course, everyone could use more Stardust, and me personally, I love a little bit more XP too.
I could use it. I could use it personally, and thank you to everyone that's watching right now. If you have any friends, tell them about these Twitch drops, because an Elite TM, I know I could use some of those. I could use some XP. I'm still grinding out that level 50, and I'm always low on Stardust. Plus, a Sableye encounter is 750 Stardust too, so a ton of awesome Twitch drops. Make sure to take full advantage, not just today, but throughout the weekend. Of course, we have day number 2 Twitch drops, day number 3 Twitch drops, and also we have a special surprise later today. I believe we are going to be unveiling some updates of a new meta coming up, so make sure to tune in throughout the stream, and make sure to be here at the end of the day as well.
I like the sound of that. The real question is, Lantern's still going to be meta relevant, because that thing is not going away anytime soon, based on what we're seeing here in these tournaments. But yeah, we're gonna have to stay tuned for that. But yeah, amazing Twitch drops there. I know a buddy of mine just got into Pokemon Go PP, right? Took a few years off, came back to the game, and starting to play some Go Battle League. He's like, man, this Surf from Swamper's not doing enough damage. I was like, yeah, you need Hydro Cannon on that, right? And the best way to get that is using that Elite Charge TM. So great resource for those getting into the game, and of course, for those that are veterans to the game, you can always use more Elite TMs, right? Upgrade your Pokemon. I built a new Feraligatr the other day with Hydro Cannon, had to use one there. So really important resource for Pokemon Go PvP.
Well, we got a pleasant surprise. We're actually going to hear from the Latin America International Champion himself to see how he's feeling after that first matchup. Take it away, Jim.
All right, thank you, Caleb. Thank you, Steven. Welcome, everyone. We're here in the lounge with the LAIC champion, fresh off his victory, LNDS Harjeff. Harjeff, I just want to touch base with you now. How are you feeling after that incredible first game?
Man, amazing. I'm still shaking, and like, it was a great game against Tauntaun, so
he's a very good battler, so I'm very happy with the win. So and good to be with you here.
For those at home that may not have seen Harjeff before, multiple regional champion, LAIC 2024 champion as well, and now he's here on the world stage. You lost the first game though, Harjeff. Tell us about how you felt traveling all the way here to Hawaii and feeling that moment where I could lose my first match. How did you recover after that?
Yeah, it was exactly that. Like, I was pretty confident on my first game because I think I had a good composition, but the debuff from the
moon blast
like, destroyed me. So I had to get back after that. So actually it was hard, but I was pretty confident that like that's my tournament. I can't lose right now. The first game I have a lot to climb. So first game I will win.
Lots of battles still left here for you. Congratulations again. Now I'm curious, when you were originally playing in the regionals and LAIC, much different meta than we're seeing right now. How have you adapted now to this late season meta compared to some of your original victories early season?
I practice a lot, so changing meta is just one thing that helps the player. So I'm always battling, I'm always practicing, so I think I can do well in every meta, so I'm pretty confident on that.
I'm looking forward to your next battles. Last question here for you. I know that you've had an incredible journey here, so much support, a lot of folks from your home country, international, a lot of support as well. Is there anyone that you'd like to shout out or say thank you to?
I want to shout out my wife, Viviana. Is helping me a lot. Always support every single day. So she's here with me. She was with me in Yokohama, so she's always with me. And I want to shout out every one of my friends at home, family, and the Jebelindo's family as well. But I know they're watching right now. I know they're cheering for me a lot. They were cheering here in Hawaii, and they're cheering at home. So without them, this couldn't be possible.
Whenever we see the LNDS, we feel the energy. So I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of your matches. Thank you again for the time, and best of luck in the rest of your battles.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. And that's awesome to hear. I know Harjeffi and his wife actually got married at the last Pokemon World Championship. So happy 1 year anniversary to them both, and awesome to see the support from not only her and his entire teammates, his entire region. We heard him in the audience. What a way to start us off, right? I mean, he said he was still shaking, but he is a trainer that's incredibly consistent and composed. I feel like to open up a world championship, being down 0-1 could be a tough position to be in, but he bounced back with fashion, and now he is moving on in his bracket, which of course, every bracket is tough at the World Championships.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at these matchups too. I mean, you can feature pretty much anyone on the big stage. You're going to be guaranteed to be a fantastic matchup. We have a fantastic matchup coming up soon for y'all. It's going to be Abhinav versus Goji. Abhinav, one of our players from India who actually has played in a lot of North America tournaments too. Is actually qualified for World Championships through North America, actually studying here. And then we're getting Goji in Korea. So I haven't seen a lot of Goji on the stage. It might be the first time actually on the big stage for Goji as well. So very excited to see what team he's running and his playstyle.
That might be a small advantage for Abhinav because he is from the India region and he's more familiar with APAC because he has competed in both regions. He has competed in an India qualifier and of course did qualify by winning a regional in North America. But I feel like a lot of the trainers, especially that qualify through regionals and international championships, they might not be as aware of these APAC trainers, and we know from the past a lot of APAC trainers come in and go really far. In terms of the top 12 in the last two worlds, APAC was actually the most represented region. So there's gonna be a lot of these trainers that you haven't heard of yet. They're gonna make it extremely far, and who knows, it could be Goji. That is gonna be our next matchup.
Yeah, this could be Goji's story. I mean, you're exactly right. So a lot of these APAC trainers, because they don't have a lot of broadcasts for their tournaments, they kind of come in and people don't really know what they have up their sleeve, and they're actually really talented trainers. I mean, all the ones here at the tournament are talented, but the ones that you have no data points on, you don't know what they run, what their strategies are, what movesets they're going to bring. It's going to be wild too. I mean, we had Gorahara, second place finish in the first World Championship Series from Korea, and then Crescent Angel's third place finish from Japan too. And we got Goji coming from Korea as well going into this. And These are some wild teams. I mean, Abhinav running a pretty meta.
Oh!
Goji.
Wow.
Talonflame, you got Mantine, you got Wiggins, you got Giratina, Origin, you even got Whiscash. It's not even a Whiscash meta right now.
Wow, I mean, talk about not knowing what to expect, right?
Yes.
This is not only a trainer you're not familiar with, but a completely different team composition. We have seen cores like this before. Of course, Inadequance won with that Wigglytuff and the Giratina Origin core in the past. Talonflame, we have seen in North America and Europe. Even Mantine, I think Ashton Ash did quite well with it in this iteration of the meta at the North American International Challengers. And in Whiscash, this is actually an opportunity to talk about. Whiscash has dropped all the way off top 12 usage, if I'm correct. I think it wasn't even in there, and that is a Pokemon that, especially Doombug, who won 3 regionals this season, was amazing with, and now it's not even meta.
Yeah, and I believe this is Goji's first ever Worlds qualification. First time on stage, first time on any broadcast. So very excited to see what he has up his sleeve. Giratina Origin, Ghost Dragon type. Not the easiest Pokemon to acquire. Definitely want to trade with some friends right through low friendship if you want to try to get one under that 1500 mark. I've used one myself, Butters, and it's an interesting Pokemon, right?
Yeah.
It does break up that double electric core of of Lantern and Charge Bug. And the Shadow Ball does a decent amount of damage, but Ominous Wind is a little underwhelming, especially if you don't get the boost. So we're going to have to see how Goji's going to pilot this Giratina. I think in the right hands, it could really do wonders.
It's extremely polarizing, because if you match up against Lickitung, let's actually look if we can see the charge attacks. We'll see that soon, but I believe it is going to be the Ominous Wind. Yes, so there is no coverage on that Giratina. It only has Ghost-type attacks. So if you match up with the Lickitung, that is terrible. Not only are you going to hard lose that matchup, but you're going to set up that Lickitung with probably 100 energy and 40% health to be able to do something against your backline. But if you look at the rest of Abhinav's team, it's pretty strong, right?
Got play into everything.
Yeah, it's strong against Annihilate. It's very strong against Annihilate. You have to worry about the Night Slashes, but it's going to be really good against Water Gun Lantern. It's going to be really good against Shadow Quagsire. And Skarmory and Shadow Gligar, it's just fine. So if you can avoid that Lickitung matchup, I actually think it's going to be really good in this series.
Yeah, it's got really interesting matchups into those, right? The pacing on the Giratina is going to be 7 to that Shadow Ball, whereas Skarmory's a little bit slower on their pacing, right? 8 to that first Sky Attack and Brave Bird, and then 8 to the subsequent Brave Bird, and only 7 to the Sky Attacks. But if Goji no shields a Sky Attack, thinking that, you know, it's a bait and not the Brave Bird, then you're actually in a really good position, because now you're going to outpace the Skarmory before they get to the next move. You're going to charge that priority, which is going to be a big factor as well.
And the huge benefit of this Pokemon in particular is that you're throwing Shadow Balls, but by the time, if it's a 1 Protect Shield situation, by the time they already protect you with Shadow Ball and you've done 14 Shadow Claws, they're almost in Shadow Ball range, almost every Pokemon. So that's why it's so strong in those neutral scenarios, because if you let a single Shadow Ball through, plus that Shadow Claw damage, that could be a knockout. And remember, Abhinav won his regional championships with an iteration of Wadaj's team. He took Wadaj's team and made some small updates to it. He said he made Wadaj's team better, but Wadaj hasn't been competing recently, so I'm interested to see what iteration of this team he has for this tournament.
Yeah, I think Abhinav typically plays a little bit more meta, safe Pokemon too, and that's more his style, right? Wanting to have a lot of neutral coverage, not going for something like a Giratina that gets hard walled by Lickitung, right? And you know, not going for maybe Charge Bug that just gets hard walled by Gligar. I think he has a really solid team here. It really depends on how he could take out that Giratina, because I think Goji's going to bring it, right? Because like you said, it has blame to everything besides the Lickitung, so why not, right? As long as you're not matched against Lickitung, you're in a good spot. Goji does have the Wigglytuff and the Registeel to beat the Lickitung, right? Those are wins that he could guarantee, especially if he's on even shields, even health. But the other Pokemon, a little bit harder, right? It's Whiscash, not the best answer to Lickitung. It does have some play, especially if you have shields, but not the best answer. Talonflame could be good if you ramp up that energy, ramp up that damage from Flame Charge. But again, kind of more neutral, and Mantine as well. So that Lickitung on Abhinav's side is actually, in my opinion, still fairly safe as well, because there's only really two answers to it, and really, it's just the Wigglytuff's not even the hardest of answers. It's really just the Registeel.
It's really hard to call, because Goji's team is very polarizing. There are so many tough matchups, and I feel like we need to talk a little bit about this Wigglytuff, that there's only one thing that can resist that, which is the Skarmory there. Does that mean that the Wigglytuff Talonflame core could be strong enough? Of course, there are 2 water types on Abhinav's team, but do you have enough bench pressure to scare off those water types? Does the Giratina Origin scare off the Lantern? Because you just don't want to deal with that hard lost matchup. And then Shadow Quagsire doesn't seem necessarily super strong against this team because you have the Mantine, which actually is not a terrible matchup, but you just really can't guess wrong against a team like this. If you guess wrong, you might just lose. And it looks like we're locked into game number 1. It is going to be the Skarmory into the Whiscash. So far, that's not a perfect lead for Abaddon, but it's not terrible.
Yeah, and this is the benefit of Quagsire, or Shadow Quagsire over Whiscash. Shadow Quagsire can actually win this matchup with shields up, going straight Aqua Tail. But Whiscash is not actually going to do as well here. If you get a debuff, it could make things a little bit easier for the Whiscash, but you can see the Skull not doing even half the damage, doesn't get the debuff either, and we see Abaddon throwing this first Sky Attack. I don't think we're going to see a shield here on Gochi just because knowing that most players will not go for the Brave Bird right off the bat, he's going to choose not to shield right to kick things off, and you can see the second Skull is about to be reached.
Caleb, look at this Mantine in the back. He brought the 3 Pokemon that were the least polarizing on his team, and that Mantine in the back is going to be really strong against the Shadow Gligar and Shadow Quagsire. Of course, the Shadow Quagsire can get to that Stone Edge, but this is a Water Pulse Mantine. It doesn't have Ice Beam for the double super effective into the Gligar, but either way, that Mantine is going to be really strong against Abaddon's back line.
And you can see Gochi actually fighting for switch advantage. I mean, switch advantage is interesting here because the Registeel really has nowhere to go, but you can see Gochi throwing a Charge Attack Priority, trying to make the most out of this Whiscash. And the thing is, if Abaddon doesn't take out this Whiscash with the Skarmory, it's not easy to take out this Whiscash because you don't really have enough fast attack pressure to take this out easily, and you have to respect the energy from this Whiscash on both Pokemon.
And going for the Scald here, knowing that the Mud Shots aren't going to do enough, Goji's looking pretty confident here. He's looking for that debuff. Of course, the debuff chance has dropped to 30%. Can he still secure that debuff? I didn't quite see it because he pivoted instantly, and then here comes a counter pivot into the Mantine, and this is not what Abaddon wants to see, but at least he does have a Protect Shield advantage, so he can Protect Shield these Water Pulses.
This matchup is really not that bad, especially for the Gligar if you have a shield advantage or if you call the Water Pulse slash Ice Beam, right, depending on what moveset you're running. But Goji going straight for the bait play here. Abaddon hasn't even seen the third Pokemon yet. Do you respect this? Yes, Abaddon is going to respect the potential Water Pulse. That's going to be definitely playing favorably into Goji, but you can see the wing attack and the aerials is starting to add up. Abaddon not throwing before Charge Attack priority here, so actually going to have to potential shield again. No, choosing not to shield right away. Could have been a Water Pulse, but saying, you know what, I'm going to
what a call!
Happens. Yeah, what a Goji surprise here too.
Yeah, he was even impressed. And here comes the Aerial Ace that will knock out, but does Goji want to keep this around to throw another Aerial Ace back at the Gligar, knowing that there is a ton of energy on this Shadow Gligar? I like that no Protect Shield from Goji. Goji is now going to have a tough time taking out this Gligar, though, because Whiscash is so low. Can he get to a Scald? He needs to get to 3 more Mud Shots, but no, actually throws the double resisted Mud Bomb into this Protect Shield. I think Abaddon can hold on, and he calls it. What counting from regional champion Abaddon to no Protect Shield. Pivot Registeel, pivot into the Quagsire. Also, Quagsire is going to be tough to take out.
This is going to be an interesting matchup here too. I mean, Quagsire doesn't have the super effective Mud Bomb on this particular moveset. However, the Mud Shot damage in the Aqua Tail is going to add up. But Quagsire is in Focus Blast range now. Do we see Abaddon shield up the Quagsire, or does he save that shield for the Gligar? Gligar actually has a lot of energy remaining.
Look at that exuberant energy from Goji there, even though he knows he's in such a tough spot. This is exactly where Registeels just get so clunky. In these in-games where you have these Pokemon that are chipped and low health, how do you finish them off? You have to get to these big charge attacks, and they just get shielded, and then now you have to throw another big charge attack to knock out, and then you have to get another one against the Gligar. You're just too slow against the pacing of these ground types of Shadow Quagsire and Shadow Gligar.
Goji really wanted this Registeel on that Skarmory, but instead has a Registeel in the back against Double Ground, and Double Ground is not what you want to see on Registeel. Quagsire coming out to play. Aqua knocking out the Registeel, only a few more shots away, and Abaddon going to take this first game against Goji.
Wow, I mean, I feel like Goji had such great positioning in that mid-game. He did give up a Protect Shield in the early game, so Abaddon started out strong. But at mid-game, with that Mantine swap, he felt like he was in a great position, but then was just cornered with that Registeel against the backline of the Double Ground for Abaddon, the Shadow Quagsire and the Shadow Gligar, which, I mean, there's not anything on Goji's team that really counters those Double Grounds, so I kind of expect Abaddon to lean on those 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and both of them have play, right? You got Mantine that's supposedly the counter there, but in that situation, Mantine still could lose to the Gligar, which we saw, and also you have Stone Edge on the Quag side for the Mantine as well. And this was a wild no shield ball, right? He had
see it in Goji's face.
You can see Goji say, wow, really not going to shield, especially because Abhinav had a bunch of engines that could have just gone to waste if it was going to be the water pulse, and then the no shield precision counting from Abhinav to really show why he is here on the World Championship stage.
Yeah, because if he missed that, then he would have got knocked out on his Gligar, and that Quagsire might not have been able to take out the Red Steel, plus the energy on that Whiscash. Remember that was one Mudshot away from the Mud Bomb, so the fact that he was able to hold on with that Shadow Gligar, top level calls from Abhinav as they move on to game number 2. This would be... Oh my goodness! This is what you never want to see! Goji knows it! The worst case scenario! The Giratina into the Lickitung, instant pivot into the Mantine, and Abhinav is probably going to chip and dip.
And that's a tough matchup here, and the tougher part for Goji is, what do you have for this Lickitung? You didn't bring Wigglytuff, you didn't bring Registeel, and this Lickitung looks strong into everything on your team. It actually has the potential to win all those head-to-head matchups, maybe not by itself, but Abhinav choosing to go for that chip damage and then now putting this Mantine in Stone Edge range. The question is, how hard is Goji going to fight for this switch advantage? Going for that Water Pulse, a harder hitting move to put this Quagsire now in Arrow's range.
But
and
Caleb,
the Abhinav baiting with the Aqua Tail, what a savage!
But to your point, Caleb, yeah, you get some protection. To your point, if Goji just won switch advantage to avoid that matchup and use both his Protect Shields, he's going to be so vulnerable with his Whiscash. It's going to be double super effective Power Whip from the Lickitung. This Lickitung is going to be able to sweep the entire back line. Now you're at the Stone Edge, but actually a little greedy there from Abhinav. You actually have to give up the Protect Shield here. Now, suddenly Abhinav is out of Protect Shields, and this Mantine pivots out into the Whiscash, and actually a little slow there from Abhinav. And he throws the Stone Edge, which is resisted.
Yeah, a huge catch from Goji as well, just weaving in and out here, saying, you know what, I don't know if Switchman is going to help me much, because like you said, right, the Power Whip and the Lickitung matchup against this this Whiscash is not great either for Goji, but Abhinav's kind of in a tricky position here because this Quagsire has a lot of energy. Oh, and the throwing on Charge Deck priority here, not good for Goji, because now, I mean, you don't get as much health left on this Whiscash, and you're even in lick range at this point.
Yeah, and the Whiscash hangs on to throw the Mud Bomb. Does no bubbles on it, but it still should secure the knockout. It's just, how are you going to get any damage on this Lickitung? Everything is going to be double resisted from the Giratina origin. It has Shadow Claw, Ominous Wind, Shadow Ball. I guess you just start going for some Ominous Winds and hope that you double boost and somehow get a victory out of that. Here is the Gligar banking up energy, trying to swap and then counter swap into the Mantine. Now, suddenly, you actually might get some chip damage in here because you can Protect Shield and at least land a Water Pulse.
Yeah, you know Goji shaking his head. This is a tough matchup here. Lickitung, one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the Championship Series, and you also have a health advantage into this Mantine. You can see he's shaking his head. Abhinav laughing a little bit, say, hey, I got you here from this one too. Lickitung looking too strong. Lickitung, #1 user of World Championships for a reason.
Yeah, and I mean, that's why it's so risky to run that Giratina origin. It's so neutral against everything but Lickitung and Vigoroth in this meta, but Lickitung and Vigoroth are just so strong, and now you gotta go for it. You gotta go for the Ominous Wind. Does he go for the boost here? And he does. He's gonna go for it. This is his one shot, one opportunity to maybe get back in the series. You're gonna need to see a 2-stage boost here. Can Goji get it on this Lickitung? And no, he doesn't get it.
And you can see all smiles from Goji as well, doing his best here. Resistant charge attacks from Lickitung regardless, but Lickitung just too much health. And you can see Goji waving the camera. It's not over yet, Goji. You still have a chance. You have to fight your way through that losers bracket, but it is definitely possible. But we're going to congratulate Abhinav for that 2-0 victory here to kick things off for him at Honolulu, Hawaii.
A fascinating team from Goji. I loved his energy throughout those battles, and Abhinav made the call on that bait game #1, and then game #2 made the team composition read with that Lickitung in the lead versus the Giratina, and of course bringing the double ground types, the Shadow Quagsire, the Shadow Gligar. Put that Lickitung on there. It's hard to stop. That's why they are so good in this meta, and that's why it's sometimes hard to run those polarizing matchups.
Yeah, definitely. I believe Goji actually ran that same exact team during the Korea qualifier.
Wow, okay.
To make it to World Championships. However, the thing to note is that was actually a different meta, right? We had a slight meta shift, and that's why we're seeing a lot more Quagsire over Wishcatcher. You can see Quagsire even have a little slightly higher attack to win that charge attack priority. And just the coverage from Quagsire looks so safe, right? It's so much stronger into a lot of what's in the meta here. I mean, I think we're still going to see a few Wishcatcher here or there in this meta, but Quagsire looking definitely on top out of those water ground types.
No, absolutely. And we saw that at the North American International Championship from Out of Pocket, the only other tournament from North America in this meta. But let's actually take a look at the highlights from that last game, because I want to see that Abanov call on the no protect shield once again. Actually, this looks to be game number 2 where he had to pivot into the Mantine. I really like the way that he was pivoting back and forth here. And Abanov saw the swap there and then threw the Stone Edge, but that was resisted.
You know, sometimes you're just clicking for it.
Yeah, exactly.
A game plan in
Yes,
mind.
exactly.
But
yeah.
this charge attack priority definitely paid dividends to Abhinav. This was a hard match for Goji already, but that final charge attack priority was not what he wanted there. No boost on the Omnis win, and you can see he's laughing about it. He's like, wait, no, not going to happen here too. But I respect the Giratina play too. One of the spicier Pokemon to bring into World Championships. It has worked before, right? It's worked for Martine to win the regional that he ended up winning in Europe, but it is not the easiest Pokemon to pilot.
Yeah, and this was the game 1 no shield that let the Gligar hang on so that it could take that Mud Bomb and then win the game with the Shadow Quagsire in the back. If he made the wrong call there, it could have been a 1-1 series and then go to game number 3. And then if your Lickitungue's not on that Giratina Origin in game number 3, that could have been trouble from Abhinav. But Abhinav looks calm and collected. A good 2-0 to start his journey in 2024 Pokemon Worlds.
Yeah, fantastic run for Abhinav. First time World Championship for him as well too. Definitely one of the stronger trainers we've seen in grassroots formats and in the official championship series. But qualifying this year for the first time definitely feels good for him to represent India as well. There's not a lot of Indian trainers, but they're definitely strong and in force here.
Yeah, and he's a seasoned trainer, not only in grassroots, but also in championship series. He's been competing since the beginning of Pokemon Go in the championship series, which was all the way back in 2022. And then now, of course, because of his regional win, but also he would have got the championship points to qualify either way. But impressive start from him and an impressive season for Abhinav, who actually kind of molded the meta in a way, because once he had his team that he won with, I think Lyles Jeff ran a very similar team, and then there was a Dune Lyles Jeff era for a couple months. It seemed like every other tournament was won by Lyle or Dune, but I feel like Abhinav did influence a little bit of that meta.
Yeah, I believe he was the first one to use that meta team here, and making a few adjustments here or there, but again, relying on the fact that he knows he plays meta better than most players, maybe better than anyone, and going for those meta picks definitely paid off for him. I mean, meta is meta for a reason, right? Even if you love Giratina.
Yeah, and it's such a good point, because meta is meta for a reason, because when you're facing this polarizing team on the other side, like in that last matchup, what did Abhinav lean back on? Just the strongest meta picks. Just bring Lickitung, Shadow Gligar, which is like probably the strongest duo in the meta, and then put Shadow Quagsire on that team too. And then when you don't know what to expect, just run meta. It's kind of hard to beat.
Yep, definitely. I mean, there just wasn't a hard punish to that Shadow Gligar. And Shadow Gligar, without any Pokemon to hard counter it, is definitely going to have a good time. So congratulations to Abhinav to taking that 2-0 victory. We're going to definitely tune in to see how he's doing throughout the day. But again, double elimination bracket. Goji's not out of it yet. If you're a fan of Goji, definitely stay tuned and see what he can do with that Giratina.
I'm a fan of Goji. I loved his positive energy. He was here. He had the enthusiasm of a Pokemon trainer. I mean, if you think about it, what sounds more Pokemon than traveling to a remote, beautiful island to compete against the best trainers in the world? I mean, that if that's not a Pokemon sentence, I don't know what is. And he just embodied that spirit to be here and compete at the highest level and just have fun with it, especially when you know your team is very polarizing. It can go in the opposite way, and that could be something that could be tilting for some trainers that they didn't call it right, but he kept that positivity throughout, even tried to get that boost at the end, couldn't quite get it, and I'm rooting for him to make a little bit of a comeback in that loser side of the bracket.
Definitely. Well, we'll see how Goji does, but I want to hear from a word from Abhinav, so we'll take it away. All right, looks like slight technical difficulties, but looks like they're both having a little bit of fun, right? I'm not saying, I can only just imagine what he's saying, but he's probably feeling good about his first win.
I think he didn't want to reveal where he got that beautiful shirt.
Yeah.
I was thinking, where'd you get that shirt? That would be my first question. And he just like cut the feed. We're not gonna unleash that knowledge because everyone will be looking too good. So we might hear from Abhinav later, but well done to Abhinav once again. He is a seasoned trainer that is now moving on in this bracket. Of course, every bracket is tough no matter what. And I think we have our next matchup that we're going to be seeing is going to be actually Sir Panic versus Jus Muniz, LNDS Ju Muniz from the Brazil region as well. So we got awesome matchup after awesome matchup to start us off here.
Yeah, and this is going to be a good one too. Sir Panic, I believe, qualified for World Championships the first year, but could not make it, right, in London. So going back, I believe this will be his first ever World Championships. Definitely someone you see a lot, especially in the APAC region, from Indonesia, representing his region. Definitely looking forward to see how he plays, because we just don't see a lot of the action from these APAC players. And we got Jus Muniz as well from Brazil. We saw her at LAIC put on a performance, and this will be her first World Championships as well. So this is looking like a really good matchup.
Well, good news. We got it figured out. So, Will, take it away.
Aloha, everyone. I'm here with Abhinav, who just had an incredible win over Goji on the main stage. Abhinav, how does it feel to get that round 1 win under your belt?
It feels good. I know Goji's a really good player. I've played him a lot of times in grassroots tournaments. A lot of respect for him. He had a very tricky team. I wasn't prepared for that. And there was a hiccup in game 2, but I rallied and got the nerves out of the way, got the first win. So yeah, I feel good.
I feel like our casters gave us a good insight. When we play trainers from the TPC region, we don't really know what to expect. But you do have a little experience against Goji in the grassroots. Can you talk to us about your preparation in grassroots tournaments and how that helps you here on the big stage?
So here's the thing. I have done very little prep for Worlds. I'm just here to have a good time. But I have been playing this game for like 7 years now. All that experience, all those tournaments, grassroots, all the play Pokemon events that I've been blessed to go to, all those years of battling, I think, gives me the confidence to like take it a little easy, trust in myself, and not be so stressed out about it. So yeah, I'm really lucky to have all this experience coming in.
Abhinav, during your post-win interview, you gave one of the most emotional interviews I've seen all season. You talked about proving to yourself that you could do it, proving that you were one of the best. What advice would you give to other trainers who maybe practice hard, they study hard, but they haven't had their breakthrough moment yet like you have? What would you say to them?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I remember when I started playing in like 2019, I was awful, like a really bad player. And I only started playing this because I wanted to like take part in like the in-person tournaments in Chicago, a lot of cool people. And I never thought I could get to where I am today. And every step of the way has given me more belief. And it's been a slow climb to the top, and it feels great to be here, but it wasn't too long ago where I was starting from the bottom, right? So anybody else who's playing this game, I really urge you to like take part, because in my opinion, unlike the video game and the trading card game, this game is very accessible, very fun, very easy, very quick to play, and I have a lot of fun with it. So I hope other people take it up too.
Last question for you, Abhinav. Your journey, like you said, has been a long one, but you made incredible progress. Is there anyone that you would like to specially shout out to?
Yeah, this is a really tough question because I always feel worried I'll leave someone out. So, as I always say, the people in my life who have helped me, who've been there for me, who have even like talked to me, supported me even a little bit, they know who they are, and I'm so grateful for them. Shout out to Chicago, shout out to India especially. I feel really lucky that I get to represent India, even though like my rating zone is America. Like my heart definitely has a lot of feelings for India. There are other Indian battlers here today. I'm hoping they do well too. But yeah, and most of all, shout out to Play Pokemon for hosting this. This is awesome. Yeah.
Shout out to Play Pokemon. Abhinav, thank you so much. Good luck in your future rounds. Caleb and Butters, take it away.
All right, thank you, Will and Abhinav. I love the energy from Abhinav as well. I mean, he said he didn't really practice for this tournament, but he just has so much experience under his belt. He's feeling locked and ready to go. And I'm glad that he's having a good time, too, in Hawaii.
Yeah, and then the thing is, this is the conclusion of the season. So even though he hasn't prepped maybe recently, he obviously won a regional this season. He's played this team with a lot of reps, and especially Shadow Gligar and Lickitung, he is very familiar with, has been playing from the start like he mentioned. And another trainer that we have up next, Sir Panic, has actually been battling since the start. You mentioned that he qualified in 2022. He was actually the 2022 APAC playoff champion back in the Walrein meta back in the day. So another trainer that has been playing from the start of Championship Series, also top 5 in the 2023 Indonesia playoffs. So really consistent in all these APAC qualifiers, and now making his first ever World Championships appearance up next.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, too, that first APAC qualifier that he played in back in 2022 had players from all around the APAC region, not just Indonesia, not just region. So he was able to topple a lot of those players, and he's ready to topple some more here as we get into it. We got Juice Muniz on the left-hand side and Sir Panic on the right-hand side. Juice Muniz running that Azumarill, Shadow Quagsire, Lickitung, Cresselia, Vigoroth, and a Skeledirge. First time we're seeing that Gator on the stage.
Yeah, that is an interesting team there with the Skeledirge, of course, the double normal type. And how many Vigoroths have we seen so far, right? Every team has Vigoroth. There is not a ton of Annihilate out here. Of course, Juice Muniz was number 3 in Curitiba, in top 5 in Natal as well. A talented Brazilian trainer that qualified this season and now is testing her might at her first ever World Championship.
Yeah, and we're going to see how that's going to play around. And we see Sir Panic here getting ready to go as well. Sir Panic's team actually reminds me a lot of Hard Jeff and LNDS Steiner's team from NAIC. Maybe 1 or 2 adjustments here or there, but it looks super similar. And like you said, no Annihilate really, just a lot of players running Vigoroth. And typically Vigoroth teams are also good into opposing Vigoroth teams.
Right.
Don't have that Annihilate in most situations to hard punish that Vigoroth. You have, you know, Cresselia, Azumarill on both sides and stuff like that, but the damage definitely starts adding up in those matchups. And here we go, game number 1, Juice Muniz versus Sir Panic to kick things off. It's going to be Lickitung versus a Charjabug here to kick things off. And this is exactly where Juice Muniz wants to see this Charjabug. You want to avoid it on your Azumarill and even the Vigoroth to a degree.
Yeah, and the double normal team composition here. But the thing is for Juice Muniz is you have that Azumarill in the back that is poised to be super strong against the Mandibuzz and fairly strong against the Vigoroth as well. And as we know, Lickitung is number 1 in usage because it's so good neutrally. It's able to topple this Charjabug in neutral situations. So Sir Panic decides to pivot into, look at that, you got the backwards cap on his Vigoroth.
Oh, and this is actually pretty good for Sir Panic because now you draw out the Azumarill and you clear the way for that Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz does not want to see that Fairy type, but drawing this out is going to be really good for Sir Panic so that Mandibuzz has a lot more positive play into that Lickitung and has a lot of neutral play into that Vigoroth as well.
Exactly right. I think that was his strategy to be able to bait out that Azumarill, and then if you ever get the matchup with that Mandibuzz into the Lickitung, you're going to be able to ramp up so much energy, which will be extremely useful against the Vigoroth in that backline. And the thing is, if you're expecting Vigoroth in the backline from Juice Muniz, you know you can't counter swap a Vigoroth with a Vigoroth. So it's kind of whoever swaps Vigoroth first is going to be able to have that neutral matchup.
And we see really great timing from both of these trainers too, making the most out of this matchup. And like we said, Vigoroth not the best answer to Azumarill, but this Azumarill pretty low on health at this point too. Sir Panic maybe going to think, okay, I could probably get a Volt Switch down, farm up energy on my charge, but can't play into the back end line for Juice Muniz. I mean, this Charjabug has a lot of play into everything besides Skeledirge. And you see Juice Muniz actually coming in with the Lickitung to try to go for this combo play, drawing this first shield from Sir Panic.
And Sir Panic was reaching for the Mandibuzz. He was trying to swap before he got to that Exeter and actually had to use a Protect Shield that I don't think he wanted to use. I think he wanted to soak that energy onto his Mandibuzz, but was not able to because of the long duration of that fast attack of Volt Switch, but able to secure that knockout here. And the thing is, it's going to be kind of tough to finish off this Charjabug because these resisted counters aren't going to do the trick. I actually expect Sir Panic to Protect Shield a Body Slam because you don't really need a Protect Shield on Mandibuzz.
I mean, the Rock Slide definitely does some super effective damage on the Mandibuzz. You can see Sir Panic actually swapping over, maybe thinking, oh, he could potentially catch even the Body Slam. But two Pokemon on both sides. Low health leads to a lot of catch potential. You see Serpanic saying, all right, do I have my math right? Should I shield here or not? A lot of energy on this Vigoroth. Juice Moon is going for the rock side and Serpanic making the correct shield call.
And how about the 1500 CP shiny Mandibuzz here from Serpanic? That is a nice flex as he's going to be taking this rock slide though from Juice Muniz. That is going to be super effective. And now you are in range of the next rock slide, or if you are able to get to a Azumarill and throw an Ice Beam or Playoff, you will be in range of knockout as well. But remember, the Charge Bug is low health, but can still get to another Charge Attack. Can you get the protection with this Dark Pulse, or are you going to try to do everything with the Azumarill? This is a tough call for Juice Muniz. Will she use her last protection? She does!
Yeah, definitely a good shield call for sure. You need this Vigoroth to have a chance against that Charge Bug. Charge Bug already has energy as well. You can see swapping action over to the Azumarill to soak up maybe some of this energy.
The patience.
But Mandibuzz building up to back-to-back aerials. I love this way from Serpanic because now going to force Juice Muniz to throw this move against the Mandibuzz. Otherwise, you're going to have to eat an aerial ace. You don't want to take any more damage because the Charge Bug has energy. You can see, oh, great timing from Juice Muniz throwing the rock slide right before the Dark Pulse was reached.
But going for the rock slide, going for the rock slide. Maybe the body slam wasn't enough, so you had to go for the rock slide. But now are you going to get outpaced? Already has the X Scissor available. So Serpanic is able to throw this into Juice Muniz. That will secure the knockout in Game 1 victory.
Wow, what a game between these two competitors. I mean, Serpanic looking like in a tough spot with that Azumarill lurking in the back for that Dark-type Mandibuzz, but the pivot over to that Vigoroth, drawing out the Azumarill to set up that Mandibuzz to have a lot more potential in the back end was what led to the victory there. And really great shield calls from Serpanic as well. I think shielding a rock slide there, maybe even two rock slides as well too, but just really taking advantage of shielding the harder hitting moves from Juice Muniz's Vigoroth.
Yeah, they called the in. I think he had to use his first one on a body slam, which he didn't want to do, but the one that mattered, he made the right call here. And the thing is, I find it fascinating that in the normal dynamic between Vigoroth and Lickitung, if you swap in Lickitung, the best thing to counter swap a Lickitung is your own Lickitung, because you do a little chip damage to that Lickitung, you bring in your own, you're going to take the alignment. For Vigoroth, it's the exact opposite. You never want to counter swap a Vigoroth with your own Vigoroth, I guess, unless you do enough chip damage. So it's kind of interesting, in this hard Vigoroth meta, when you just say swap the Vigoroth, it feels like such a strong move. It feels like those limited cups in Go Battle League when Vigoroth is just so overwhelmingly strong that you can just counter swap into it, and we've seen that so much so far to start us off in the World Championships.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's not a lot of clear answer to Vigoroth. You have Cresselia as maybe a harder check to Vigoroth than Azumarill is, but again, even then, the body slam, the resistance counter damage really adds up, which is why Vigoroth is so strong in this current meta. It has lower usage than Annihilate, but so far on the big stage, we've only seen a lot of Vigoroth in action, and it's looking really good.
And will Juice Muniz adapt and maybe bring out the Skeletors, which she also brought in Santiago? Does she bring it? Here is the Charge Bug once again into the Lickitung. Very similar team compositions in the backline. It's actually a mirror backline, but to Juice Muniz's advantage, the Lickitung should be able to beat this Charger Bug in neutral situations.
Yeah, Charger Bug is able to typically win against Lickitung if you spend both shields.
Right.
If you don't spend a single shield or one shield, Lickitung is going to take the advantage. I think Juice Muniz would be fine with going a shield advantage and maybe not winning switch advantage here, because the backline is a mirror backline on both ends, and as long as you avoid the Charge Bug, that Zuma has a lot of potential.
Yeah, I'm just getting flashbacks to Tauntaun versus Hart Jeffries matchup. It's going to be probably Vigoroth. Oh, and actually counter-swapping your own Vigoroth. But the problem here for Juice Muniz, you're very far behind in counters. So you're at least 4 counters behind, and Serpanic is going to be able to get to this first body slam, but Juice Muniz is already loaded with hers, I believe, right now, and she throws it straight away.
Yeah, Serpanic really benefited from that interaction between Lickitung and Vigoroth, because Juice Muniz took a little longer to swap out. The lick damage, though, double resistance against Vigoroth is inconsequential for Serpanic, so he didn't really take much damage, but got a lot of energy. I think Juice Muniz is expecting the Mandibuzz in the back again, so that's why he came in Vigoroth instead of Zumaro.
Right.
The more clear answer to Vigoroth, forced to come in. Oh! Matchup here, and gets to a final body slam. Does Serpanic spend the final shield here? No, decides to let it go. I think might be able to take the body slam, though. Oh, no, not even.
I love that call, though, because you didn't have a good way to take out the Vigoroth. If you let your own Vigoroth go, your Azumarill is not going to be able to easily take it out, and the Lickitung Lickitung has job taken out, and now actually counter-swapping and switch-locking his Azumarill into Juice Maniz's Lickitung, and this is actually a huge swing for Juice Maniz here, because now you are loaded on energy, and you might be able to get the back-to-back power whips and get the last Protect Shield out of the game for Sir Panic.
Yeah, I don't know if Sir Panic was expecting maybe a Skeleton back or something, but now you see Juice Maniz swapping over to her own Azumarill. Good play there too, because you want to avoid that Azumarill versus Charge Bug, but Charge Bug has a lot of energy on Sir Panic's side in the back, so even though he has no shields remaining, this game is not over yet.
And I think Juice Maniz banked a body slam in the back. So that means in the back line of Lickitung versus Charger Bug, you can throw that body slam into the Charger Bug and secure the knockout as well. And you have a Protect Shield advantage into this Azumarill. You are getting quite low though, and you're getting close to in range of play rough. Plus, Sir Panic is getting quite close to his switch timer.
And we haven't seen who win Charge Attack priority yet in this mirror matchup between the two Azumarill. That could be crucial because you can see both trainers reaching energy around similar times. Juice Maniz a little bit ahead on this specific play rough though, so might not make a difference here. Let's see how it plays out. Sir Panic trying to build up to move as well. Oh, actually swapping over to the Charger Bug here. Is going to go straight for the discharge. Does Juice Maniz shield this or not? If it gets no shield, it should take out the Azumarill. It's going to let it go, putting everything on the Lickitung. Charger Bug still has energy though, and it's going to throw another X-Scissor. Juice Maniz has to overfarm perfectly here. Enough to take out the Charge Bug, but also enough to have energy for that Azumarill in the back.
Because I believe the Azumarill does have an Ice Beam, and actually she throws a little bit early, so you're not going to be able to get to that back-to-back body slam. If Sir Panic does have the Ice Beam banked on the Azumarill, that could be a 2-0 victory for Sir Panic. It looks like he does have that Ice Beam. He is going to be able to throw it into Juice Maniz and take the 2-0 victory.
Wow, what a series from Sir Panic, taking that 2-0 victory. It was definitely close on both ends there too, but the mind games, right? After game one, having the Mana Bus in the back, throwing Juice Maniz off and thinking, okay, I need my zero now because I don't want to lose to the same exact line, but Sir Panic making that minor adjustment, just swapping out the Mana Bus for the Azumarill paid off big for him.
Yeah, and then of course, like you mentioned, swapping in that Vigoroth, but not wanting to unleash the Azumarill because expecting that Mana Buzz in the back that got Juice Maniz a little bit behind on counter energy, but she adapted really well in that matchup to be able to take out the Vigoroth and also have that switch lock into the Azumarill where she got a huge advantage, was probably 2 licks away from securing that game number 2 victory. So awesome performance. She will be moving down to the loser side of the bracket, and Sir Panic will be moving on the winner side.
All right, let's take a look at some of these highlights and see how it all unfolded. Sir Panic taking that victory on stage for his first ever in-person tournament on the official stage here too. Really great to see him put on a show because, you know, like we said, couldn't make it that first World Championships, but is here on our third one here in Honolulu, Hawaii. And you see Vigoroth on Vigoroth action here. Body slam just raining down super effective counters, and you can see this body slam just enough to take out the Sir Panic Vigoroth. But the pivots on both ends here, I thought Juice Maniz was actually in a good position here.
Right.
But there's just too much energy on that Charge Bug.
Yeah, and you just banked all the energy, which I believe Charge Bug is number 2 in usage here at the World Championships, and Charge Bug is a Pokemon we haven't seen so far, but Sir Panic felt very comfortable leading it both games in this matchup, and I mean, I don't blame him because against the entire line, you only really have to worry about that Skeledirge. I mean, even Shadow Quagsire, yes, you can take that super effective Stone Edge, will be tough, but it's actually more neutral than you think if you properly protect shield that Stone Edge.
Yeah, Charge Bug getting that Volt Switch during a community day a few months ago actually really made it a lot more meta relevant. And good news is, during this World Championships event for Pokemon Go, you can actually evolve your Grubbin into a Charger Bug and get that exclusive community day move Volt Switch for your Charge Bug. So definitely something worth evolving if you don't have one yet. It is very, very strong. Like you said, number 2 in usage in the tournament. And I think the first time we're really seeing it in action on the world stage, but definitely not the last.
Yeah, it's small but mighty. And because of the drop in usage of those ground types, specifically the water ground types, Shadow Quagsire I think was 10th in usage, and Whiscash was off the map. Whiscash was a Pokemon like Doombug used as a Pokemon that he put on almost every single team when he won 3 straight regionals pretty much, and now it's not even top 12 usage because for some reason those water grounds have dropped off. It could be because of the rise of Cresselia. I mean, Lickitung is so strong, and so there's so many really strong answers to it in the meta that you maybe don't want to bring it as much, but now Charger Bug is the Pokemon that kind of stands out as a benefitter of that.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, a little bit less usage in Gligar is always going to be good news for Chargebug.
Right.
Chargebug, I think, has a lot of coverage, even against the water ground types, but against Gligar, not so much. Against Clodsire, even less. But you can see the usage of both those ground types are going to be a little bit on the lower end. So big congratulations to Panic, representing Indonesia for his region, and I'm sure a lot of his fans at home or even here in Honolulu are cheering him on, and we're going to have to see if he continues on through this winners bracket.
You know, to that point though, Chargebug can run Crunch, which does seem a little crazy, but I talked to a competitor at Worlds this year that sometimes goes a little crazy, and he thinks Crunch Chargebug is the most consistent Pokemon in the meta right now because you're able to run it against everything, because even against the negative matchups like Shadow Gligar against Skeledirge, you can still be fine in those matchups, and you don't really need the Crunch versus Annihilate that much because you can still get, you don't need the Discharge versus Annihilate because you can still get away with Crunch, and even against a Zoom Roll, you're doing enough fast attack pressure. So we might actually see some Crunch Chargebugs throughout the tournament. I mean, it's number 2 in usage. We're bound to see some variants.
Yeah, I mean, that is a pretty wild moveset option, but hey, it might pay off, especially if you get yourself locked in Skeledirge. We have a promo for you all as we take a look on the screen here, and it is going to be a promo on sign up for email updates on Pokemon events and stuff on and new releases at the Pokemon Center. I think you got a chance to go to Pokemon Center yesterday, right? I went 2 days ago too. Fantastic new merchandise for everyone on the main website, and we have a lot in person as well, so really great place to get all your Pokemon merch, especially if you love Pokemon. I mean, I'm rocking the Hawaiian Gyarados t-shirt, my favorite Pokemon of all time.
Yeah, I mean, the gear at the Pokemon Center just keeps getting better and better, in my opinion. It is amazing this year, so you're going to want to sign up there because, I mean, it's just going to continue to get better and better at more international events, and of course, you can buy stuff online or be here at the World Championships to go to the amazing Poke Center, which I did yesterday. It was awesome. I got a bunch of things. I can't wait. I'll probably wear a new pin that I got from there tomorrow, so it's an exciting time to be a Pokemon fan.
Definitely. Well, let's hear a word from Amanda and Sir Panic after his recent victory.
I am here with Sir Panic, but it seems more like you were Sir Calm during those matches that are going on. Walk me through how you were feeling when you're playing on the main stage.
Oh, hi, Amanda. I don't feel anything. I literally forgot everything and just play by instinct today.
Well, your instincts were pretty good. I mean, we were just talking before we were going live, and you were saying, "Oh, I had this big plan. I took these notepads from the hotel. I was gonna write down all the counts." Walk us through what you actually did.
Okay, so I had no preparation before this, and I'm like, yeah, maybe I'll grab some notes and look smart on the stage, and I'll write down every move count, everything. I can't remember anything. So yeah, we're just playing as if it's JBL, and yeah, thankfully it's worked out for the first one.
Yeah, I mean, you got your first matches out of the way. It's got to feel pretty good. And you qualified for Worlds before, but this is your first Worlds competition. What is your impression of all of the different players? Are you excited to make your mark?
Oh yeah, this is like, it's a long time coming. Finally, I can play outside of my country, and yeah, I feel great. I feel great, and finally meeting a lot of people. Like, we talk a lot, like in chat, and never actually met them. Now, finally, here I am. Hello.
Well, that is great. Oh, while you're saying hello, is there anyone specific you actually want to say hello to or thank or call out while we actually have you on the main stage?
Oh yeah, I mean, it's all not going to happen without my team. So shout out to Onyx to help me to finally get a visa to get somewhere. So yeah, and my countrymen, obviously, they're staying up. It's like 3 or 4 a.m. now. And they've been staying up, playing GBL and watching me. Oh, that's pretty cool. So thank you, everyone.
That's absolutely fantastic. Hope to see a bit more of you as well. If you guys are just tuning into the broadcast, you have missed some incredible battles. Don't worry, we have plenty more on the way, but we're going to give you a couple of highlights first to get you going.
Good luck in the rest, man. Can you tell him I know how good he is and it was an honor to play him? Yeah. Very close.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, Pokemon trainers! This is Pedro. The matches at NAIC 2024 were out of this world. Let's take a look back at the competition in New Orleans. NAIC saw trainers from all around the globe battle for championship points, world invites, and the title of North America International Champion. Ashton Ash displayed a masterful performance with his always trustworthy core of Mantine and Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
Ashton Ash is going to win this game in stunning fashion.
Out of Pocket played out of his mind and rocked the competition with his Shadow Quagsire's Stone Edge.
Stone Edge is going to be super effective against the bug-type Charjabug.
And LNDS Stainer soared the sky with his unyielding Mandibus.
Sky Attack or Braver taking out the Skarmory.
Going into Championship Sunday, we had a heated match between Ashton Ash and Out of Pocket in the winners finals. After Out of Pocket's heart-stopping win, Ashton Ash was up against the unstoppable Brazilian trainer LNDS Steinar, who defeated some of the toughest trainers in Day 2. In a dominant set of battles, Ashton Ash rose victorious and earned a rematch against Out of Pocket.
But we see the World Switch go through. Both Pokemon go down, but Ashton Ash has the Pokemon in the back. Claims victory 3-0 over Steinar.
The energy in the audience before the grand finals could only be described as the calm before the storm. After a set of 3 really close battles that kept the audience at the edge of their seats, Out of Pocket seized the title of North America International Champion with the help of his signature Feraligatr and Shadow Quagsire.
Here comes Out of Pocket. Both switches are firing. He's going to get the KO. Out of Pocket, your NAIC 2024 champion.
Don't miss the epic conclusion of the season in Honolulu, Hawaii, where the best trainers in the world come together to decide once and for all who is the very best. Be sure to tune in and check out Pokemon.com/compete to jump straight into the action.
Pokemon Black was the first Pokemon game I played. When the feature dropped, late 2018, I immediately started playing and I got hooked immediately. Through grassroots tournaments in my area, I was immediately presented with a lot of other extremely interested people that were willing to practice, play games anytime, really. And due to that, it just converted into me playing more and more and more and getting better and better. My first competitive memory was probably when, as a senior, I convinced my mom on Mother's Day weekend to drive me to Indianapolis on the hope that if I win on the seniors division, I can get her a trip to London, and that I did. My favorite Pokemon? Probably Quagsire. I love how derpy it looks, and I have very fond grassroots memories of using Quagsire a lot. Favorite Pokeball? Probably the Ultra Ball. I like the black and yellow. I look up to Lyle Jeffs and Elite a lot. Good peers of mine. Like, we've all helped each other win tournaments, win matches, and they both have done so well this season that it's like I'm trying so hard to match them in a way. I would battle Ash Ketchum. I love watching his journey through the first few generations of the show, and if Pokemon Go me could fight Show Ash, I think that'd be really fun. The farthest I've traveled is probably Japan, for most North American trainers, but especially me as from the East Coast. It was basically almost on the other side of the world. I'd say the blue one. I really like the color blue in general, and it's definitely also part of why I like Quagsire so much. It's the straight up blue. Very nice. I'd probably call my dad. As of the last 2 World Championships, I've gone with my mom. And because of that, I wouldn't need to really call her. She'd be in the stands watching me. But my dad hasn't. So I would definitely call someone that I couldn't just talk to in person immediately after getting off the stands.
Welcome back in, trainers, to the 2024 World Championships here in Honolulu, Hawaii. I am Amanda, also known as Lumberger. Beside Will, he is over here. Speedy is Chief, too. Going ahead and kicking off some of the next battles coming up. Some pretty good ones, I think it's going to be.
It's already been good, right? We saw our first round between Tonton Batus and LNDS Harjev. That was so stunning to see how it came down to the final couple seconds and the final few plays that really decided the entire series. And then we follow that up with incredible competitors. Again, World Showcase is just such a treat because we get to see so many players from different regions maybe we're not familiar with. There are always surprises and tons of good plays to go around.
Absolutely. I mean, those battles were so sweaty, we had to lose the jackets, am I right?
Exactly. We got to match the vibes from Caleb and Butters as well, right? So we're doing our best, but we can't wait to get into more games. I'm really looking forward to the next matchup, Amanda, because this is a trainer who I think has had one of the most emotional stories. I remember when he won his regional championship or special event in EU, he just sat down on the stage and started to cry. He just couldn't believe that he had achieved that. And then on the opposite side, we have a trainer who I think cooks harder than anyone else with the spice picks. A trainer from the north, right? The North NA region, who I think can bring some of the most interesting, wild Pokemon and find a way to make them work.
You know what's actually really interesting about Magmar Man, which I believe is who you're talking about with those spicy picks, is in the name itself, we have a fiery Pokemon. But Arceus Aurelius, we just had a chance to talk with him a little bit last night, and he said, and I quote, "I think I am the best current Talonflame player in the world." And I think that was a little indication that he's probably brought that Pokemon here. I'm interested to see how it's going to do in such a high Lantern meta, in such a high Shadow Quagsire meta. Yeah, do you really think that Talonflame has the play that we'll be seeing?
I've heard some EU trainers say that Talonflame is arguably the best Pokemon in the meta. And granted, they did say that, 2 months ago before the meta shifted. But if we look at the Shared Skies season as it compares to the previous one, not a lot changed, right? A little bit of a reduction in Whiscash usage, but then Quagsire popped up, like you said. Does Talonflame still have those targets? It really prefers grass types, which are basically non-existent. It really loves steel type Pokemon, but some of them, like Registeel, can fight back. Outside of that, it's kind of this interesting, flying and fire type Pokemon that straddles a lot of matchups and can win, but it needs momentum. It needs Protect Shields, and it needs resources.
Well, we'll see if he can be able to sink those talons into this team, because there is a pretty good target on the other side with that Whimsicott. But look at this team. You talk about spice. There is so many spicy Pokemon on Magmar Man's side. We have the Azumarill, which, okay, not necessarily spice, but look at the rest of that team. Shadow Whiscash, even though it had that reduction, still having a lot of play here in Honolulu.
No, I absolutely agree. And as you look at the rest of the Pokemon here, I mean, Arctibax absolutely jumps off the screen at me. This is a Pokemon that Tonton Batus used to place second overall at a regional championship earlier this season. It's an Ice type. It's a Dragon type. It's got Dragon Claw and Avalanche. So much coverage and so much pressure. It's honestly one of the most flexible Pokemon. And while everyone's eyes are on Goodra, Thunder Punch Goodra, Aquatail Goodra, I mean, Arctibax coming down again from the north might actually drop an Avalanche on top of Arceus Aurelius' World Championship dreams.
I mean, we've been talking about so many of the different Dragon-type Pokemon that have been kind of viable, things that we thought we would see. We thought we'd see a Rise in Altaria. We have already seen a Giratina on stage, but Arctibax was not one that was actually on one of my note cards here. I'm so glad that we're actually going to see it in action in this Show 6 Pick 3. Hopefully it'll be one of the 3 that he's bringing, but we have to look at the team composition of Arceus Aurelius too, because, I mean, does it really have a lot of play? That's what we're going to have to find out.
As we look at the rest of these teams as well, let's take a look at the movesets for these Pokemon. We've got Whimsicott with Fairy Wind, Seed Bomb, and Moonblast there, as well as the Shadow Magnezone. And this is what I wanted to ask you, Amanda. We've seen some Shadow Magnezone play. Tonton Batus brought it out in the very first round, but we haven't seen anyone really cook. Is Magmar Man the chef?
He could be the chef, but I don't know. With their Talonflame on the other side, it's such a dangerous Pokemon. Basically, 2 incinerates and it is off the field, even though those Volt Switches are going to be doing a nice chunk of damage back. I actually wonder if Arceus Aurelius was expecting to see a Talonflame on the other side, and now saying that, oh, I'm the best Talonflame player currently. I hope that he can prove himself right here, otherwise Magmar Man might be after taking the title.
I think Arceus Aurelius is feeling your vibes, Amanda. He threw up the double fist pump. He said, yeah, I'm ready. He's also got Poliwrath on his team. It feels like in the age of Vigoroth and Annihilate, everyone's forgotten about Poliwrath, but Icy Wind, Scald, it's got great setup potential. It's a dual fighting and water type Pokemon, so it does get same type attack bonus on all of its attacks. Well, except for the icy wind, right? But you just want that for the setup. I think Poliwrath has a ton of potential against Magmar Man's team.
Absolutely. Before the introduction, actually, of even Annihilate, Poliwrath seemed like it was going to be that fighter of choice in the World of Wonders meta. I remember the first tournament before Annihilate was found, Poliwrath was everywhere. It still has a lot of viability. You're absolutely right, and I'm excited to see how it will do. I think it's even probably going to do better against those Lickitungs. We're going to jump right into it. Speaking of Lickitung on the field against the Whimsicott here, going into game 1.
Magmar Man opens the Spice Cabinet, sends out the Whimsicott against the Lickitung from Arceus Aurelius. We do see the Shadow Whiscash in the back from Magmar Man, as well as the Arctipax goes immediately for the Moonblast against the Lickitung.
And Moonblast has the potential to debuff the attack. I think he's going straight away for it. Not only that, it's a little bit of a heavier hitting attack. As you can see, Lickitung with so much bulk already down to the yellow here, but a Body Slam is coming out now to go to the Whimsicott. Whimsicott doesn't have as much bulk on its side, as you can see. Also, about the parity, going for that yellow as well, and now a swap into a Whiscash, and it looks like Arceus Aurelius is going to go ahead and stay in for a little bit, trying to catch, now coming in with a Poliwrath.
Trying to catch a potential Scald there, reaches for the Poliwrath, maybe he does a split second too soon. Now we see the Mud Bomb come through here from Magmar Man from the Shadow Whiscash. Does deal some pretty meaningful damage, but this is not a Shadow Poliwrath, so I would argue that it can absorb another Mud Bomb, but Arceus Aurelius wants to maintain some HP, so he does use his first Protect Shield.
It doesn't want to take that chance. Poliwrath is just starting to ramp up on energy, not even to its Icy Wind yet. Now going to be able to throw right away. Icy Wind guaranteed to lower the attack of this Whiscash, and even an undercharge here. He knows it's not even going to be able to knock out, but he wants to get a lot of energy, and we'll have to see how he wants to play that. Now we're already at another Mud Bomb on Magmar Man's side.
And you can see Arceus Aurelius kind of grimacing there. Doesn't really want to take the Mud Bomb there, but he knows he can. Does absorb that neutral damage. Goes for the big counter down. Can he get there? Poliwrath punches its way through the Whiscash and sets up for that Icy Wind debuff.
And not only that, a little parting gift for whatever is going to come in the back. If you're Magmar Man, you're kind of forced to bring in, I think, the Whimsicott. I mean, he's going to go for the Frigibax. Those Dragon Breaths aren't going to be doing too much, and now going to be able to get off an attack here. Will Magmar Man use his first shield in this, or is he going to let it go?
No way. He took a peek at that team sheet. He said, this is not a dynamic punch. I don't need to be concerned. Water and ice, both going to be resistant here. But here comes the Registeel. This is a fascinating situation to be in, because if you're Magmar Man, you've got a Dragon-type Pokemon that's dealing double resisted Dragon Breath, and you have a Fairy-type Pokemon in the back. How do you deal with the Registeel?
Registeel is going to just be able to take it all, but Arceus really doesn't even want to, recognizing how strong Registeel is against this back lineup here. Wants to maintain as much HP as possible, going for the Zap Cannon and getting that first shield off of Magmar Man. There's no shields left on Arceus Aurelius' side, but he does have a lot of health on that Lickitung, and Registeel gets getting that attack debuff on the Frigibax.
Wow.
Hardbacks.
You look at the charge attack energy cost, trying to catch a charge attack there, doesn't get it. Instant swap Lickitung into the Whimsicott, gonna throw the neutral Body Slam here. Whimsicott will be able to hold on, but it's not that bulky. It can't absorb too much more damage, especially those neutral licks, so Magmar Man needs to reach for a charge attack soon. Gonna try to go for the Moonblast, actually ducks out and goes for the C-Bomb.
Yeah, what is so difficult here is that Fairy Wind does not do that much damage as a fast attack, so being able to throw that now was not going to be doing that much. Still not able to take out the Lickitung, and looks like Arceus Aurelius doesn't want to take out the Whimsicott yet either. It's a stare down, as now the Arceus is coming back in. Dragon Breath takes it out. In comes that Registeel with a fully loaded Zap Cannon.
Charge tag priority tie goes to the Arctibax, gonna throw the Avalanche into the Registeel. Because Dragon is double resisted here, you're gonna throw the single resisted Avalanche. Definitely the right play. Does come through. Here comes the charge tech though from Registeel. Now Amanda, it's going to be a race. Registeel versus Arctibax.
This is the problem here. The Zap Cannon desperately needs that debuff as well, because even though those Dragon Breaths aren't going to be doing too much, it's going to be adding up over time. He's going to be able to hit that Avalanche beforehand. No one in sight. Avalanche goes through this Registeel. It looks like it's about to go down.
Arceus Aurelius can't believe it. We can't believe it. A Dragon-type Pokemon takes down a Registeel, and Magmar Man cooks up a win in game number 1.
Those were fascinating battles, because for the most part, it looked like Arceus Aurelius was actually in a lot of control of that situation. He had a good lead call. He was able to do a lot with the Lickitung against the Whimsicott, but I mean, it was such an interesting play by Magmar Man, switching in a Whiscash into a Lickitung with already a lot of energy.
Risky, right? Because because you know that the Lickitung takes a little longer to get to the Power Whip, and if you send out that Whiscash at the wrong moment, you can get whipped right back into the Pokeball. So Magmar-Man willing to take some risk, maybe sending out that Whiscash to pull something out from his opponent's back line, to lure something out so that he can then capitalize. We see the Poliwrath getting to the Scald here against the Arctibax, doesn't even get that final counter before it gets KO'd, and then Whimsicott chips in a Seed Bomb, which turned out to be just enough.
Yeah, as you can see, both of them just not even throwing an attack right away because he wanted the Arceus Aurelius wanted to get a little bit more on the Registeel. Registeel has the same problem that the Whimsicott does because just those fast attack damage is not doing anything, relying solely on the charge attack. And when there was an extra shield on Magmar-Man's side, it was able to just block up and not throw this avalanche for the win.
Yeah, sometimes it all comes down to pacing, and Registeel, its charge attacks are so expensive that it takes so many turns for this Pokemon to get to those charge attacks and land them. It just feels like a Pokemon, you know, like a Whiscash or a Quagsire. It feels like every time you turn around, it's got an Aqua Tail or a Mud Bomb, right? But now you look at Registeel, and it takes 10, 12, 14 turns for you to gather the energy, for you to zero in on that charge attack. Going into game number 2, though, Amanda, how do you feel about the team compositions? What do you want to see from Arceus as he looks to bounce back?
I mean, the big thing that is going on in Europe, it seems, originally, although it's made its way everywhere, it's definitely untouchable, is the Cresselia.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think Cresselia has a lot of play, but when there are Pokemon like Talonflame that just do so well against it, it can be very, very polarizing. But, I mean, being able to throw those Grass Knots against this Whiscash or an Azumarill on the other side would do very, very well. This team is just so spicy for Magmar-Man that I think it's sort of a trouble to figure out what 3 you want to pick to play against.
Exactly right. Jumping right into game number 2. Let's see what our trainer settled on. We've got the Shadow Magnezone hovering over the field, but it's got a Poliwrath on the opposing side.
Yeah, Poliwrath's counter is going to do so much an immediate swap, but we're seeing that Talonflame, and this is also a dangerous proposition. We talked about Talonflame users here. They're both on the field. We're going to get to see both of them. Going to go ahead throwing this Icy Wind, lowering the attack here before I think we'll see him chip out. But the problem is like neither one of these Pokemon in the back really want to be a Talonflame with energy. Magmar-Man says, oh, you debuff me? I'll just go ahead and put my attack right back up.
Exactly. Talonflame likes to turn up the heat, so the Icy Wind debuff does give Arceus a helping hand here as he sends in the Azumarill. The Lickitung. Lickitung only needs to land one Body Slam to get the knockout here against Talonflame after the lick damage applies, but Magmar-Man fighting back. Flame Charge after Flame Charge. I think Lickitung's going to start to feel the heat.
Yeah, starting to sizzle up here, doing as many licks as possible. Great timing, wants to be able to throw. Doesn't want to let an extra Incinerate sneak through because that would be devastating. And Magmar-Man throws up his first shield here. He's almost at another one. Wants to be able to at least maybe get shield parry or knock out this Lickitung. Lickitung to another Body Slam. Does he want to go 2 shields down? He does.
Minor miscalculation there by Magmar-Man. Just 1 or 2 turns off, but he does throw up the Final Protect shield. He's got the Flame Charge ready. He throws the Incinerate instead and gets the knockout in return. Now we've got a Poliwrath in the back, and like you mentioned, Amanda, the Talonflame. We could see a mirror match situation. That's what we get.
Oh, this is interesting going on here. Throwing that fly, getting that shield off of Arceus Aurelius as well. But now we're seeing Talonflame on Talonflame. One's about to go down, and now we'll see how he wants to play this out. There's no shields left on Magmar-Man's side. This Talonflame already has 1 Incinerate through, and look at this back line. It does not want to see the Talonflame at all.
What do you do if you're Magmar-Man? You've got a Steel-type Pokemon and a Fairy Grass-type in the back. Now Talonflame is really just going to wreak havoc. Arceus Aurelius through the fire and the flames, fires off the Flame Charge, KOs 1 Pokemon, and you gotta expect Whimsicott is not far behind.
Whimsicott doing the best it can, just going ahead and just saying, I'm here for a little bit, as now the fly is about to connect. This will be a boosted fly as well, enough to knock it off the field and get game parity here for Arceus Aurelius. 1-1 against Magmar-Man.
Easy come, easy go, as they say, right? Whimsicott could not hold a candle to Arceus Aurelius and his Talonflame that was so instrumental in his regional championship victory. But what I'm noticing as well, Amanda, is that there's no Abomasnow on his team. I mean, Abomasnow would have been pretty good in this matchup as well.
Well, fun fact, Arceus Aurelius did use an Abomasnow in Dortmund when he used a very similar team composition to be able to get his regional championship title. However, when we were talking about it, he said, the Bomb Stone was more for bench pressure. He actually didn't even really use it that much, and he said, I could use any other Pokemon there. It looks like he substituted out for Gudra, which is an interesting pick, one that wasn't available at NAIC, but has now recently been added to the roster with Thunder Punch, and I think that has a lot of really good coverage in this meta.
Definitely has a lot to do with it as we take a look back at our replay from this previous matchup, forcing the situation here, getting the full Incinerate down to protect shields, very high cost, but Magmar Man unfortunately was forced to pay the price because once the shields were down, Talonflame went to town and Arceus Aurelius absolutely cooked his way through the back line for Magmar Man.
Yeah, this was I'm just looking at the team composition as a whole, very risky by Magmar Man if you think about it, because he pretty much played ABB weak to Talonflame. However, his Talonflame answer was his own Talonflame, and that's always a dangerous thing. Who's going to win that charge attack priority? Who's going to get a little bit of energy first?
Let's take a little snapshot here of Arceus Aurelius and his illustrious career, the Dortmund regional champion, but a lot of top 8s prior. And again, it really felt like he reached a new level. He kind of punched through that glass ceiling, those barriers he'd been trying to get past when he did win in Dortmund.
That's absolutely true. I mean, when you talk to these trainers, a lot of times they talk about, you know, when they see their pairings in a bracket, their heart kind of drops when they see a certain trainer, and maybe they can get in their own head being like, oh no, well, I know that this trainer is so good, but Arceus really said he's recently come to the conclusion that he's also one of these best trainers. And speaking of different picks that he didn't bring to Dortmund, we got that Guju taking the field against a Talonflame, now an immediate pivot out to a Whiscash, which is not the greatest answer to it. We'll have to see how Magmar Man wants to play it.
Look at this adjustment by Magmar Man, right? He's got a opposing Gujar on the opposing side, but he was looking out for another Talonflame appearance, and it's just not there. So Arceus Aurelius is just a step ahead. He chips yet again before dipping into his Lickitung to try to secure this mid-matchup against the Shadow Whiscash.
Whiscash is going to be able to throw a Scald. There is a chance that this will debuff the attack, but it's not as high as it was in the World of Wonders meta. Being able to connect, but this Lickitung is still healthy, still in the green, still almost up to a Power Whip, going a little bit fast. Now, he's baiting with this Body Slam, but it's still going to do a lot of damage.
This actually is going to be very close to knocking out. Lickitung does get same type attack bonus onto the Body Slam. The question is, can it lick down in time? No! The Mud Bomb will come through from the Shadow Whiscash. And we know Lickitung can take a lot of damage, a lot of punishment. What's another Mud Bomb?
Yes, Lickitung just sticking his tongue out, taunting this Whiscash. Said, still hanging on, almost at another attack. Bring it on, whatever is coming in. Magmar Man is in a difficult position here because he knows that if you get a little bit of energy on the Talonflame, it can go a long way. However, this Body Slam's going through, and that Dragon Breath damage is just so punishing.
I really appreciate Arceus Aurelius' patience there. We know Incinerate is a 5-turn fast attack. He's able to get in 4 licks before the Body Slam. And look at the energy management here. He's actually going to swap into the Gujar, throw the Aqua Tail. Surprise!
Not only that, he has a banked Body Slam stored here, getting that last shield as well. Arceus Aurelius is playing fantastic. 2 shields there, 1 shield left on Magmar Man's side, but there's a lot of energy on this Talonflame. This fly will connect. Looks like Arceus Aurelius is debating if he wants to shield it up. No, gonna let that go.
Yeah, maybe hoping for the resisted flame charge, doesn't get his wish, but he knew that Talonflame was the key in game number 2. So in a decisive game number 3, in the opening rounds of the World Championships, he goes back to Talonflame.
Talonflame is going to get a little bit of energy here. Coming in with the Dragon, again, we talked about how oppressive those Dragon Breaths are. It's doing a lot. The artifacts, it's because of its typing, is not going to be doing as well against this Talonflame as Guja did, forcing this last shield off of Magmar Man here because he just wants to be able to get at least a shield with the Dragon Claw already there, going for it even before the Avalanche was reached.
Both trainers are doing what I call flying under the radar, which are the shields, right? You're relying on the fast attack pressure, Dragon Breath versus boosted Incinerate. Both of these Pokemon are neck and neck in terms of damage and energy. A fly comes through here from the Talonflame, which is slightly more energy efficient. Great play by Arceus.
Yeah, Arceus really is going ahead, letting that fly go through. It is basically almost enough to knock out there, and now even though there's so much energy on the other Talonflame, there's just not a lot of health. Going for that charge attack priority. Very interesting to see that it looks like Magmar Man does win that, but Arceus really is already pumping his fist, saying, maybe you win that charge attack priority, but I think I'm winning this battle.
He pressed the fly. He knows it's going to come through. Magmar Man was so impressive in game number 1, but Arceus Aurelius' adjustments just outmaneuvered and outplayed him in games 2 and 3. That's a 2-1 victory for Arceus Aurelius.
Aurelius I guess once again, he's making that statement. He says, I'm not going to lose if there's another Talonflame. If I'm going ahead making this big statement that I am the best current Talonflame player, I better be able to show it. And you talk about that emotion, he's showing it on the field once again. Also, he's in a definitely Hawaii mode there.
I was going to tell Arceus Aurelius to maybe save some of that energy, right? If he's going to keep winning rounds, he's going to be exhausted later. But I've seen him before. I know he's got energy for days, so we can expect lots of pop-offs in the future if he continues to progress through the World Championships bracket.
I mean, when we were at LAIC, the hype and the vibe of all of the LATAM region was just so vibrant, so electric. It's not as heavy, I think, in other regions you see, but Arceus Aurelius has almost that whole energy just in one person.
No, I have to actually give compliments to our crowd here at Worlds, because in several pivotal moments, we heard the crowd pop off, and we were so grateful for all the energy and excitement for all of our competitors. So if you're here cheering somebody on, when they take the stage, make sure you are in the seat, ready to watch them play, and you're cheering them on as they progress through the World Championships in Hawaii.
Absolutely. And if you're at home and you're saying, oh, I'm sorry that I missed this in person, but there is this trainer that I've been like following forever, I really want them to win it, make sure to be typing that in the chat as well, because I know so many trainers like to go back, they like to watch over their battles, and they see these things that people are saying about them, and I think it can be a really uplifting thing to the Pokemon Go community.
Not only the Pokemon Go community, right? We have, or excuse me, not only competitors, but also casters as well. We've had casters who've made their debuts, and they tell us all the time, Amanda, they look back at the chat and they read the nice things you say, and it just absolutely just makes their entire weekend. So again, the community, we're so grateful to everyone watching at home and here in the venue. But let us hear you, all right? We got to keep the energy up all weekend long.
Yeah, we're just getting started. This is just day one. Like we talked about before, 200 and like roughly 50 competitors were invited to Worlds. We don't have quite that many here, but it is still such a stacked, huge tournament of the best players, the titans of Pokemon Go PvP in this 2024 season.
All right, Amanda, my question for you, right?
Answer for you.
We had a lot of doubts maybe about Talonflame. We're like, does it have targets? Is it that good?
Did we?
Oh, I did.
Okay.
I had plenty of doubts, right? I was like, is it still good after the shared supplies update? Yeah, press X for doubt. I definitely pressed X there. My question for you, though, is did that kind of reassure you? Do you feel more secure? Is Talonflame going to be something that progresses maybe into day 2 or even our championships?
I think Talonflame is actually like a really good Pokemon. The problem with it for a lot of trainers is it's slow pacing. You talked about it. It's 5 turns for an Incinerate. That's a long time to wait because you don't want to over tap potentially and then not be able to throw your charge attack. It also gives your opponent a lot of opportunities to catch an attack because everything is just a little more predictable. But if that is your playstyle, if you can kind of understand the format, if you can understand how much energy you need, it can really be almost unstoppable. And we kind of saw that in that last matchup.
Yeah, I almost feel like trainers that prefer a lot of 1, 2, or even 3-turn fast attack Pokemon, they like to have their hands on the wheel. They like to be in control, make all the micro adjustments, the 4 licks in the midst of an Incinerate, that kind of micro play. But the players that like Talonflame, they have to kind of take their hands off the wheel sometimes and just kind of let the Incinerate come through, follow the pacing, and manage their energy, and keep the macro in mind as well, right? If I throw another Incinerate, does my opponent have an opportunity to switch? Are they going to throw a charge attack here? Am I willing to shield? What is the situation like? And you have a little bit of time to think about that when you're doing Incinerates instead of furiously getting every lick or Dragon Breath that you possibly can muster.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. But we can talk about Talonflame for days. We can argue its viability, but I want to hear from the person actually himself who thinks that he's one of the best players with it. We got him on stage with Caleb Payne. We're going to take it away with Arceus Aurelius.
All right, thank you, Amanda. I'm joined here by Arceus Aurelius right off your win. And last night you were telling me you're the self-proclaimed best Talonflame player in the world. And after that first game, I wasn't so sure, but you were able to come away with the victory. How you feeling?
Well, the problem was game 1 I didn't bring the Talonflame, so I got to bring the heat in the next 2 if I still want to stick in the competition, and that I did.
For sure, and this is your first ever World Championship attending as a competitor, and you got to go against Magmar Man, who arguably has probably always the spiciest team in any tournament. How did that feel so far, and just being in Hawaii in general?
It was really challenging to know what to do, but I just stuck my head into it and tried to make a read of what he wanted to do, and it worked out. And I just want to say I have a lot of friends and family watching at home. if debuteur show me, thank you so much for watching, everyone. And it's so good to be here. I'm just super happy, Caleb.
That's awesome. I love hearing the energy too. You got some fans in the crowd as well. And I'm sure your friends, family at home, staying up real late. And hey, it paid off too, right? Watching you win on stage. What are you looking forward to as your first World Championships in this tournament? You trying to take it all the way? You trying to just have fun? All the above? What are you thinking?
I don't want to put too much pressure, but like, I'm not going to go down without a fight. So anyone who wants to take a game off of me, they're going to have to work for it. I'm going to do what I can, and I'm going to be happy with that.
Awesome. Well, you heard it here from the best Soundflame player in the world for Pokemon Go. We're going to hit back to you casters for some more awesome battles.
I really like what Arceus Aurelius said there about not putting too much pressure on his shoulders, right? Because once you sit down across the table from another competitor, you're actually facing off against one person. But if that internal voice is telling you, you better win, you better not make a mistake, you better not mess up, it's almost like 2 versus 1. It doesn't feel fair, right? It's like giving extra shields to a Talonflame. You just don't want to do that.
Not only that, but you're watching and it's like, this stage is huge. I think you guys probably saw at the very beginning of the show, it is packed. Not only that, there's so many people watching. I think a lot of times players can get a little bit nervous, especially if it's maybe one of their first few times performing on the big stage, saying, not only do I not want to screw up, I don't want to screw up in front of this many people. But it takes a certain level of confidence, being able to play a couple times, take that step back and say, no, I got this. And I like what he said when he's like, okay, I'm not going to go down without a fight. Like, I'm not saying I'm going to win it all, but it's going to be a challenge.
Everyone has their own comfort zone, right? I remember famously, King IV wasn't having the best tournaments. He wasn't feeling that good about his performance back in 2022. And he said, you know what I did? I had the phone down, and I just picked it up. And I held it in my hands, and I played that way, and things really turned around. I feel like those minor things, right? What works for you, Amanda, probably won't work for me, and vice versa.
And what works for me is that nothing's really working for me at the moment. Do you have any GBL teams?
Well, I don't play Triple Charm, so I don't know about
yeah, never mind
GBL
that.
teams
That's
there.
not going to work for me then.
But I really appreciate that you mentioned GBL in general, because we have really stellar Twitch drops for you this World Championships event. Make sure to connect your account and get these awesome rewards. I mean, avatar shirts, anything you can imagine. We also have these encounter tracks, which are really, really cool. And you know what, Amanda? We have a special surprise at the end of the stream.
Absolutely.
But I think the trainers that are watching now are kind of ahead of the pack, because these Pokemon might be good next season. I've got a special feeling about that.
If you're looking at these teams, Team 1, Team 2, and Team 3, which one do you think that you are going for? I know that you are not the biggest Team fan, but can the Pancham and the Dunsparce kind of persuade you to go with Team 1? Because that is kind of what I'm looking at.
You know what, Amanda? I really want to change things up. I like the speed of Drapion. I like the flexibility of Galarian Weezing, and I think that Chestnut is a very underrated fighting type Pokemon, because that grass typing does lead to that double super effective weakness against flyers, but at the same time, you've got Superpower, you've got Frenzy Plant, you can even tech to a Smackdown Chestnut, which absolutely takes those flyers out of the sky.
We're talking about Talonflame. That's not going to survive long against that. Just a reminder as well, those are Twitch drops for day number 2. Today we also have very special Twitch drops revolving around its Axon's Sableye, something that he used on his team last year at this actual competition, the World's competition. And Sableye is my favorite Pokemon, so I'm really excited about this. Make sure that you are connected with your Twitch drops too, so you can redeem these for watching the channel. And while you're watching, I mean, again, make sure to give some love to all the players in the chat.
We interviewed each other yesterday, and you asked me my favorite save switch. It's also a Sableye, right? So I think it's definitely a very flexible Pokemon, one you can use in a variety of situations. When we talk about team composition, especially in Go Battle League, we like to say ABC or ABB, or even AAA Charm in your case, Amanda. But
exactly. So your Sableye is not going to do anything against my triple.
That's true. That's true. Hard counter any Sableye, just run Wigglytuff. But the point I'm trying to get at is that if you are running an ABC team where A and B Pokemon complement each other really well, then that C slot, that Sableye slot, can be your safe switch to take control of switch advantage and then win the game. Line things up the way that you want. A very, very famous line that's worked for many, many seasons is Skarmory with a water ground type, be it Swampert or Whiscash, plus Sableye. Definitely a very strong trio, so if you're just starting out to Go Battle League, maybe give that team a try.
Yeah, I mean, we have that Go Battle League coming up. Not only that, there is a Venture Week going on as well. Plenty of opportunities to catch different Pokemon. There's some shiny variants as well that will be available. Let's go ahead and look at all of the different things that you can be getting. Is there anything that's really jumping out at you? We talked a little bit about Shadow Cresselia, whether we thought we would see it here at Worlds or whether, I mean, so far we haven't. It's just been seeing the regular ones, but there's so many Shadow Pokemon.
Yeah, I want to hone in on the top right corner. You mentioned Shadow Cresselia. We've seen so many Cresselia in the meta this entire season. It's a very flexible Pokemon, very strong Pokemon. One of those that you don't need XL candies. You don't need to take it to level 50. It can still hold its own against the bulkiest Pokemon in the meta. And I thought maybe this is like a Hypno situation where Shadow Hypno, it just feels more aggressive, more powerful than the regular one. But I think that Shadow Cresselia, a lot of trainers are just opting for that trusty bulk that they've come to know all season long. By the time we do see Shadow Cresselia, though, I'll be really excited to see how it performs.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Also, a reminder, I mean, frustration on your Pokemon, very frustrating. This is an event that you can get rid of that using those charge TMs, and I think that that's one of the most exciting things, too, because it's not like you can just do it every time. How many times have you found a Pokemon that you're like, I really would like to use this in battle. I can't use this in battle quite yet. I need to wait for a Rocket event. The time is now.
It's almost like an oxymoron to call it a frustration event. It's like an anti-frustration event, right? It's like a relief event. But I'll tell you what, Amanda, we're getting our phone set up on the stage, so we just need a couple of minutes. Let's play a fun game. This is the pronunciation game. And for Pokemon Go players, we tend to do well unless it's like one of the newer generations, maybe Pokemon that are just getting introduced to the game. Tell me about this one on the screen. I believe it's a water and bug type.
This is, I'm going to guess just because of what it looks like, which is a spider, that it would be Dew Spider, but I don't think it's right. I think it's actually Dewspider? Jupiter?
Jupiter, like from Jupiter. All right, you said Jupiter. I'm going to go with Dupider. That way we cover our bases and we can't possibly be wrong. Jupiter. All right, you were right. All right, 1 point for Team Amanda. Let's hear it in the chat for Team Amanda. All right, let's jump into number 2 here. Okay. I've heard this one mispronounced to the nth degree.
Yeah.
But I think a really easy way to remember is it's I guess brother Pokemon, right? Zamazenta. We don't say Zamazenta, right?
Okay, yeah, that's true, yeah.
So if we go with that methodology, Zamazenta, Zacian.
I was always saying Zacian at the beginning, but I'm pretty sure that you're right. It's gonna be Zacian.
Okay, this is the Crown Sword version, which we haven't quite seen in Pokemon Go, but when it does appear, Behemoth Blade is going to be absolutely a destructive force.
You can see it in its mouth.
Exactly, right? Zacian. Okay, alright. So, never again. With the Zacian.
Yeah. Just remember, apparently if you're brothers, you have the same pronunciation of your name.
And
really makes sense.
Sometimes it works. All right. This is a very, very interesting Pokemon. This is a Steel and Dark type. So obviously you don't want to see a counter user, but if you're up against a Ghost type or maybe a Bug, you can do pretty well.
Yeah, they're also running like a Fury Cutter, I think, as a fast attack. I have the shiny version of it, which I think is one of the coolest looking shinies.
What a flex.
I'm going with Poniard.
Poniard.
Yeah.
Or Poniard or Poniard?
Poniard.
Poniard. I'm going to say Poniard and give it all the syllables there.
Okay.
Another point for Team Amanda. All right. I feel like you should kick off this one here.
Bring it. Oh, I'm horrible. I don't think it should be the way it actually is.
Yeah, but we've listened to so much Pokemon Unite, right? Okay. Of course, shout out to Zoink, Spriggles, Dubes, and all of our incredible crew over there. Kellosaurus and Wonder Chef, they're such phenomenal casters. They really have to make the same adjustment, right? Yeah. Because we're so used to saying it one way. What do you think it is?
I want it to be Rayquaza.
Okay.
Pokemon, if you're listening, I want it to be Rayquaza.
Okay, I'm gonna go with the hard A's here. Rayquaza. Like Laser. Like Phaser. Okay, I was right. I can stop with the
like
taser jokes. Oh yeah, that's definitely a word. Yeah. All right,
Let's go through the alphabet now.
Awesome. Okay, so that was our final pronunciation. I think that means that our competitors are just about ready on stage. So I'm going to be excited to see what they're going to bring to the table. But man, I wanted to ask you, like,
before they even get on the table, I just want to say, we've got a special interview that's going to be happening right now. Sophia, why don't you take it away?
Hi there, my name is Softop, and I'm going to be playing a little trivia game with some of our Worlds qualified competitors. On my left is Arrow, a two-time Worlds competitor, actually reached top 32 last year, has reached numerous grand finals as well at these regional tournaments. And on my extra left, we have Rise to Occasion, a multiple-time regional champion and a three-time Worlds competitor. So here's how this is going to go. I'm going to ask them 5 trivia questions. Whoever answers it correctly first gets a point, and whoever gets the most points at the end gets a Play Pokemon shirt of their color of choosing. Sound good?
Yeah, sounds great.
All right, let's just dive right into it. Okay, first question is EU-based. Which of these EU trainers has not qualified to all 3 World Championships so far? Status Dan, 23 EJB, Zephy Mastix, Inadequance.
Inadequance.
Alright, I think that one goes to Arrow here. Let's say you have to say Buzz when you think you have an answer.
Okay.
Yeah, next, going forward. Alright, next one.
Right?
Yeah, it was Inadequance. Okay. At the 2024 Latin American International Championships, how many of the top 6 most used Pokemon were on the championship team?
Buzz.
Yes. Wrong.
Buzz. 3. Was it all 6?
It's 4. Okay, let's say that one goes to nobody.
Yeah, that's a tough one then.
Alright. Just for your edification, Harjeff had Chargebug and Umbreon, which were not in the top 6 most used. Alright. This one should be good for you guys. It's about North America. Okay. Which of these 2 trainers has more top 8 performances at regional championships? Dunebug 97, it's Axon.
It's Axon.
Wrong.
It's Dunebug.
Alright, I think that's 2 for Arrow.
This is Mr. Top Cut.
So yes, but mostly at Worlds and ICs.
She didn't say regional rights. He performs at the big time stage, I guess. Shout out Axon.
Alright. Alright, question number 4. Name the top 3 performing players from the Asia Pacific region at the 2023 World Championships.
Buzz. All of the top 3?
As many as you can. If you get more than Arrow, that's good enough.
Wait, sorry,
Can I steal it?
at the World Championships or the Asian?
The World Championships.
I'm
stealing it.
Crescent Angels.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
Chidori, Roro-E, and Ishikawa boy.
That's more than Rise, so I'm gonna count it. It's actually Kyoto, Luminous, and Roy, but I think you got one. Yeah, you got 1. Alright. Well, Arrow has officially won. It's 3-0 right now, but just for fun, I will ask you guys the 5th question. How many Altaria were in the top cut of the 2024 Perth Regional Championships?
Buzz 5. I asked it that. Buzz.
Come on, man, you got it.
3.
It's actually 4. But it's okay. 3-0 for Arrow. 2 questions not answered correctly, but that's okay. Arrow, you will get a lovely Play Pokemon shirt to add to your vast collection. And thank you both for your time. Any last words from either of you?
Let's go. Thank you, Soph. It's been a pleasure.
Alright, thank you guys so much. We'll see you later.
Thank you so much, Softop, for that really fun game. Speedy, I have a trivia question for you.
Okay, let's do it.
Who is up next on stage?
Buzz, it's going to be Valiant Vish and Bulk 88.
That's correct. Let's give this man a t-shirt. Let's get to the stage.
I get a t-shirt? I don't have one, actually. All right, let's take a look at these teams. We've got Valiant Vish on the left side of your screen, and then Bulk 88 on the right. Now, in 2023, Bulk 88 was a regional champion, did not reach the same heights this season, however, did qualify through the championship point system. So, Valiant Vish is a trainer here on the left, which we don't see too much, but I do remember him being very impressive at an IC in Oceania.
Absolutely. I mean, the Australian trainers we don't get to see as often, especially not on the wide circuit. Although Valiant Fish is a name that most people do know because he's a very, very talented trainer. We're going to hop right into these battles, both against Valiant Fish, and it looks like it is an Annihilate mirror. This game really comes down to who wins that charge attack priority and who is going to be the better at baiting versus getting that nuke of the Shadow Ball through.
Yeah, it's the island of the Annihilate, so we're all just living in it. Here comes Bulk with a Shadow Ball to open up this matchup. If it lands, he's going to open it with a bang. Valiant Fish does not allow it to come through, though. Great shield early on in this matchup.
Yeah, but now since he didn't throw right away, and really patient timing by Valiant Fish as well, the last thing you want as a trainer is to have all that energy, that Shadow Ball going to that normal type Pokemon Lickitung. The patience of Valiant Fish to go ahead a little bit more, going for yet another Night Slash here, and it looks like Bulk is going ahead and just take it on the Lickitung.
Now, if you're Valiant Fish, you have to think about the Annihilate you saw in the lead and how you can counter it in the back. He does have the Altaria and his own Lickitung as well, so he's going to stay in the Lickitung matchup here because he thinks that his Annihilate is probably the best answer. And if he gets the boost, he's really going to start to roll.
Yeah, puts him in a great position. He does need to be a little bit careful himself because the Lickitung, as we've kind of seen it, it doesn't do that great against the Annihilate. But this is a really great, although late, counter swap into the mirror match. At least we're not going to be through this very, very long Lickitung mirror match here, as you can see, already down into the red here. But another body slam already ready, throwing on Valiant Fish's Lickitung.
I was going to say, if the matchup started with fireworks, this is just kind of a fizzle right here as we're in the middle part of our matchup. Second body slam does come through from Bulk's Lickitung, but the late switch allows him to send in his own Annihilate. Power Whip won't quite knock out, but I think that Valiant Fish needs to fire something off quickly because the counters are going to add up.
Yeah, I think that he's definitely have the Power Whip. It will be doing a lot of damage. I think he's just hoping to get as much damage as possible, but Bulk gets the boost, forcing Fish now to be able to throw something in half. If you're Bulk, you're saying, okay, I have a pretty healthy Annihilate here. It is now boosted in an attack. We're going to go ahead and use a shield.
You can't give it up, right? You get the boost with the Annihilate. You want to keep that momentum going. So obvious shield there by Bulk, but the Power Whip still was the right charge attack to throw. Valiant Fish has to remember how much energy he has on his own Annihilate. Brings it in. He's behind. The opposing Annihilate does get to the Night Slash first.
Not only that, but if you're taking a peek at the back lines like the rest of us here, this Altaria does not have many places to go with one of the chubby bunnies in the back here. Night Slash coming through here, getting that last protection from Bulk as well. He knows that he's up energy. He knows he's going to be able to reach that Night Slash first, and it looks like he's going to head and just maximize it. But there is now a boost of his own, maybe a little too late, and swapping into the Altaria, and to now be met with an Azumarill.
I'm telling you, man, bring me back to 2018. This matchup has been bad all along, ever since Pokemon Go PvP first became a feature in the game. Altaria gonna fire up the Moonblast here, hoping for a last chance debuff. But if you look at this team from Valiant Fish, he's got Annihilate, he's got Altaria. He was ABA weak to this Azumarill all along.
Yeah, this Azumarill is now fully loaded with energy here. This Ice Beam is super effective. There was no debuff on it. This Altaria looks like it's going to be almost taken completely out. This bubble damage isn't going to be doing too much, but neither are any of the attacks of the Altaria, just giving a ton of energy to Bulk.
It feels so bad, right? You're a Dragon-type Pokemon if you're playing that Altaria there, and the opposing Azumarill is just going to bubble you all the way down, and it's going to do it with a smile on its face as it loads up so much energy. There is nowhere for Valiant Fish to go, and Bulk is able to pilot his way to a Game 1 victory.
Bulk's got the bulk on his team for this one with the Azumarill on it, the Lickitung, and Nyla just putting in the work and letting the other ones basically take all of that shield pressure completely away.
What I find really interesting is that Valiant Fish is kind of known for his Lantern play. Definitely makes a lot of great catches, is very, very familiar and comfortable with that Pokemon, but we didn't even see it in game number 1. And after seeing Azumarill just wreak havoc on your team, it feels like the obvious choice now is to bring the Lantern.
Well, the thing is with Valiant Fish's Lantern is it is a water gun Lantern, so obviously it has shifted in the meta a bit. Although, like Caleb said a little bit earlier on, I would argue water gun Lantern is even stronger than Spark Lantern in this current meta. A lot of people are running like a double electric potential there. I think that Lantern was in the top 4. I know you're not super happy about that that little tidbit, but I think that if Valiant Fish is using it, he definitely knows how to, but maybe he's trying to psych out his opponent as well. If you're a player who is known for playing a certain Pokemon, maybe you bench it game 1 to make them try to play a certain way against you.
No, exactly right. You can definitely kind of lure your opponent into making certain decisions that you can then use to set up your team for success. As we take a look back at our replay from game number 1, the late switch into Lickitung allowed the Annihilate to come in for bulk, and then the Azumarill was just more than enough to wrap up this game. And what I find so poetic about this is that when Bulk did win his Altaria, so he's very familiar with the Pokemon and the matchups, and his Azumarill just had all the answers.
Yeah, Azumarill is just like, I mean, put it in the caster prediction for a reason. It's been around from the beginning, but it just has so much play into a lot of the Pokemon that have seemingly made their way back into the meta. And speaking of, it's really great against this Gligar, but the Charger Bug doesn't really want to see it either. Great first call by Valiant Fish here. Shadow Gligar against the Charger Bug, and just getting a ton of energy. Both of these players look like they're going to go ahead and stay in this meta.
You see the grimace there from Bulk. I mean, if there's one Pokemon he did not want to see, it's Shadow Gligar. And if you look at the back line as well, he's got Annihilate, so he is ABA weak to the Shadow Gligar. And where Charger Bug was so flexible and so good in so many matchups, it's going to get spent here against the Gligar, because as soon as you send in your Skarmory, your hard answer to it, it's just going to get countered.
Yeah, but I mean, we talked about team lineups, we talked about ABB, and you're saying ABC. This is something that's a little bit different, but we've seen it so much in this season, and it is, we've been jokingly calling it the season of ABA, where you have one Pokemon you don't want to see because you're weak to it in the front and in the back. That's exactly what happened. Being able to just completely farm down tons of energy here in comes the Skarmory, but a quick pivot out to the Lantern.
Wow, I really appreciate this play by Valiant Fish, right? Because he's able to win lead. He detects that Bulk is weak to his Gligar in the back. So what does he do? He gathers a ton of energy and then makes that instant pivot into Lantern, pulling out the Annihilate. So even after Lantern puts in the work here, he still has his Shadow Gligar to dispose all that energy after this fact.
Yeah, absolutely true. Going for this heavier hitting Shadow Ball here, which would do a lot of damage to the Lantern. There are 2 shields left on Valiant Fish. So once he uses that first one up here, Water Gun paces a lot slower than the Spark Lantern variant does. However, just that Water Gun pressure has already put down the Annihilate so low, getting this shield off of Bulk as well. I mean, there's, like you said, so much energy on the Gligar and no shields left on Bulk's side.
Going for another Shadow Ball here. Bulk really wants this Lantern gone, and he's going to get his wish because there is no Protect Shield in play for Valiant Fish. Shadow Ball connects, does KO the Lantern. Gligar still has a ton of energy. It's going to come in here, throw an Aerial Ace, but guess what? It's got 2, and Bulk has 0 shield, so this comes through immediately.
This comes through enough to knock out the Annihilate, and we're about to see that Skarmory's coming back in. But if you're a Vish, you're saying this is completely fine. Steel meets steel here, as the ground steel is going to just be able to do a little bit better than Zap Cannons and Focus Blast, doing so much damage to the Skarmory, and Skarmory not being able to hit back hard at all.
They say iron sharpens iron, but what do you do when you get hit with high voltage? There's a Zap Cannon into the Skarmory, taking it way down into the red, and at this point, we saw that knowing nod from Bulk. He said, I recognize I got outpicked and outcomped, cannot win this game number 2.
But making it an exciting series as Valiant Fish ties it up there. And I know we talked about earlier, like the hard part about Registeel is that there's no fast attack pressure. It's not often that you see a Registeel lock on farm down.
Exactly, but after the Zap Cannon, it was able to do exactly that. Valiant Fish pivoted to the Lantern pick in game number 2, which feels like a really nice response to the Azumarill, but he also had the benefit of the ABA positioning there. So going into game number 3, what do you expect to see from both of these trainers?
It's one of those things where it's like, okay, yes, Bulk went very risky in game number 2, and that risk didn't pay off. It's one of those high risk, high reward scenarios. The question is, are you going to double down on it saying, okay, if I got beat so bad last time, will my opponent expect me to do the same thing again?
That's a great question, right? Because a few trainers repeat a team, and even fewer still will repeat a team 3 times in a row. At that point, it's just maniacal, right? It's just diabolical to do something like that. But going into game number 3, I do think Lantern was very strong for Valiant Fish. It was a great correction to the Azumarill pick from Bulk, and on this stage, with all this pressure, I highly, sincerely doubt that Bulk is going to play as risky as he did in that game number 2. I don't think we're going to see an ABA team. We might see something more flexible, maybe not looking for the hard answers.
Yeah, I think a lot of times people have been using, you talked about how Sableye was one of your favorite safe swaps. A lot of people like to use Licky Tongue as a safe swap, and I don't think that that's necessarily too bad, but if you have a Pokemon like a Valiant Fish has with a Registeel, it makes that swap a lot more difficult, because even if someone swaps in an Annihilate, those lick damage is going to do something. You're kind of helpless otherwise in this scenario. And speaking of helpless, the tables have turned here now. Altaria against the Azumarill, forcing that swap out into the safe swap of Licky Tongue, because, like I said, there's not really too hard of a counter on Bulk's side.
Yeah, we see the instant swap, which is to be expected, but what is really unknown here is that final Pokemon for Valiant Fish in the back. Lantern was so good in game number 2. Does Bulk expect it here in game number 3? He actually lands the Play Rough and then switches into the Charge-a-Bug here against Lickitung.
Yeah, this is a dangerous position. There's quite a lot of energy on this Lickitung, and definitely going to need to take 2 charge attacks to take it out at this range. Looks like Bulk is going to head shield up the first one, recognizing that Charge-a-Bug definitely has some play, being able to get this Lickitung nice and low. Volt Switch is 4-turn fast attack, and Lickitung has a 1-turn fast attack, so you really have to do some good timing here to be able to make sure the extra Volt Switch doesn't sneak through.
Yeah, both these Pokemon have formidable HP pools, and the Licks are doing some work, but so are the Volt Switches on the other side. Body Slam going to come through here. We know this is a same type attack bonus, neutral charge attack. We will not see a Power Whip here because it is resisted, but these X-Scissors, I'm telling you, man, they're so fast. They come through every 2 to 3 Volt Switches, and another one peels away the final shield from Valiant Fish.
Yeah, Valiant Fish has no shields, but a lot of energy. One lick away, and we saw the Volt Switch go through, getting that shield also from Bulk here. Both of them recognize how bad the Altaria into the Azumarill is, and both of them want switch advantage, and it looks like Valiant Fish is just sacking his Altaria, recognizing there's not a lot of room for it, not a lot of play for it, going ahead, just letting it absorb all this energy, and now expecting that Azumarill to come right back in.
Yeah, Valiant Fish sunk both of his Protect Shields into that mid matchup to try to prevent this exact situation, his Altaria versus the Azumarill. Ice Beam's going to come through here. If this is fully charged, I believe this actually will KO. Altaria does, yeah, absolutely gets knocked out there by the Ice Beam, and now an interesting decision to make comes in with the Lantern.
Yeah, Lantern obviously does very well against Azumarill, being that Azumarill has that water typing and Lantern has the electric. The problem that we now face is the water gun pacing is slower, not going to be able to hit as hard to the Azumarill, and Azumarill already has another Play Rough stored. This is going to put some pressure onto the Lantern. Lantern almost now at that Thunderbolt, going a little bit over, recognizing Azumarill's slow pacing is going to let him charge up a ton of energy.
Yeah, exactly. I think when these trainers are prepping for the World Championships, they study these counts. They know exactly how many water guns they can get away with before the opposing Azumarill has a charge attack. And look at this, a water gun down of an Azumarill. I mean, Valiant Fish is trying to put himself in a position to succeed.
Yeah, this is also difficult though, because there are no protections left on either side. Quagsire having some attack against a Lantern, but it's not one that you typically see. Movesets are revealed, and it is not one that has Mud Bomb, so it's not going to be hitting that hard. Needs to go for the heavier hitting Stone Edge. It is now reached. This should be enough to knock out the Lantern.
Bulk waits a turn, allows the water gun through, prevents the swap onto Lickitung, and does land the Stone Edge. Great technical play by him. In comes Lickitung. Now you've got a gap of just 3 mud shots to get the body slam, and he does. This might just be enough to KO, and then there's a charge bug in the back. Is there still a way for Valiant Fish to win this game?
It looks like he's going to be trying as hard as he can. Not quite able to. Looks like it will knock it out. The Volt Switches are not going to be able to be reached. And Lickitung is at the body slam hitting, connecting with that charge bug.
Valiant Fish doesn't get the lead he wants. He doesn't get the swap he wants, but he gets the victory in the end. Body Slam connects, and a sweaty Game 3 comes to a stunning conclusion there. Valiant Fish will move on the winner's side of the bracket.
These games have been so incredibly close from the very beginning, from the very first matchup that we showed on screen with the LNDS hardship against Tonton Batuz, where Tonton won with 1 HP, and then Archip won the next one. We're seeing it time after time with all of these fantastic trainers. These are Worlds competitors. These people are ready to win a World Championship. They've prepared, they've studied their teams, they want to make a name for themselves, and they're on their way to do so.
How poetic is it that Valiant Fish, being known for his Lantern play, brings Water Gun Lantern, right? Which previously in previous seasons, Spark was the preferred fast attack, switches over to Water Gun Lantern and shows that he still has what it takes to make all the right plays. Soaks the Stone Edge onto his Lantern, recognizing that he still had energy on the Lickitung, and then finds the win condition. The Charge Bug was so pesky, he had to switch into Altaria to catch the discharge early on in the matchup. but he knew he was playing the long game. He knew he could open a window for himself, and that's exactly what he did with his Lickitung in the final moments.
Absolutely. Let's look at some of the highlights from that as well, because, and I also have to ask you, you were a Talonflame, doubter. You're kind of a Lantern doubter as well at the beginning. Is any of these plays by Valiant Fish being able to change your mind? I mean, look at this matchup. It's such a bad lead. The Altaria into the Azumarill, but this Lantern managed to completely take control here. Not only is he able to hit this Thunderbolt, he's able to get one more Water Gun to get so much energy.
Amanda, I'm just going to use a phrase that we say a lot in the Pokemon Go community when we look at Lantern. I'm going to say driver, not car.
Okay,
all right?
fair.
I think it was his Valiant Fish was the magic behind this performance. Water Gun Lantern didn't have what it takes, but he knew he had just a small window. 3 mud shots. If he waits another half second, Valiant Fish would lose the charge type priority tie and lose this game. But in the final moments, he knew exactly where his opponent was, and he capitalized.
And that is such a hard thing to do, because when you're playing, of course, if you're playing a Go Battle League, or if you're even playing against someone at home when there's not as much pressure on it, it's much easier to remember, like, okay, I know that they're at this much energy, or this is how much there's going to be. When you're in those high-stakes scenarios saying, okay, I have to win this matchup, you just better hope that your counting is on.
You know what? I would actually push back and just say that when you're on this stage, one of the key things is to just forget that you're on the stage, right?
Absolutely.
Just kind of put yourself in the mindset that you are sitting on your couch playing Go Battle League, and you have all the tools and the comfortability that you need to have those precise counts, to find those win conditions. Because if you start looking externally and saying, oh, who's watching, what's going on, you take your eye off the ball.
Don't do it.
That's when you drop the ball and you lose the game, right?
You drop that Pokeball right out.
Don't drop the Pokeball, right? Keep it in your hands or in your belt. Anyways, Valiant Fish able to win that series against Bulk 88. That was really well fought. I think Bulk went a little bit risky in game number 2, didn't pay dividends, but then Valiant Fish realized that there was a crack in the armor, and he exploited that and just blew it wide open in game number 3.
Absolutely. And like we discussed, these are all champions in their own right. This is the winner side of the bracket as well. This is a double elimination tournament, so Bulk is not out of it yet. And we've had trainers this season even drop down from losers to the losers from round 1 and still completely win a tournament. So it's still anybody's game. This is really the time where it's like, they're testing their mettle. They want to see who's going to become the champion.
You want to get settled in, right? Like getting on a boat here in Hawaii. You got to get your sea legs under you and adjust, and then you can start to really excel. Let's toss it down to Valiant Fish and Softov and hear from the trainer himself.
Thanks so much, Amanda and Will. I'm here on the floor with Valiant Fish, who just won an incredibly close-fought round 2 match. Tell us what was going through your head during that game 3.
I thought it was cooked. As soon as I saw the altitude, the Azumarill, yeah, it was a bit tough, but I thought I just had to keep playing, focusing on mechanics, just staying in there, and maybe a win con can pop up. And midway through, I threw on really bad timing as well, and you could see my frustration there. But yeah, just staying in. I think with Pokemon Go, I think you just gotta stay deep, stay long, and there will be a win con that pops up. And luckily, it just got handed to me there. So yeah, thank God I got through that one. Yeah.
Yeah, I also, thought it wasn't going too well for you. But speaking of staying in there, this is your 3rd World Championships, and you've done actually pretty consistently well in both 2022 and 2023. Tell us a little bit about how you prepare mentally for these tournaments.
Mindset is everything, I think. Team building, team preview, the mechanics of the game, that sort of comes now with a little bit of experience. I think more than anything now, it's just mindset. Staying positive, taking it one game at a time, trying not to lose your cool, like when you've got an alternate on Azu. And yeah, just being positive. This season, actually, for Worlds, I've just been trying to tell myself, like, play with a smile on your face, and maybe that may turn things around, and I feel like that probably did, yeah, so, yeah.
Well, that's great advice for any trainer out there who's looking to get into the competitive scene. And speaking of team building, I noticed you had a Registeel on your team, a little bit unconventional, I feel like, for the past couple of years. Tell us about why you picked that particular steel type.
Reggie is probably the most flexible Pokemon in the game. The steel typing is just fantastic. The coverage is fantastic. And even though it's probably not the best at the moment in terms of the meta, you've got Annihilate, you've got the Mud Boys, you've got fire types. I just think in terms of its flexibility and in terms of the in terms of bench pressure, it just puts a lot of pressure in your opponent's mindset. So, yeah, I just thought I had to bring Reggie. Reggie was there in my Melbourne team back in 2022, so I thought I'd run it back.
Well, it seems like it's been good for you so far. Certainly came in handy in that matchup. Before we let you go, is there anyone you want to shout out that has helped you get here or is supporting you at home?
Well, firstly, shout out to my wife Cindy and my little one who's 2 months old. Her name's Mira, so shout out to you. Shout out to the Aussies that sort of came through. Yeah, they've been amazing. It's been amazing staying with them. It's been a fun ride. And then shout out to Legends United, you know, my second family. Love you guys. Cheers.
Well, I'm sure they're all very proud of you. Congratulations once again, advancing to round 3. And we still have a lot of matches still to come. So Will and Amanda, take it away and let's see some more.
Great to hear from Valiant Vish there after a valiant victory on stage, 2-1, using his signature lantern pick. Very, very impressive plays, and Bulk is not a slouch, right? Very talented competitor. I feel like once we get to the day 2 top cut, you know, top 4, grand finals, that's when we usually get these neck-and-neck matches. But Worlds, round in and round out, from the beginning to the end, every single series is a clinic and takes your breath away.
Absolutely, you don't want to be missing any of that action, and there's been really, really fun battles. And I tell you what, we're going to have some really interesting battles coming up too. If you guys were watching earlier, Softop was talking with Arrow and with Rise to Occasion, and there was the question, who has won more regional championships, Junebug 97 or It's Axon, who was our previous year's world champion? And the answer was Junebug.
Yes.
And what they said was, oh, It's Axon only wins on the big stage.
Oh, okay. Yeah. He saves his best performances for Worlds, International Championships. Oh, I get it. You know, conserving your energy is a very smart strategy, not only for hiking up mountains in Hawaii, but also for winning World Championships.
Well, and it looks like it's paying off for him so far, because I believe we are in winners round 3. It's Axon is going to be playing up next against a German trainer, JBG Winston HSV, another very good trainer who has been at world competitions in the previous years as well, known for his love of Turtwig, and I think he is a really, really talented trainer. It's going to be interesting to see. There's always like a friendly rivalry of, you know, every time players for different regions play against each other, each region wants to say, no, we have the best trainers.
Right, there's like a friendly regional rivalry, and we always, you know, try to measure who has the best meta choices and who has the most innovative team compositions, and you know, who has the best players overall. So it's one thing to take the center stage here at Worlds and sit across from Arceus Aurelius or sit across from Lyle Jeffs, but when you sit across from the world champ, you have to be careful not to let him see you sweat.
Yeah, and It's Axon has a lot of accolades to his name in that regard too. I remember last year at Worlds they were playing a video and he had an interview that he said, you know, I've won a regional championship, I've won an international championship. I think, you know, the next thing that I need to win is a world championship, and he went out and he did it. So he has basically all of the titles to his name.
Yeah, I mean, how many crowns can you fit on one head, right?
Heavy is the head that wears all those crowns.
Exactly. It's Axon, definitely a top competitor year in and year out, and I think a lot of trainers are kind of looking at him. He's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders. How is he going to perform? Is this the same Axon that we saw last year? Does he have the right meta read? Well, what is his preparation going to be like? Catched up with Axon just briefly yesterday after he filmed a very exciting skit that you might see later out on the beach. And Axon said, you know, I'm comfortable. I said something similar to what you mentioned, Amanda. I like to win things. I want to win another Worlds. I think that'd be really fun. But he wasn't, you know, coming out saying, oh yeah, it's already decided. I'm winning. There's no doubt. That wasn't his mantra, right? He was a bit more mellow, a bit more focused. And I definitely think he's going to bring that to his battles here today.
Well, I'm interested to see the team compositions of these two trainers. It's Axon did perform at the North American International Championships. Not quite the performance he was looking for, but he did bring some off-meta picks. I believe he brought a meta champ, which is not usually the fighter that people are normally choosing now in this. But now, if you're looking at this team, it seems a lot more meta. But let's go ahead and take a look at JBG Winston's, because I'm pretty sure that I saw some interesting picks on his side. We saw Skeledirge, we saw Dragonair.
Oh yeah. No, one of the Pokemon I've had my eyes on is the Shadow Dragonair, but this is the world champ. It's Axon, reigning world champion, took it all in Yokohama last year in thrilling fashion. He's got Registeel this time around with Mandibuzz, Shadow Quagsire, Shadow Gligar. So Registeel, definitely an interesting pick. Mandibuzz as well, but I do think they have some interesting core-breaking potential.
Yeah, absolutely true. And it's so interesting. We talked about Vigoroth being a Pokemon on the rise, and it's absolutely true. We've seen so many of them. We've been kind of jokingly calling it, the champions Pokemon, because a lot of the people who won the different regionals have been using it. JPG Winston saying, hello, though, Annihilate, not broke, don't need to fix it, definitely going to be on this team. And it's such a hard counter to its Accent's Vigoroth there, but it does need to be a little bit more wary of, like, that Shadow Gligar of the Mandibuzz as well.
We talked about unique Dragon-type Pokemon. I think a lot of people's eyes are on Goodra or Altaria. I don't think anyone is expecting Arctivax, but maybe even fewer people were looking for Shadow Dragonair. This really takes me back to EUIC last season with Tonton Batus and Nezabethan. Shadow Dragonair, such a flexible Pokemon, usually with Aqua Tail and Body Slam. Let's see just how JBG Winston pilots it here, because this is game number 1. JBG's on the left side of your screen. It's Axon, the reigning world champion, on the right.
See if he can keep up this title. We have a great lead for JBG Winston here, going ahead with the Azumarill and the Mandibuzz. Not much a Mandibuzz can do here, and it's Axon choosing to pivot out, and now this Quagsire is just going to start getting loaded every 4 seconds. Aqua Tail can go off, basically just charging up energy so quickly. JBG going for a charge attack. Wants to get a little bit of a chip damage on this Pokemon.
JBG's got to keep one eye on the switch timer. He knows that if he stays in the matchup too long, he might not get that Azumarill Mandibuzz lead that he started with. We're going to see the Shadow Quagsire go for the Aqua Tail bait, instant no shield. All right, JBG Winston.
This is a big call here because Aqua Tail's not going to be doing too much at all. Meanwhile, these Dragon Breaths continuing to chunk away. It's Axon saying, okay, if that first one didn't go through, maybe he thinks another one isn't. But JBG Winston just in his mind here, correctly shielding this up. And I think we're going to see a Dragon Breath down at this point, just getting out a ton of energy and also still maintaining that switch advantage that he wanted. Mandibuzz coming back in.
No, you nailed it. At the cost of 1 Protect Shield, does maintain control of the pacing of the matchup. Gonna throw the Body Slam against Mandibuzz. Honestly, anything here is just kind of like icing on the cake, right? A little chip, a little Body Slam damage here, there. That's good and well, but we know the Azumarill is the real counter. Here comes Dark Pulse from its Axon's Mandibuzz.
Yeah, this should do a nice chunk. Should be able to knock out that Dragonair. Yes, it goes down, but Azumarill's just going to come right back in, get a ton of energy. Even though he's down 1 shield, he got that advantage that he was looking for. An immediate pivot down to the Register to be met with the Skeletors. If we saw Talonflame earlier just melting away the steel with those Incinerates, welcome in this Gator.
Yeah, you can already tell the gears are turning there for its Axon. He's trying to figure out what to do. He hard lost lead. He didn't control switch advantage in the middle matchup. And now he's got a fire type against his Registeel. And he doesn't get the debuff from the Zap Cannon either. So this is a very difficult position to be in.
The difficult position to be in. And JBG Winston is also baiting. Its Axon calls it back here, recognizing that, okay, he probably won't be able to. But it's already at another one. The Incinerate damage has just done so much here. Its Axon choosing to let this Registeel go, trying to put it all on the Mandibuzz, but I think at this point he's already analyzing what he can be doing in game number 2.
It's Axon able to get to the Zap Cannon here, which will knock out the Skeledirge, but the negative side of this is that now Azumarill can come in. Registeel's empty on energy. He can maybe even look for a bubble down, which makes things even worse for the Mandibuzz in the back. Azumarill trying to get the full bubble down, and it does. That is devastating.
Registeel goes down a few lock-ons before even able to get to a Focus Blast, and back to where we started this matchup here. Mandibuzz against Azumarill. No shields being used here. This Ice Beam will connect. Mandibuzz is very bulky. As you can see, not enough to take it out, but there is still a shield left on JBG Winston's side. The problem is, like you talked about, Azumarill just has a very slow pacing. With 2 shields left on its Axon side, he's trying to make a little bit of magic happen.
You saw there, its Axon got another disappointing result because he tried to force the charge attack party tie with the Azumarill on the Ice Beam, and JBG just didn't give it to him. He just keeps bubbling away. I think JBG is done with Ice Beams and play roughs. He's going to go straight fast attack pressure all the way. Meanwhile, air release from the Mandibuzz, this is just a struggle. It's just struggling to fight back.
Yeah, welcome in there, taking game number 1 to JBG Winston against our world champion, It's Axon. Very well played. I mean, I think from the start, getting a Mandibuzz on an Azumarill is not great. Not winning that switch advantage in the middle was even tougher, I think. It's Axon played it very well. Having 2 shields left in the back could have proved instrumental, but the big problem is, yeah, if those shields... You can't use the shields if they don't throw a charge attack.
Exactly, and sometimes it feels bad, but that is definitely the result, especially when your opponent has picked their team composition so well. Calling the Aqua Tail bait, shielding the Stone Edge, that really locked down that middle matchup for JBG Winston, and after that, it just felt like it was going to be really tough for Itzaxon to wrestle away any semblance of control of momentum in this game.
Yeah, it was very difficult after this point. I mean, he was forced to throw 2 charge attacks to be able to knock out that Skeletor, and just didn't have enough energy in the tank to be able to take out or throw anything at the Azumarill either, because that was what JBG Winston was basically saving that shield for. And if you are wondering at home, maybe you're saying, okay, but why isn't he has all that energy, he has 100 energy, why didn't he just throw the charge attack? It's basically because every time you throw a charge attack and your opponent doesn't, they're getting an extra fast attack through. And JBG was like, okay, I recognize how low this Mandibuzz is. I can just completely bubble down. It doesn't matter what it's going to be able to throw at me. I'm going to be able to knock it out in time.
I really feel like Mandibuzz would have needed maybe 5, 6, maybe even 7 air laces to win that game, because it has to land so many against the Azumarill, and there's also the Protect Shield. So at that point, it was just a road too far to travel. But again, Amanda, this is our world champ, right? This is Itzaxon, one of the best players in the world. How does he respond in game number 2?
I mean, if I'm Itzaxon, I'm actually pretty worried about that Shadow Dragonair. If you look at the team composition, Registeel is the only thing that I can actually kind of like decently handle it. Sure, you can hit back with the Cresselia, and it doesn't have a lot of bulk to its name, so I mean, those charge attacks are definitely going to continue to add up from every Pokemon, but just the Dragon Breath damage from that Shadow Pokemon doing 20% more is so devastating.
Jumping right into game number 2, JBG Winston has a 1-0 lead in the series. Itzaxon leads the Mandibuzz, and here comes Azumarill again.
Second burst, same as the first, this time pivoting now into the Vigoroth, but that is such a risky play. If there's an Annihilate on the other team, looks like luckily for Itzaxon, JBG Winston left that one on the field, choosing to stay in with that Azumarill for a little bit longer, recognizing that, okay, I have not only an energy advantage, but this counter damage isn't going to be doing that much. It's just the body slams that are actually going to be putting in the hurt to this Azumarill over time.
I just really admire your call out, Amanda, because you could see it physically on Itzaxon's face. When he didn't see the instant swap into Annihilate, he was definitely relieved. And now we've got a Skeletor on the field, gonna try to time the 2 counters and then the Rock Slide in the midst of the Incinerate. Gonna fire this charge attack off. It will be super effective.
It is super effective, and it is shielded up. I think JBG was thinking, okay, last time he baited, he's probably not going to do it this time. Already at another Rock Slide. This is super effective against his Pokemon, but he doesn't want to use all of his shields in this mid matchup here. We're about to see how much his Rock Slide does as it connects, bringing that Skeletor's already down to the red.
Vigoroth does get another counter through, but that Ghost typing on Skeletor double resists the fighting type attack, so it really doesn't add up quickly enough. It actually recognizes that, lets the Disarming Voice come through, goes into Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz might need to soak a Disarming Voice here.
Mandibuzz will soak that, but he'll be able to, I mean, Snarl doesn't actually do that much damage either, but it is also going to be doing a super effective to that Skeletor here. I think we're going to see a very aggressive farm down, but at what cost? Because again, that Azumarill's just coming right back in.
We're going to see JBG Winston wait down that switch timer just in case he needs to make the fast pivot coming in with the Azumarill. Here comes the instant pivot into Cresselia, and Registeel! The steel wall! JBG Winston throws it up, and he says, you're not getting past me, Axon.
A very impressive team raise by JBG Winston there. Not only that, being able to correctly call when someone is baiting, and also when the heavier attack is going through. I mean, that was a very, very impactful part of that mid game there. Zap Cannon reaching now, putting that Cresselia into the yellow. None of the attacks of the Cresselia is going to be doing much to this steel type Pokemon.
Moonblast coming through. Registeel shrugs it off. No debuff either. So Registeel's just going to keep on gathering energy. Cresselia tries to fight back with another Moonblast. Itzaxon trying to recognize the win condition because a 0-2 series right here was sending down to the loser's bracket.
But even still, even if this looks like it's going to be a losing matchup, which, let's face it, it most likely looks like it's in the favor of JBG, Itzaxon, he's such an admirable player because he's still playing it out because he wants to know later on if he gets into a different scenario where something happens. Like, you never know how things can be played.
Switches in the middle of the lockout to fire up the Dark Pulse into the Registeel. JBG's got a ton of energy stored. He knows he can absorb this attack, so he lets it through, makes the instant pivot back into the Azumarill. This is another Ice Beam play off the Azumarill, and it looks like Mandibuzz is going to try its very best to fight back.
Listen, we've got a Cresselia on the field, we've got Registeel, we've got Azumarill, we've got Mandibuzz, we got, like, basically four of the bulkiest Pokemon, and I wouldn't be surprised if we could actually maybe see even a time out here because the battles can only be a certain amount of time. But I think JBG is saying, okay, now I need this Mandibuzz off the field just in case that happens. I want to make sure that I have more Pokemon left remaining if that timer is running out because this Grass Knot is super effective against the Pokemon.
You nailed it, Amanda. And even though the Ice Beam is super effective, as is Play Rough does get the same type attack bonus, which does close the window against the opposing Mandibuzz. Here comes another Play Rough from JBG Winston. Tough series for our world champ as JBG Winston takes him down.
It looks like it's Axon trying to do everything possible to stay in it. Really quick maneuvers, quick swaps. Gonna try to go for completely cycle because now not being able to do so. JBG Winston taking the series 2-0 against the former champion.
That's just the thing with Pokemon Go, especially at Worlds. Anything can happen. You can have favorites, you can have trainers you watch all season long and think, oh yeah, there's no way that they'll get stopped this early in the tournament. But it happens all the time. And I think that's one of the beauties of the game is that at any given time, anyone can beat anyone.
Yeah, and like we discussed earlier, Axon isn't out of the competition. He's just being knocked down to the loser's bracket, but he can still make a fantastic run. It's a double elimination tournament, so though he is down, he is definitely not out.
Exactly right. Our first world champion, right? Dancing Rob famously went to that loser's bracket, that lower side bracket early on in the tournament and just went on a burner through the entire bracket, punching his ticket to the grand finals and then triggering the reset as well. So if you're cheering for Axon, don't worry, it's not over yet. He's going to continue to fight his way through the competition here in Honolulu, Hawaii.
And if you are a JBG fan, then you're going to love these replays because look at this, twice in a row being able to call the lead. Not only the lead, being able to maintain advantage basically through the whole thing. It was like almost like, you know, he's looking over the shoulder being, oh, you're picking this? Okay, now I think I'm going to counter your Cresselia with my Registeel. I think I'm going to counter your Mandibuzz with my Azumarill. Well played.
All the right moves at the right time, you know? If you look back at the series as well, if I'm not mistaken, he ran the same exact team in both games as well. So JBG Winston just knew exactly what to do in all the right situations.
Yeah, the first game he did run that Dragonair.
Oh, you're right.
But I mean, I think that at that point too, I mean, maybe he was just recognizing that the other side, but okay, Dragonair has such good play. He's maybe Axon's going to try to counter it a little bit. I'm going to bring in the, Skeledirge, which does a fantastic job against the Pokemon. I guess he in both games.
Yeah, Skeledirge versus Registeel was definitely a tough matchup and it really demonstrated its flexibility. And I really love as well how Pokemon Go gets new additions to the meta over the months and years that we played the game. For example, Skeledirge, did you know its first top cut, right? Its first Sunday finish overall was a tournament victory? That was Dunebug in San Antonio.
Absolutely, and it was immediately, like, pretty much followed. Not only did the Dunebug do that, then Emmy Weedle was able to do it at UIC against Dunebug. So it's like the Skeledirge kind of switched alliances, it seemed, at that tournament. A lot of trainers, it's one of those 5-turn fast attacks, so it does take a little bit longer to pace to. Not everyone enjoys that kind of slow pacing, but we really just saw a couple people use Incinerate very masterfully.
The World Championships are also interesting because our last glimpse into the meta, our last look into what trainers are probably going to bring, happens way back at NAIC. So for about a month and a half, these trainers have been maybe practicing with their friends or maybe doing some scrims interregionally, but other than that, they really have no idea what their opponents are going to bring. So we do get a little bit of flair, a little bit of spice, a little bit of, resurgence of Skeledirge, but then Arctibax on the opposing side, and then I'll toss in a Shadow Dragonair, right? Kind of spice things up. All these trainers have unique approaches, and they have tried, tested, and honed these teams in order to try to win a world championship title.
Not only that, some players are able to study how other people like to play. I know, I was talking with Hargip, earlier, and he was like, I'm willing to accept battles from anyone right now. I have a team. I want to test it. I want to see how it plays out against just any team that someone would bring against me. And in his interview, he said it. He said, I know my counts. I think I can play in any meta, and I think that comes down to a lot of that practice, like you were talking about. He knows the Pokemon. He just knows how he wants to make them fit and use together. So when he sees a team of 6, he says, no, I remember playing against someone when they had that exact thing. They're going to play this way. They're going to lead X, and then they're most likely going to have this as their counter swap.
And that experience is so valuable, right? You're doing so many mental reps and actually physical reps playing out these battles. It can definitely, I guess, lend you lots of rewards. I just want to speak to one more point. It's Axon. last season, right, in the World Championships against Rubik's Master, he did make the risky call. He led the Shadow Load Sand Slash into the Altaria. And once you have such a commanding lead and you just seize control of the game and don't let it slip away, that can lead to a lot of victories. Its accent hasn't changed. Pokemon like Registeel, like Mandibuzz, those are hard win Pokemon in certain scenarios, and they can also be very punishing as well. So whereas last year he got things lined up just right, in this round against JBG, things did not go his way, but that doesn't mean that he's a bad player. He's true to his instincts and his team reads.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you're being able to make it to the main stage, you are not a bad player of any sorts. No one here is a bad player, I would say. I would be very, very fearful to be facing off against any of the trainers who have been qualified for Worlds.
Yeah, exactly. And no matter what region they're from, right? Absolutely. We always say that the competition varies, but I think that Pokemon and Pokemon Go are universal languages. Everyone can learn it, everyone can pick it up and go and actually build teams and compete. As we heard from Abhinav earlier with our interview, he was a trainer that worked really hard and felt like he was really talented and really good, but his performances didn't match what he was feeling internally. But he was able to actually align those two things with his regional championship victory this season. I think so many other trainers are looking to align that as well. They know in their hearts that they're very talented, but now it's up to them to prove it.
Well, JBG Winston is someone who has just recently proved it on stage a couple minutes ago. He's going to be back on the stage with Butters for an interview. We'll go ahead and kick it over to them.
All right, thank you so much, Amanda. I'm here with JBG Winston, and you just took down the world champion. How are you feeling right now?
I'm kind of relieved right now. It's probably the biggest achievement I had so far in Pokemon Go. Because I'm now at least not negative at the World Championship. Like in 2022, I finished 1-2 at the World Championship, so I'm kind of happy right now.
In 2022, you did compete. You placed 25th, and you also used a very similar team. You used Talonflame with the Incinerate and the Azumarill core, and now you're running the Skeledirge in Azumarill core. Do you think that's an upgrade from 2022?
Yes, 100%. I feel like Skeledirge is just a way better Pokemon than Talonflame ever was.
Awesome, and like you said, not exactly the result that you wanted that first time you were able to compete at Worlds. Now you're here, you've advanced to round 4, you've taken out the world champion. How are you feeling going into the rest of this tournament, and what are your goals for the rest of this tournament?
So first my goal was to not finish negative. I already achieved that now, so I guess my next goal is to go to day 2.
Awesome, fantastic, and your journey in 2022, you were super consistent that season. You missed last year's World Championship, but now you are back. You qualified with the championship points. Do you feel like now that you've been able to have this consistency this year, this is your time that you can make the push, finally get to that goal that you wanted to, and claim a championship?
I believe I can, yeah. I'm on the highest level I ever was before, and I believe now is the time to finally win the tournament.
It's a beautiful journey to watch all the trainers that have made it here in different ways. And then, I mean, you just beat the world champion. That is absolutely incredible. Congratulations to JB Winston. And don't go anywhere. We have a ton of Pokemon action remaining. We will be right back.
My name is Sean Pulowski, and I'm from Wildwood, Missouri, about half an hour from St. Louis.
As James P. In his one previous tournament, he was a Peoria regional finalist.
Well, I started playing Pokemon Go around like the start of the game. I took a 2-year break, came back to it. That was during COVID. Noticed that they like a PvP format. Connected with some people on Discord, and that's how I kind of got into the game.
He wants to go that one step further. He wants to be the champion.
If I were a Pokemon, I would be a Dragon type. I think the offensive pressure just kind of suits my playstyle. When I hit rank 1 on the Go Battle League leaderboard, was probably like my first real achievement. I got first place in GBLA, which is like a different kind of format that's hosted by a few people, like Speedy's Chief was one of the people that hosted that tournament. That's where I kind of made a name for myself, and then I transitioned to Show 6 Pick 3. I think if anyone is interested in GBL, I think they should definitely try Show 6 Pick 3. If you're hesitant at all, I think you should just go in and do it, because the second I did, like, I kind of fell in love with it a little bit. I'll do like a scrim. They like to look up their matchups ahead of time. I kind of take a different approach. I like to not think about my matchup at all until like maybe like 10 minutes before, because I feel like my first instinct is usually like the correct way to go. I don't like to second guess myself, and I don't like to think about it too much.
SJ is so unpredictable, capricious with his decision making.
I think I've definitely had some self-doubt at some points, like getting second in that regional. Like initially, it's like you're so excited to make it that far, and then you get hit with a bunch of losses, and then you kind of lose that drive a little bit.
No one gets second place at a tournament by accident, and no one gets 2 top 3 finishes in back-to-back tournaments in your only tournament so far by accident either.
I'm a super competitive person, so I'm a little tough on myself when I lose. In Peoria, I think I was getting down on myself after some of the losses, made some mistakes. This time around, after the losses, I feel like I bounced back very well. Getting used to the crowd, you know, watching play, it's a little bit different than playing at home. I think I was a little bit more comfortable with it today, like I knew what I was getting into. I think you just have to acknowledge the fact that you're going to make mistakes at some point, and you just have to try to come back from it. It's just an unbelievable feeling to finally come out on top.
We're about to crown our Indianapolis Regional Champion.
I think it hasn't really hit me yet. I'm super pumped, a little tired, a little exhausted, relieved as well. What kept me going was my friends. They've shown me so much support, and that's really why I feel like I did so well today.
Put your hands up!
S. James P21!
To win a regional. That was my initial goal, but now that I've done that, I guess the next step is to try to win Worlds.
At least a couple of times a day, every day leading up to a tournament. Don't not excessively, because you still have to maintain that work-life balance. But if you want to do good at these tournaments, you can't do good if you're not practicing.
I frankly don't practice very much. I more do things to ground myself mentally. I do my practice before the tournaments, and then just between. It's just to regulate my mood.
I think it depends. Right up before the tournament is definitely where I get the most practice in. I will slack kind of in between, but I try to practice pretty consistently.
I practice every day just to learn the decks and how all the matchups go, and just to see how the meta goes. It's just fun, and I like to play Pokemon, and it helps me focus and all them, and I have good testing partners, so it just actually helps me. So yeah, I practice every day.
In between tournaments, literally every day, and I literally do viewer battles on stream, so we practice like that too. Usually I like to practice against the matchups that are good into my team, so counter teams, so that I can see if I can strategize a way to play around that and kind of outsmart my opponent. I think those are my main ways of practicing, and then of course just reps. Just getting as many battles in as I can.
I am here for our next Meet the Casters segment. I'm here with Amanda Lundberg. Amanda, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good.
Awesome. You ready for these? Okay, sweet. I've got some awesome questions for you. Let's kick it off with number 1. Use one word to describe yourself.
Mischievous.
Accurate. I'd say accurate. Next question. What is your favorite Pokemon if you could only choose one?
It's quite easy for me. My favorite Pokemon is Sableye because it is kind of creepy, but still cute, and I think those are good life goals to have.
Your first Pokemon World Championship you ever attended?
I attended the very first one in London. I didn't compete. I just went as a spectator. It was fantastic. It was so cool, and I was really happy to be there.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, this is a not a trick question. Just give an honest answer. Favorite color?
My favorite color is yellow. I don't know why people don't think that is real. Caleb was laughing at me when he found that out. But yeah, it's yellow for sure.
Yellow is a very bright, fun color. Also Pikachu's primary color, right? Next question. This is a serious question. Is Bastion meta? And remember, Australian trainers are watching.
Bastiodon is unfortunately meta. I think it is. It's going to be there for sure.
All right, only time will tell. In your own battles, what is your preferred safe switch?
Oh, you're going to hate this. My preferred safe switch is Licky Tongue. I think it's normally pretty neutral, but there's a lot of bigger auths around nowadays, making it a little bit more awkward to use, but I think overall it's a pretty good one.
I thought you were going to say Wigglytuff. So honestly, any answer is better than that. Who is your favorite pick to win Worlds this year?
Man, it is so tough. I want to say it's a little bit of an underdog. People might not know him super well, but Tomahawk UK has been doing absolutely fantastic this season. He's gotten second multiple times. He's top cut in a lot of different ones, and this could be his tournament.
What is your favorite Pokemon plushie in your collection?
I have a really cool Lapras that I got at Worlds last year, and I think that one is probably my favorite Pokemon plushie.
All right, you talked about your predicted winner for Worlds this year. Who is the best Pokemon Go player of all time?
That is a really tough question. As of right now, I think I'm going to go with LNDS Harjeff. I mean, he was the first player for Pokemon Go who didn't drop a single battle in a tournament, and then he went right on after that to win LAIC. He's got a lot of momentum behind him. He's super inspirational, and you can tell like he's got that grit to win it all.
Awesome, Amanda. Thank you so much. It was great to learn a little bit more about you. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Paradise of the Pacific. We are here in Honolulu, Hawaii for the 2024 Pokemon Go World Championships. I'm Wholesome _, joined by the Pokemon Go pundit, Soph Toph. Soph, how are we feeling?
I'm so excited. I've been excited about this tournament for months, and to finally see it all playing out, it's living up to my expectations. We've already seen a lot of great battlers, a lot of great battles, and I know there's still more to come.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's just so exciting to see trainers from all these different regions finally all gathered here together on one stage for the most important tournament of their lives, for the opportunity to become Pokemon Go World Champion. We've already seen the likes of EYC champion Tauntaun Battus, we've seen LAIC champion Harjeff, we've seen world champion already. It's Accent. Actually, it's a very tough battle, but there are so many other trainers that I'm so excited to feature here in these upcoming battles.
Absolutely, and speaking of upcoming battles, we actually have some trainers from different regions who are about to battle it out. We've got Yakai, who I believe is from Hong Kong, as well as LNDS T. Steiner. You mentioned Harjeff doing so well from that LATAM region, but T. Steiner has been right in there, has had such a phenomenal season in both LAIC and NAIC.
Yeah, so I'm really excited specifically for Steiner because when you watch him battle, he battles with so much emotion. A lot of those folks, especially from the LATAM region, you can just see they wear their emotions on their sleeve. They're absolutely popping off so regularly when they're having those wins, and you can see them celebrating with a lot of their friends. So it's great to see the representation here from all the different regions, but I'm particularly excited for LATAM. Also to mention, Steiner had a very impressive run at NAIC as well, so I think he has momentum on his side going into today's battles.
You talk about momentum, you talk about friendship. You might notice a lot of these trainers that we've seen so far, not just T. Steiner, not just Harjeff, also Jez Muniz, who I believe we saw on stream earlier, they all share this LNDS prefix, you know, kind of mysterious, but I think they're all part of a shared Go Battle League inspired community where the LNDS comes from GBL Lindos.
Absolutely, and it was great when I was actually down in Sao Paulo. Every time that you would see one of the Lindos come on stage, there would be an absolute roar coming from the crowd. Even backstage, we could hear all of the crowd chatter just every single time they'd be even mentioned in conversation. Now that said, I'm very curious to see the Pokemon that these two trainers are going to be bringing. It's a very interesting meta that we're in right now, specifically because we have not really had too many opportunities to see kind of what the flavor of the month, we could say, is here in this current meta. We've seen the likes of Shadow Quagsire, I think, making some splashes here in Honolulu, Hawaii, but I'm very curious to see how it's going to be performing for these trainers.
Well, you mentioned Shadow Quagsire. You can see it there on Yakai's side. It actually looks quite safe into T. Steiner's team. Maybe the most safe Pokemon, actually, so we might be expecting to see quite a bit of Shadow Quagsire action from Yakai. Let's take a look at this stage, though. Look at how beautiful that is. And neither of these trainers is a stranger to the big stage. It's actually Yakai's second World Championships. And of course, T. Steiner, we've seen time and time again at these huge events.
Okay, well, taking a closer look at the teams for Yakai, we have the double Royal Flyer squad, the Altaria, as well as the Skarmory, met by Lickitung, Charjabug, the Shadow Quagsire, like you said, actually running Aquatail Stone Edge, so very important there, and then Annihilate. It's going to be very interesting to see whether that Night/Boost happens or not in some of these battles.
Yeah, not a lot of surprises on this team. We mentioned the Quagsire. We also see Altaria. I feel like we've seen a couple of trainers. I saw Valiant Vish using it earlier, and that was one of our trending up picks, as it has a lot of nice play against those water ground types. Let's take a look at T. Steiner's team here, though. Jim, walk us through this.
Yep, we've got the Lantern Azumarill double water combo there. Lantern definitely has a lot of representation despite some of the nerfs in recent metas. Also met with the Shadow Gligar, the Vigoroth, the Charjabug, and the Lickitung. We had a lot of chatter regarding Vigoroth versus the Annihilate, so give us some detail around why you may want one Pokemon versus the other.
I think Annihilate, if it's in some of these neutral matchups, you get that same type attack bonus on counter, which can be super important. It also has potential, of course, to get double boosted with its attack there, if you can get that on the Night Slash with the 1/8 chance there. And Shadow Ball really can hit everything, so I think Annihilate, especially with a shield advantage, can just pretty much do damage to anything. However, Vigoroth has a bit of a better matchup into Pokemon like Gligar and Feraligatr, which we've seen kind of on the uptick recently.
Yeah, and I think one of the Pokemon that it really wants to target is that Lickitung, which is going to do a lot better versus the likes of Annihilate, but with that normal typing, double resisting those licks, that is a big tool within the tool belt of Lickitung. Definitely a matchup that it wants to see. I'm going to be very curious to see how this Azumarill performs on the side of Trainer Steiner here. This Azumarill doesn't have a ton of targets, but if it's able to get lined up versus that Altaria, we've seen that matchup before, a very one-sided matchup. These trainers are getting locked in. We are here at the 2024 Pokemon Go World Championships. This, I believe, is round 4 here. Can't wait to move into these battles. Let's get started, Soph.
All right, here we go. We see that Vigoroth that we were just talking about on T. Steiner's side, and it's led into Yakai's Charjabug.
All right, well, this Vigoroth does have access to Rock Slide, a new addition to its moveset here in the year of 2024. Really excited to see, are we able to get a Rock Slide off really quickly? No, actually, we're going to see Yakai throwing this X-Scissor right away, trying to land some chip damage.
That's right, Vigoroth just going to do a couple more counters, continuing to bank up energy. Has 2 Body Slams here, going to throw the first. I think 2 Body Slams is almost just enough to take out the Charjabug, so doesn't reach for that super effective Rock Slide, and Yakai lets it go.
Yeah, lets the first one go. Some nice chip damage, but you have a ton of energy now as this Charjabug. And if you're Yakai, you have to feel very good that you're not matched up versus this Shadow Gligar. So already getting a meaningful amount of chip damage. We actually see an interesting double normal team from the likes of Steiner here, but in comes the Altaria. This is now a pretty neutral matchup, but with that nice chip damage from the Charjabug, this Altaria might be able to get this Lickitung in single Moonblast range.
That's right, here comes the first Body Slam from Lickitung. Not going to do a ton of damage to the Altaria, but does have a second loaded already. Lickitung actually quite safe against Yakai's team, so that's why we saw that chip and dip strategy you were just talking about, Jim.
What we may be setting up here, Soph, in the back would be the Shadow Quagsire versus the Shadow Gligar with access to Aquatail. That could be very, very important for Yakai. But we see these one-turn fast attacks adding up. Altaria able to get to the Sky Attack. This should be enough to knock out the Lickitung, but it does not have a lot of HP remaining. This could serve as an opportunity for Steiner to get some energy on his Gligar. But take a look at this Altaria. It's able to get to the Sky Attack. Can he get to the Moonblast? Yes!
Really nice patience from Yakai there. Waits till the last possible second to see just how much energy he can gather. Moonblast goes through, actually gets shielded by T. Steiner. Now you have a Gligar, you're down in shields, but you do have a little bit of energy.
Yeah, let's take a look at the shield situation here, though. Yakai still has 2 Protect Shields for the Quagsire. At this rate, you really just want to invest Protect Shields, right? You're thinking, oh no, he lets it go. This was the bait. This was the Aerial Ace. Saving 2 Protect Shields for later on. You have one Aquatail stored and actually going to throw potentially on Charge Attack priority right when this Gligar reached the Aerial Ace, but no, actually just goes straight for this Aquatail Gligar. Gonna let this one go.
And that's a nice call by Yakai to let the Aerial Ace go, but you have to remember you're getting a little bit low on health here, and T. Steiner still has a lot of the Vigoroth left, which can do a lot of damage with those counters.
There's not a lot of HP left on the side of Yakai, neither on... Okay, quick swap here. The Vigoroth is back in, lots of energy. Charjabug trying to get to the X-Scissor, but not before Steiner is able to get to a Body Slam. Charjabug is actually in Body Slam range at this point, and I think it might be close to 2.
Really nice recognition by Yakai there that the Vigoroth already had 2 Body Slams, but here comes the second onto the Quagsire. You have just 1 shield left, but it's going to take a lot to try to mudshot down this Vigoroth. How do you get rid of this as Yakai?
Yeah, here comes... I think we're only 5 counters away. I don't think you're going to be able to farm down with mud shots here. Needs to throw this Aqua Tail. You do have 2 Aqua Tails now as Yakai. Trainer Steiner needs to make a shielding decision. Do you want to try and get all of this energy out of the way? I don't think switch clocks are up yet. Not at this point. You're 1 counter away. Not able to get to the body slam. This is the second Aqua Tail. I think still some residual energy on the side of Yakai. This is going to be a very close matchup. So
just going to come down to how much energy is on this Gligar. You're not threatened at all by the mud-shots. Oh, but not that much energy, and this Quagsire is almost at the Aqua Tail already.
1 HP and a dream. Able to avoid the knockout. Just get to this Aqua Tail. This is going to be plenty to knock out. Steiner trying to desperately get those wing attacks to knock out the Quagsire, but unable to do so. Game number 1 goes to Yakai.
Really nicely played there. Lickitung swap in the middle was a little bit tricky to deal with, but Yakai just kept calm, chipped it with the Charge Bug, came in with the Altaria, and we saw that perfect farming in that Altaria-Lickitung matchup to come out with a charge attack to pull that first Protect Shield.
You know, it's really interesting to see the double normal team on the side of Steiner, knowing that there's that Annihilate on the side of Yakai that can just really crush that Vigoroth and do well versus the Lickitung as well. But Yakai led with that Charge Bug, and I think that Steiner really wanted to switch out to try and realign his Gligar onto the Charge Bug. Unfortunately, he was unable to do so, and instead the Gligar got lined up versus the Quagsire.
That's right, and here is that nice overfarm by Yakai. Look at this, commits to the Moonblast here, barely able to get it off, and forces that first Protect Shield from T. Steiner.
Yeah, we saw earlier in the day, actually, I think our very first game, a Moonblast debuff on a Gligar as well. Not the case that time, and as we saw here, this was just the spamminess of the Shadow Quagsire, able to reach those Aqua Tails so fast. It's a really tough situation for Steiner because you find yourself at the end of the game just shielding these low energy charge attacks. Maybe if you're rethinking that one, hey, do I want to shield a little bit earlier in the game? But nonetheless, really great play from Yakai, able to win on the back of that 1 HP Quagsire.
That's right, Quagsire really, able to close out the game there, pulling the Protect Shield, I think throwing 3 Aqua Tails just in the last little span of that match, and barely able to hang on and pull it out.
All right, well, you've got answers to the Quagsire. There's no doubt. You had the Vigoroth, you had the Lickitung as well. But to be honest, those are going to be some of your best answers in general to that Shadow Quagsire. Lantern, not going to perform very well. Shadow Gligar, we saw really struggle. Charge Bug has some issues. Maybe we see the Azumarill as another answer as well. But it would not shock me to see another double normal team from Steiner. Maybe try and get some different alignment this time, though.
That's right. The double normal is scary to bring into the Annihilate, but I like the way T. Steiner has constructed this team. You've got Pokemon like Gligar and Azumarill to scare it off, but I think we're actually getting ready to go into this game too. We've got T. Steiner with Charge Bug leading into Yukai's Altaria.
All right, well, we see these full switches, 4 turn attack versus the 1 turn attack in these Dragon Breaths. A little bit of a positive matchup for this Altaria, though don't discount the ability of this Charge Bug to dish out some damage as well. Here comes the first Discharge. It's going to do some nice neutral damage into this Altaria.
That's right, but Altaria is not really threatened by that. I think Altaria can come out of this with a nice amount of health if it wants to. Looks like T. Steiner is actually choosing to shield up this Charge Bug, maybe fearing that it could be a potential Moonblast.
The one thing to keep in mind here is look in the back. This Lantern doesn't have a lot of destinations. Okay, here comes the second Discharge, though. This is going to do some nice neutral damage again, and we do see the Protect Shield come up from Yakai. Seems like switch advantage is going to be important to him this game.
That's right, pretty different from last game. We saw it taking quite a while for any Protect Shields to go up. Looks like both trainers are choosing to play that 1 Protect Shield situation here. Altaria able to fire off the Sky Attack, and it looks like T. Steiner is happy to let this go. And I think it's kind of a difficult decision. What do you come down here to farm down with? Looks like it's going to be the Lickitung, but you're going to take quite a bit of Dragon Breath damage.
Not only are you going to take a lot of Dragon Breath damage, I think this Altaria might be able to reach the Sky Attack. No, unfortunately, not a huge farm from Trainer Steiner. This puts this Lickitung in a great situation where it has a huge energy lead and has not taken much damage of Chip at all.
That's right, and if you're Yakai, just thinking about what's bringing it. Oh, it actually brings in the Charge Bug here. Usually not a great matchup for Charge Bug, but the Lickitung is chipped just a little bit by those Dragon Breaths, so potentially helping to put this into double X-Scissor range. Here comes that first Body Slam from Lickitung.
I like where Trainer Steiner is here with his current Lickitung, but the thing I'm worried about, Soap, is going to be that Lantern looming in the back. It may get a line versus that Lickitung, which is not a positive matchup. Here comes the X-Scissor from the Charge Bug. Again, this will do some good chip damage here, but this Lickitung is plenty bulky to hang on. Probably can survive another one as well. You have so much energy and great timing there from Steiner, trying to get this next Body Slam out, but this isn't going to be enough. The question becomes, do you get to this third Body Slam before the X-Scissor throw? No, and actually a quick swap out, a catch on the X-Scissor.
That's right, nice read there from T. Steiner. Charge Bug was pretty much forced to throw there, or else the Lickitung would have reached another Body Slam. So nice anticipation, but now you are locked in against Yakai's Lickitung, and I think this is, with the Licks, going to almost be perfect Power Whip range.
You know, we've seen Water Gun Lantern in the past, we're seeing it again. This is one turn versus one turn fast attack. You have to still give some advantage to this Lickitung, knowing that it has access to Power Whip, but doesn't even get there, actually just goes straight for this Body Slam.
Yeah, nice calling of the bait there by T. Steiner. Looks like Lickitung is just going to be going for double Body Slam to close out this matchup. First surf coming through. Don't expect a shield from Yukai. Lets it go there, and Lickitung still looking pretty healthy here.
A lot of bulky Pokemon still remaining in this matchup, so despite the low HP, there's actually still a lot of bulk on the field. Here comes the next Body Slam, just like you mentioned, so did put this essentially in Body Slam range, this Lantern, able to now get to the surf, but may want to go for the Thunderbolt, thinking I'm only going to get to one more charge attack. Maybe not though. Opts to go for the surf. You still need to knock away this final Protect Shield on the side of Yukai. Yukai falls for the bait, but you do have a Body Slam basically ready to go. Will you overfarm? No, throws it right away.
Yeah, and I think Yukai probably just wanted to preserve a little bit of health here. You know that Lickitung is still in the back, doesn't have a lot of fast attack pressure. So if you can keep your own Lickitung healthy enough to stay out of Body Slam or even Power Up range, then you're in a very good position.
I think that all you need to do is get to one charge attack. The Body Slam may not be quite enough, but maybe a Volt Switch or a couple licks after this is going to do it. Here comes the first Body Slam from Steiner, though. This is not going to be enough to knock out. You need to desperately get to, I think, 3 Body Slams to win this matchup. I just don't know how you're going to do that at this point for Steiner.
And that was charge attack priority, so Yukai did guarantee getting this Body Slam off, and I think you probably just need a couple more fast attacks, just switches into the charge bug. Oh, it's actually a Body Slam here, but I think you're going to be able to lick down when you come back in with your own Lickitung.
Absolutely, you are now just taking all of this energy off the field. The Volt Switch does not go through, but you only have a little fraction of HP. Here comes the double resisted licks, and Yukai takes a clean 2-0 victory versus Steinar.
And Yukai is going to be moving on to the group winners finals, just one match away from making day 2 and that top 16. And what a match that was. Masterful play in that first game, managing the Quagsire's health so perfectly. And just now, again, we saw that end game with the Lickitung really just able to close out things against both Pokemon in the back.
If we look at Steiner's Lantern, I'm a bit surprised to see it brought in game number 2 there, knowing just how many difficult matchups that it has. The Altaria, that's normally a relatively neutral matchup if you are going to be running Spark. However, you're running Water Gun, so that matchup becomes quite bad. And then additionally, getting lined up versus a Lickitung is not what you want to see. Perhaps expecting the Skarmory there. That may have been the case, especially since game 1 Steiner did bring that Gligar. Maybe that's what he was expecting, but it was a tough matchup. I really think that actually in that middle game, that Steiner may have been in the lead, but there was just nowhere for Lantern to go, and that really was the nail in the coffin there for Steiner.
And I have to give some credit to Yukai too. Made a pretty nice team read. Could have brought his own Lickitung into the opposing chipped Lickitung. Instead, made the read to bring in Charge Bug after this Lickitung licks down this Altaria all the way.
Yeah, this was a devastating lick down. I'm glad that you mentioned that again. We were thinking, okay, can this Altaria get to the Sky Attack? Tries to press it, no, but it's right when the final lick damage registers. A lot of X's, there's a lot of Body Slams flying out from both of these trainers, but I really like the plays from Yukai. I think recognizing when he needed to get Pokemon off the field, not over farming a lot, just recognizing, okay, I need to throw this Body Slam, I need to throw this X Scissor. These are bulky Pokemon and I need to lock in damage right now.
That's right, and this is nice recognition from Yukai. I was thinking potential double power-up, but actually Yukai just goes for the triple Body Slam. If you get the bait, even better. And nice recognition at the end here, just needs one Volt Switch to threaten the Lickitung and force it to throw energy.
I think at that point for Yukai, just recognizing that there are multiple win conditions. Let's go with the safe one there, which was making that catch. You're forced to throw that energy at that point, and you know that once you're forced to throw that energy, all it takes is a couple additional licks from your own Lickitung to secure the matchup and secure the 2-0 victory there for Yukai. So he'll be moving on. That was the winner's semis. I think that's going to take him to his group finals, so.
I think that's right. T. Steiner, on the other hand, is going to drop down to that loser's bracket, but I believe just needs to win 3 more matches, so not too far off of making the top 16 on day 2.
Well, one thing I want to call back was the Shadow Quagsire. I know we've mentioned it maybe as the premier Mud Boy now. I think there's definitely an argument to be made there. But so talk a little bit about what makes Shadow Quagsire unique, especially as compared to some of the Pokemon like Whiscash or Swampert.
I think the big thing is just that it's so fast with that Aqua Tail. Aqua Tail, if you remember, was a exclusive community day charge attack that you could get, and I think you might even be able to evolve it during the World Championships event, so make sure you get your Quagsire and your Shadow Quagsire as well. But really just that spamminess, if we think about other Mud Boys that have made a huge impact on the competitive scene, right? We have Swampert, we have Whiscash. All of those take 5 or 6 seconds to get to their first move, but Quagsire can get to Aqua Tail in just 4 seconds, and 1 second is huge in Pokemon Go.
I think the other thing for me, though, specifically with Quagsire is its access to Stone Edge with its rock type attack. When we look at some of the threats in general for some of those Mud Boys, it's going to be the flyers, especially things like Whiscash and Swampert. They struggle versus Pokemon like, especially Altaria. But when you have access to Stone Edge, you can pace through relatively quickly as well. It can do some hard-hitting damage that a lot of the traditional Mud Boys don't have that same access to. So I think it gives a bit of a different dynamic for that particular Pokemon that is great for our current meta with a lot of those flyers.
Absolutely. And speaking of great Pokemon, let's take a look at some of the rewards you can get from watching the stream. I believe this is for the VGC. Celebrate the 2024 Pokemon World Championships. You can get this Sylveon that was part of Tomoya Ogawa's 2023 Worlds winning team. So make sure you get this Sylveon while you can.
I don't think we've seen too much Sylveon in Go, maybe in 1 or 2 regionals, but I think that our favorite evolution, at least here in our current meta, maybe Umbreon, so.
I think it has to be Umbreon. I don't think any of the original evolutions have made a big splash, and the other ones are just a little bit too frail for Great League. So I think you're right that Umbreon is Pokemon Go's evolution of choice.
You know, it's interesting to see some of the different metas that have been defined by our different regions. I feel like there's an EU meta. I feel like that there. You know what? Real quick, actually, before we get into the metas, let's talk about TCG real quick. It's not just VG as well. We have TCG swag that you guys can also make sure that you're redeeming. Outburst Worlds 24, guys. We want to celebrate with you back at home. There's lots of opportunities for you to get some exclusive items here, including the 2024 Pokemon World Championship Special Illustration Petron in game. I'm very, very excited to see how that one, an absolutely beautiful card.
Absolutely beautiful, and if you redeem this, I think you get that on Pokemon Trading Card Game Live, so you can show it off when you're playing those ladder games with your friends.
Alright, well I want to go back to the Umbreon because I think that it is a staple of certain metas. Like we were talking about, EU, NA, LATAM, Oceania, APAC. There's a little bit different metas, and I've seen quite a bit of Umbreon actually in the APAC region. I don't think we've seen it featured too much on stream, but I kind of feel like there's different forces that are colliding from different regions, different areas of the world, and it's really interesting to see how some of those different skill expressions are defined in some of these battles. We've already seen the likes of, I think, some LATAM versus EU. We've seen some NA versus EU. I'm very excited to see some of the Oceania and APAC trainers featured as well. We did just see Yakai, though.
We did just see Yakai, and I think we're about to see him again. I think we have him on the stage ready for an interview with Caleb. Take it away.
Thank you, Soph. I'm Caleb Pang. I'm joined by Yakai and a translator as well. Yakai, fantastic performance. I believe this is your first World Championships too, and you're undefeated so far. How are you feeling right now?
应该这是你第一个世界锦标赛，你现在感觉如何？
I'm feeling well right now, and this is actually my second World Championship series, and I got knocked out in just 2 rounds last year, so pretty happy that I can make that far this year.
Okay, wait. Sorry for that. My correction. Second time, but first time on stage and doing really well so far. I believe with this win, it means that you already made it out to day number 2 in top 32. So you can rest up here. How are you feeling about day number 2 competition now that you made it? Yeah, I think you're the first person to make it into day number 2.
I feel pretty happy about that. I would just consider it as a normal battle, just like I normally playing in GBL, and just do my best.
Awesome, awesome. Well, tell some of the viewers at home, right? Because you mentioned, you didn't do so well last year, but you came in this year undefeated already, looking to win even more. What was kind of the adjustment you made from last year to this year to kind of help you prepare for this year's championships in Hawaii?
I realized that Show 6 E series is sometimes pretty similar to GBL battles, and that's a region that I'm good at, so I take every single game this year as a normal GBL battle, just that I know all the Pokemon that the opponents will potentially bring, and just play it like a GBL battle and guess what's in back and do the skills that I used in GBL.
Yeah, I mean, now that you mentioned GBL, it does remind me, I've battled you in GBL a few times and lost, I think, all of them. So definitely have a lot of skills in that category. Well, congratulations on your win here. I know you traveled a long way to get here. Anyone you want to shout out and thank that might be tuning in from across the world?
I want to thank you my aunt. He's with me in here today. He spent her holiday to travel with me all the way to Hawaii this way. And I want also thank you my Hong Kong friends who support me all the way and help me to find a sponsorship, and also I only wish that I have daily practice with me on show success free.
Awesome. Well, a lot of people helped me out here. You're playing fantastic as well. Anyone at home cheering on Yakai, I'm sure staying up late was worth it watching him win. So congratulations on your win. Good luck tomorrow and the rest of the weekend. Back to you, casters.
Thank you so much, Caleb and Yakai. I really love what Yakai was saying there, just taking each game as if it's a Go Battle League game, or treating each Go Battle League game seriously. I feel like that's something that's really important in terms of translating your skill when you play at home to your skill when you're playing on a huge stage at the World Championships.
Yeah, I think that was such an inspiring interview, and he made some really great points. You have to not only just prepare, on paper for what's to come. Like you said, you have some advantages of knowing the 6 available Pokemon, but it really comes down to those moments in the battle. And I think what defines Go, what makes it stand out from some of the other Pokemon games, is that everything is in real time. This isn't a turn-based. I mean, there are turns, but this isn't a turn-by-turn game in the sense that you're having to wait for your opponent to make a decision before you make a decision. Everything is happening in these milliseconds here, so there is so much precision. You've had so many of those cycles in the Go Battle League, so for trainers at home that are thinking, can I do this? You guys can. You're playing Go Battle League, you're playing battles versus your friends, maybe add some new skill sets to your utility belt, and you can absolutely participate here at a high level.
Yeah, it's really tricky when you have such quick turnaround times. I mean, you see a switch, you have to react in, ideally less than 2 seconds in order to, get your swaps, decide whether you're going to be chipping. And I think getting into the mindset where you're able to get those fast reaction times is absolutely crucial.
Yeah, I think that you have to look at repetition, because just like you said, if you're just a second late on a switch, that can sometimes be the difference between you winning certain matchups, whether it's the 0-1 or the 2-shield type of matchup. So that precision, that presence of mind, that composure mid-battle is so important for these trainers. When you look at it, reaction time is something that, in a lot of other games maybe isn't quite as important, but it is absolutely paramount here in Pokemon Go. Like I said, if you're just 1 second late, 1 turn late on a switch, it could be the difference between a win or a loss.
Absolutely. Well, I think speaking of players with fast reaction times and precise skills, who is more precise than our reigning NAIC champion Out of Pocket, who is on the stage here? By the way, our past NAIC champions have gone on to do really well at the World Championship. So let's see if Out of Pocket is able to replicate that already here in winners semis, playing against LNDS Paulino Tad.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see another LNDS trainer from Brazil here, Paulino Tad, actually running a pretty cool team here as well. We have been talking about the Shadow Quagsire, but the Shadow Whiscash is going to be making a comeback here versus Out of Pocket. Now that said, Out of Pocket must have the momentum on his side. You have to say it. He's here already in winter semis, and if we recall, in NAIC, he was our champion as well. But Sophie actually ran a much different team last time, running the Feraligatr, which is nowhere to be seen in today's tournament, it seems like.
That's right. Well, let's take a closer look at these teams. You already mentioned the Shadow Whiscash on Paulino's side. I think I also saw a Registeel, another Pokemon that we haven't seen too much recently, but we used to see a lot of. So, maybe Paulino is kind of feeling a little bit, retro-y with these picks here.
You know what? It's really interesting with that Registeel, because I think that Registeel does have a lot of play. If I look back, especially at the NA, LATAM, and EU regions, over the last maybe 7 or 8 tournaments, the Cresselia has been a Pokemon featured on almost every single winning team. What walls Cresselia better than a Registeel? It is the premier answer. In fact, we've seen that already today. I believe it was the It's Accent matchup where his Cresselia was getting regularly lined up versus Registeel. So I'm excited to see that. Out of Pocket now running the Lickitung, Lantern, Goodra, Annihilate, Skarmory, and Wigglytuff, which has been a very interesting pick here. I'm curious to see how it's going to be performing. Running the moveset of Charm, the Disarming Voice, I believe an Icy Wind.
That's right. You talked a lot about that Cresselia. It actually has a lot of play into Out of Pocket's team. Obviously, you need to watch out for the Skarmory, but aside from that, it has neutral to positive matchups against the rest of the team, looking at that Goodra, Annihilate, and Lantern.
All right, well, I'm curious to see if we're going to see more double normal. We saw that Vigoroth Lickitung combo pretty regularly, I think, on Steinar's team. Out of Pocket has a double normal with Wigglytuff and Lickitung. We're moving right into game number 1. This is winners semis, Group D. We're going to be immediately seeing a dragon Pokemon. It's Gudra facing off versus Cresselia. Cresselia does have access to this Moonblast, so this is going to be a tough matchup for Pocket to stay in.
He is staying in though, and the good thing for Gudra is that when you have 2 shields up, your matchups are just a little bit better against Cresselia because you can just use your shields against those Moonblasts. Here comes that first Aqua Tail, doesn't do a lot of damage to Cresselia, and Paulino is just throwing this Moonblast right away. Oh, but actually Pocket chooses to let it go. You do survive this, but you're going to be very, very low.
Yeah, we really have to hope there's no Moonblast here if you're on the side of Pocket. No debuff there whatsoever. You're going to be able to pace to these moves quite a bit quicker. Throwing the Aqua Tail, it looks like yet again. This is a very interesting position to be in, though, for Pocket, because I think as Paulinho, you have to throw energy. I don't think that you can Psycho Cut down. Oh, and actually a quick swap out on the side of Paulinho, bringing in the Shadow Whiscash, trying to get it farm down before you can actually get to another move. This now brings in the Lickitung on the side of Out of Pocket.
A little bit of a slow swap there from Pocket. I wonder if he was considering whether he can make that Aqua Tail, but instead just chooses to bring in the Lickitung. Don't expect to see shields used here. I think Pocket's strategy might be just to invest 2 shields on that Annihilate in the back.
It's worth calling out that the Skull debuff is now a 30% chance versus a 50% chance. It did not apply there on Pocket's Lickitung, so this is going to be a full strength body slam, and the shield comes out from Paulinho. That is the first Protect Shield, has a Skull already banked. Maybe he goes for double Mud Bomb here? No, wants to go straight for the Skull.
Yeah, maybe just trying to get that attack debuff off. Pocket still needs to land a power to take this out. Actually, it does put out the Protect Shield on this Lickitung. Attack fall does come though, and just going to go for the power up. Not sure if Paulino was able to keep track of all those licks, but does shields up this body slam.
A double bait from Out of Pocket, getting both Protect Shields now from Paulinho, trying to desperately get to this last body slam, but no, Paulinho has the Skull ready to go. I don't think a Mud Bomb would be enough. The question is this Skull going to knock out? Here it comes, no Protect Shield. Does the Lickitung hang on? No!
Oh my goodness, and that did a lot of damage to Lickitung, quite a bulky Pokemon, and now if you're Out of Pocket, you pretty much have to come in with your Annihilate. Gudra is incredibly low health, getting threatened by these Mud Shots, but this Whiscash still has some energy, going to make a Scald here.
Out of Pocket trying to hand a broom over to his Annihilate, saying, I need you to sweep here. There are still 3 Pokemon that I need you to take out. Tanks the Skull, just a sliver of HP. These Incinerates are going to add up so quickly. In fact, I think this second Incinerate would knock out, but there are no Protect Shields able to reach this Shadow Ball. This is super effective. Same type attack, bonus damage. Will it knock out? Yes, indeed. Down goes the Skeledirge.
And that is exactly what Pocket needed. Barely got that Shadow Ball off before the Incinerate registers. Now there's still a little bit of this Cresselia do have a shield, and it looks like Pocket's actually staying in though. This Gudra is incredibly low health, has to live a couple of Psycho Cuts and Mud Shots here in order to take this game.
You are just on a sliver of HP. You have to now win this game with Gudra. You're going to be taking neutral Psycho Cuts, which is not a hard-hitting attack, but don't forget about that Whiscash still hanging out the back, and Paulinho has so much energy, has the Grass Knot ready to go. Doesn't matter that it's resisted. There is no HP remaining on this Gudra, and game number 1 goes to Paulinho.
And cheers from the crowd there. What a close game that was. Those Dragon Breaths were absolutely about to shred that Cresselia and Whiscash, but luckily Paulino had so much energy on that Cresselia and able to close things out with just a couple HP.
Alright, well, so a tough lead there for Out of Pocket, having your Dragon lined up versus a very bulky Pokemon that has access to Moonblast. Super effective damage coming from that Cresselia. Were you surprised to see a no-shield early on the Gudra?
I was at first surprised, but when I saw Out of Pocket's backline, I saw the Annihilate there, and if you look at Annihilate versus Paulino's team, it actually does quite well into most of these Pokemon, so I thought that he was just going to go for a 2 shields Annihilate strategy.
I think he went for the 1 shield Annihilate sweep, but unfortunately after that Scald was let through, it just left so little HP on that Annihilate. 1 Incinerate did most of the damage, and then the Psycho Cuts did the rest. That was a good game by Paulinho. We're taking a look back at these replays. We can see some nice timing here from Out of Pocket, throwing actually a double bait if you recall, getting both Protect Shields from body slams from a Lickitung. We don't see that every day.
Yeah, that Lickitung did put in a lot of work, just like you said, pulling both Protect Shields, and you know, I think looking at Paulino's team, that Cresselia is so threatening. Pocket probably has to keep bringing the Lickitung just to deal with that Cresselia.
Yeah, I think that Cresselia is actually going to be a must-bring from Paulinho. I think it has a lot of really good matchups. Maybe not the Skarmory, but outside of that, has a lot of good play into most of these Pokemon. I think Lickitung is a very smart pick for Out of Pocket. I wouldn't be surprised to see him bringing that again. Has good play into almost everything, especially that Whiscash, though. Does nice into the Cresselia. Now, that said, I'm very curious to see where this Registeel might come into play versus Out of Pocket. Obviously, it does great into tons of these Pokemon, but will it make an appearance? Let's move into game number 2. We are in Winners Semis Group D.
Looks like Paulino is happy to stick with that Cresselia, this time leading it into an Annihilate. Pocket is staying in for just a little bit of time here. You can threaten this Cresselia with your super effective Shadow Ball.
Yeah, you have to like this matchup a little bit better as the Annihilate as compared to what you had was your Goodra before, because you are able to hit for super effective damage. Now, actually, a bait coming out, our first charged attack is the Grass Knot. This puts Out of Pocket in a little bit of a peculiar situation here, opting to go straight for this Shadow Ball, though. This is going to be an immense amount of damage. Is it enough to knock out? Not quite.
Not enough to knock out, but that's absolutely huge. This Cresselia is such a menace for Pocket's entire team, though. Actually was going to be charge attack priority there, but the Night Slash ends up landing into the Lickitung. But I think here for Out of Pocket, you're actually pretty happy to maybe just stay in here, continue doing some super effective counters, build up that energy, and then maybe eventually swap out into your own Lickitung.
You took the words out of my mouth. You're not going to be having to worry about Body Slam whatsoever. Maybe swap out right as the Power Whip comes out, so very nicely read. Now it's such a huge HP advantage. You know that you can maintain switch, and you have energy going back into that Cresselia matchup later on. In fact, as Out of Pocket now, you have the privilege of over-farming so much because you have no problem absorbing all of these Body Slams from Paulino's own Lickitung.
Lickitung is absolutely the best place to be absorbing neutral damage. Here come all these Body Slams, but look at Out of Pocket's Lickitung still in the green there, and that is all of the energy on Paulino's side. Now Out of Pocket might get to start throwing some charge attacks after this next Body Slam comes through.
He wants to go into that next matchup, though, with as much energy as possible so that he can quickly unleash it, likely into that Cresselia, or even better, into the Whiscash. The thing we need to keep an eye on here, so actually going for the Power Whip, thinking maybe Body Slam isn't enough to knock out. I think I may have thrown the Body Slam here, but no, this Power Whip will certainly knock out. And now the question for Paulino is, do you bring in the Cresselia or do you save it as a catch? And a little curious here, I think that yes, this is going to be a Body Slam bait coming through. You need to get rid of these Protect Shields. Will Paulino call in this time? No!
But the problem for Paulino is even if he lets just a Body Slam go, there's still some health on the Annihilate. He'd be threatened by just those fast attacks alone. Another Body Slam coming through here did not even build up to the power-up, so Paulino is happy to let this Body Slam through.
Sometimes you just want to lock in some sort of damage, and as a reminder, so many of these trainers are running Water Gun Lantern. That's what we're seeing from Pocket here as well. Now that you've got that solidified Body Slam damage locked in to this Whiscash, you can easily take one of these Mud Bombs, and you're going to be pressuring this Whiscash so much more than if you were running Spark.
And Whiscash is getting a little bit low from these water guns. Really nice counting there from Paulino, throwing this Mud Bomb just before Lantern can threaten with the Surf. And it looks like Pocket is just going to let this go, maybe trying to close out this game with just counters from Annihilate. It actually has a lot of energy from before.
Yeah, don't forget the farm that we saw earlier against that Lickitung, so you have lots of energy ready to go. Paulino has some energy as well. I think that you're going to be able to get to charge attacks at a very, very similar pacing, but no, Paulino still has his charge attack ready right now. Pocket has a decision to make. Do you want to use your final Protect Shield? There's still an opportunity for this Cresselia to be used as a sacrificial swap. No, it has the energy ready to go. Grass Knot is loaded. This is going to knock out the Annihilate.
Oh, and denies all this energy from Annihilate. If you're Out of Pocket, now you have to lick this down and then hit the Whiscash with a charge attack.
I like this energy farm, though, because I don't think that there's any energy on the Whiscash whatsoever. You are on the 4th cycle, but all you need is a Body Slam to knock out Lickitung, able to reach it. This is going to be plenty of damage to knock out the Whiscash, and game number 2 will be going to Out of Pocket. He evens the series 1-1.
Nice adjustment there. Came back from the 0-1 deficit, and now we will be moving into that decisive game 3. We saw Goodra from Out of Pocket game 1. Didn't really have a lot of play, so decided to drop it, bring in that Water Gun Lantern, which didn't do much. But I think, again, we saw Lickitung kind of being the MVP for Out of Pocket, right? Dealing all those Body Slams at the end, threatening the Whiscash, and being able to take care and take all the energy from the opposing Lickitung.
We saw some great plays in game number 2 there, so many great plays early on from Pocket, getting that overfarm on his Annihilate and then getting tons of energy with his Lickitung that was able to strip away those Protect Shields. But look here, Paulino was able to get that shield and make the combo play, have the Grass Knot ready to go, denied all that energy from the Annihilate. But what this set up, without any energy on your Cresselia, any overfarming whatsoever, this Lickitung simply comes in, licks down, gets to the Body Slam, and seals the deal. Body Slam lands on the Shadow Whiscash to even up the series 1-1.
That was a nice combo play there from Paulino. Saw Pocket use that final Protect Shield, knew that the Annihilate was vulnerable there to a combo play and got it done, but unfortunately, I think, was just kind of in a bit of a corner there.
All right, well, quick stat here. Paulino finished 5th in the Curitiba, actually with Greninja, a Pokemon we don't see very often. Defense Form Deoxys, and Shadow Dragonite. Pokemon that we did see early in the season, I would say. I believe, in fact, Wadodge was one of the pioneers of that Shadow Dragonite early season. But guys, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. It is still the game number 3 here. This is a decisive game number 3. Such a meaningful battle coming at you right now. Cresselia again on the field for Polino, but it is now met by one of its counters, Out of Pocket's Lickitung.
These are 2 key Pokemon for each side. We've seen both of these Pokemon in both of the games so far, and Polino is wasting absolutely no time in getting off this Moon Blast there, trying to get that attack debuff, maybe.
Yeah, Lickitung is going to be a strong answer to this Cresselia. No debuff there. Going to be throwing these body slams just before the next... Oh, and actually maybe trying to go for a switch there. Get that chip damage and swap into your own Pokemon. Body slam number 1 will be launched by Out of Pocket, though. It'll do some nice chip damage. This is a positive matchup for Lickitung.
It is. We have those super effective lifts, and actually a nice catch there from Polino. We were saying earlier how Lickitung is the best place to absorb energy, and looks like Polino is going to do it here. But the tricky part is now you're locked into this matchup, and Out of Pocket can just bring in his Annihilate and start getting ahead with these counters.
Trainers at home might be thinking, okay, well, Skarmory resists all of these attacks. Why don't I just bring that in? Well, this Annihilate is able to just throw one charge attack, farm all the way down. You don't even have to worry about a Power Whip. Some trainers may shield it, but you're really just fishing for a boost here, and you know that when that Cresselia potentially comes back in, you're likely going to be coming out with a ton of energy ready to unleash. Here comes the Power Whip from the Lickitung. It lands into the Annihilate. This brings Out of Pocket's Annihilate very low, but he is able to counter down, has just a sliver of HP, but a Night Slash loaded and might be able to get to the Shadow Ball.
And that's a really nice way to get out of a switch-in matchup like that. Minimal HP to minimize farm, but also maximum energy here. Looks like he's going to commit to the Shadow Ball here. Oh, but the Cresselia actually throws the Grass Knot. Once again, Cresselia cutting off the energy from Out of Pocket's Annihilate.
Yeah, great counting there from Polino, knowing that the Annihilate was going to reach that Shadow Ball after one more counter. Now here comes the Skarmory. That's the perfect answer to that Cresselia. This is going to bring in the Whiscash, and it actually looks like Switch Clock is up. We might see a switch at some point, but Pocket wants to lock in some damage or pressure a Protect Shield. Here comes the Protect Shield on the Shadow Whiscash from Polino.
That is the first Protect Shield's use of the game here, and Whiscash, still building up some energy, goes all the way to 99 energy before throwing this first Scald. Out of Pocket does put up a Protect Shield. He knows that this is going to do the most damage in the rest of the game to his Skarmory.
Yeah, Lickitung is actually a great Pokemon into both of these remaining Pokemon on the side of Polino. Does well into the Shadow Whiscash, does well into the Cresselia as well. I'm a bit surprised to see Out of Pocket not swapping out here, knowing that the Skarmory is a hard wall to that Cresselia, but I think he wants to get both Protect Shields here. Might even go for a catch at some point, but no. Here comes the next Scald from Polino's Shadow Whiscash. This is going to do a significant chunk of damage. Out of Pocket opting to use his final Protect Shield.
I think he's thinking that he can close out this game with Skarmory. You're able to take the Scald, no problem, and then of course resisting all attacks from Cresselia. I expect to see Pocket going for a big overfarm here before throwing that Sky Attack.
Alright, well this Whiscash has no residual energy. I believe it might be on the 5 cycle. Actually, now a quick swap, bringing in the Cresselia is Polino Tad. It's now going to be met by the Lickitung from Out of Pocket. I'm curious to see here, is there any opportunity maybe for a farm down from Polino later on to throw a Scald into that Skarmory? But here comes the Moonblast from the Cresselia. Will we see a debuff? No, not this time.
And I think what you mentioned there was probably just the exact win con that Polino has. You need to somehow come out of your matchup with the Whiscash and have some energy to throw at that Skarmory, but looks like Out of Pocket is undercharging that Body Slam just a little bit. Actually wants to get some energy of his own, but here is that Cresselia throwing the Grass Knot, and I think this is okay for Out of Pocket. Still has some, but now realizing that he needs the farm as well, also goes for the undercharge here.
All right. Well,
there.
It's really tough position here for Polino because all you need to do is get to one Power Whip, and you do get to the Power Whip. Pocket puts his fist in the air. He knew that was a close one, but he's going to be able to squeak out a victory here in game number 3, decisive game number 3. He's going to be moving on to group finals, and momentum still on the side of Out of Pocket.
That's right, Out of Pocket moving on to the group finals, and I believe on to day 2. So congratulations to Out of Pocket, hearing some cheers from the audience there. And I feel like all of those games were incredibly close, coming down to just a couple of seconds or a couple of HP. So, just goes to show how great of a trainer that Polino is as well.
Absolutely. I really like the play, though, from Out of Pocket. I just can't say enough about some of the decisions that he made. Like I said, it's really tempting in so many situations. Okay, I want to actually swap out of my Skarmory versus that Whiscash. It aligns so nicely versus that Cresselia. But he was very flexible with and very creative with how he used his Pokemon, using Skarmory to be his Whiscash answer and using Lickitung to be his Cresselia answer. But I love the decision making early on, which is I'm going to bring my Lickitung. I think it's going to match up nicely versus that Cresselia that's been so problematic for me in games 1 and 2.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look back at that series. And like you were saying, I love the adjustments that Pocket made, not just in the games, but in the team reading itself. This is actually the third game when Pocket brings the Skarmory, of course, expecting that Cresselia to come once again. Whiscash just throwing as many Scalds as it can, but not quite enough damage to close things out.
I'm a bit surprised, actually, to not see the Registeel from Paulinho, knowing that there was a Skarmory, a Lickitung. Obviously, it has to watch out for things like the Annihilate, but it does so well into even Goodra and Wigglytuff as well. So no Registeel was a bit of a question mark for me, but there you can see that Lickitung able to get that farm down, has the Body Slam ready to go, just needs to get to that Power Whip. It's going to be double super effective damage, and that's plenty to knock out the Whiscash. Out of Pocket, a sigh of relief as he's going to be moving on to the group finals.
You talk about that Registeel, and I was also wondering if Paulina was going to bring it, if for nothing else, just for the Lickitung, but I feel like Out of Pocket was really favoring the Annihilate, so potentially a little bit scary to bring the Registeel into that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Soph, I want to ask you, we've seen Water Gun Lantern 2 times now. We've seen plenty of Lantern. We've seen some of the Whiscash, some of the Quagsire. How is Lantern performing so far at Worlds in your mind?
I think it's performing quite well. Honestly, we saw on Out of Pocket's team there, but it didn't do a whole lot. I don't know if you remember, but in that game too, it pretty much just absorbs 2 Mud Bombs and calls it a day. But Pocket was so far ahead that it didn't matter. I think Lantern, you know, you've mentioned before, it's the bulky electric type, right? And that in itself is just already a unique role. So I understand why trainers are continuing to bring it, even though season after season it feels like Lantern is getting nerfed.
Yeah, I think people maybe find it a bit stale because it's been so good for so long, but it is a different dynamic with Water Gun in that it's going to charge 2 charge attacks a little bit slower. But what I like about especially that Game 2 team on the side of Out of Pocket is how much fast attack pressure he had with all 3 Pokemon. With Counter, with Lick, with Water Gun, really any matchup that you're in, you're very likely to be doing a decent amount of fast attack pressure, and I think that that's the one thing that the Lantern still has going for it is with Water Gun, and some of those matchups that might have been bad before with Spark, they're less bad now with Water Gun.
Yeah, in particular, one matchup that comes to mind is against Shadow Gligar, which has been one of the top Pokemon all year long throughout each meta change. Right now you have the super effective Water Gun. It's quite a comfortable matchup for the Lantern, excuse me. Whereas before, when you had Spark, it was pretty uncomfortable. I think Gligar could get ahead with just 1 or 2 wing attacks.
So we could probably debate for hours on what the premier water-type Pokemon is going to be, but let's kick it over to the stage. We've got Butter standing by. He's going to be interviewing NAIC champion Out of Pocket.
Thank you so much, Holston. And not only NAIC champion, but the first trainer at the 2024 Pokemon Worlds to make it to day number 2. Congratulations. How are you feeling, Out of Pocket?
Good. I mean, I've had a lot of tough matches. After my winners round 1, every set since then has gone to game 3 and has ended in like really close fashion.
You're actually the only trainer to win a tournament in this current iteration of the meta, and you haven't dropped a single series since NAIC. Do you feel like that gives you an advantage in this current iteration? Do you feel like you're the king of this meta right now?
I mean, since NAIC, a lot of like meta developments have been happening to the point where the NAIC meta feels a lot different than the meta for this tournament. For example, Water Gun Lantern has been seeing a lot more usage, and Goodra Community Day let Goodra shine too, as you can see with my team.
Yeah, that's very interesting. And you're a trainer that you say you often just practice with people that you know. How do you prepare? There's a gap from NAIC now. Obviously, you ended on the top. How do you prepare from then to now at the World Championships?
I did a lot of best of 3 or best of 5 series practice with my close friends like Elite, SS Thorn, Lyle Jeffs, and many more. Even Paulinho once or twice. So those practices helped me decide on my team what Pokemon were going to perform the best in this current meta.
All right, and last question. What would you say the percentage chance is that you're going to be the Pokemon Go World Champion in 2024?
90%.
Okay, that's pretty solid. All right, thank you, Out of Pocket. Congratulations once again for day 2. Back to you, Jim and Sophia.
All right, thank you, Butters. Thank you, Out of Pocket. You know, funny story, actually, immediately after his fresh off his NAIC champion title. It was Community Day for Gudra, just like we said. And actually, Out of Pocket was helping me identify this particular stat spread Gudra that is known as the Lickitung Slayer, and that it has an attack breakpoint versus most Lickitungs, able to do one more Dragon Breath damage. So already getting ahead of the world's meta was Out of Pocket immediately after his victory at NAIC.
Well, I have to say that even though Out of Pocket has been a very charismatic trainer, I feel like he's actually humbled a little bit. In the past, I've seen him confidently say with 100% certainty that he's going to win the tournament, but now he's dialed it back to just 90%.
You know, I think Out of Pocket's a great story when you see just some of his development, especially across this most recent season. He had success, I believe it was in the 2023 season, winning the Peoria Regional, and then he had a stretch where he was getting close, he was top cutting, but never able to get to even, I think, top 2. So he was seeing some of his peers, some of his friends able to reach heights that he had felt before, but not in some time. And I think that he was just able to take some of those hardships, some of those struggles, some of those hurdles, and finally find that secret sauce at NAIC. Take home not only a regional title, but an IC title. And now he's here on the stage of Worlds, trying to cross one more item off his list. Regional, IC, Worlds.
Yeah, I remember at NAIC, he was talking about how he was getting decent results throughout the season, but he himself was saying he was a little bit disappointed. He kept trying to kind of pioneer some new, unique picks, and I think at NAIC, he was like, I'm just gonna, run the best Pokemon that I think there are, and it paid off dividends for him as soon as he tried that. So I'm wondering if he has that same mindset coming into Worlds, or if he's trying to maybe experiment a little bit here as well.
Can't wait to see more from Out of Pocket. Now, we talked about the Gudra Community Day. This weekend, we have a Community Day coming up as well. This is one that we've seen before, but we're going to be seeing it again. It is the Beldum Community Day here in August 2024. It's going to be on Sunday, August 18th from 2 to 5 p.m. local time. Evolve those Beldums all the way up to Metagross. It'll learn the unique move, Community Day move, Meteor Mash.
And Metagross is absolutely a must-have Pokemon for raiding as well as for Master League in the Go Battle League. Metagross has been one of the top picks in the Master League Premier format for years and years, so definitely want to make sure you get a almost perfect Beldum here.
Yeah, don't forget, actually, there is shadow variants of this as well. In some cases, you may not have evolved these ones just yet, so a great opportunity to evolve those shadow Metangs as well to get Metagross. In fact, if we talk with our co-caster, 2O Butters, he loves running the Shadow Metagross in the Open Great League, believe it or not. It's one of his favorite Pokemon. He says those bullet punches add up so quickly, a lot of Pokemon can't withstand the pressure.
That's right. And speaking of trying to get those Shadow Metagross, I think we actually have an event right now, and we just had one where you could TM Frustration off of your Shadow Pokemon. So make sure you do that to all of your Beldum, all of your Metang before Community Day rolls around so that you can evolve and get that Meteor Mash.
There's a lot of things going on in Go right now that are just very exciting. We just wrapped up that Rocket Takeover, which was really cool, introducing some new shadows, getting access to some shadows that you maybe missed before, able to TM away frustration, just like you said. But this week right now, don't forget there are 100 battles per day. So for those of you that are watching at home and you're thinking, okay, maybe I can do this as well, let's go apply it to Go Battle League. For those of you that haven't hit Legend or maybe that next rank yet, this is still your opportunity. And coinciding with it is Adventure Week as well, where you'll get another opportunity to TM off frustration from some of those Pokemon. A great time to be a PvP battler here in Pokemon Go.
Not just being able to TM off frustration, but I believe there's a lot of very relevant spawns out there right now with the World Championship Celebration event. Pokemon